Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. All right. Today is February 13th, and welcome to the February board meeting for the Charles County Board of Education. You please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone, and we will now go to the superintendent's update to the board.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Moore-Lee, Vice Chairperson Kramer, board members, staff, and those here in person and our viewers following our board meeting online today. Today's meeting agenda is full of informative presentations on items from the school calendar and status of the blueprint for Maryland's future implementation to an update about public and private partnerships to progress made by the school naming committee. The board is also set to act on proposed changes to the eligibility policy and the fiscal year 2025 proposed operating budget. Please continue to follow today's meeting or catch the recording to be posted on our YouTube page. Last week, the board held a town hall at St. Charles High School on the topic of school meals. Thank you to our community members who came with questions and provided feedback, as well as those who watched the live stream. The presentation shared by our Food and Nutrition Services staff was informative and provides an overview of guidelines in place the Charles County Public Schools must follow regarding nutritional value of foods, serving sizes, and what constitutes a reimbursable meal with state and federal funding. Thank you to Karen Acton, Bill Kruder, and Crystal Richardson for sharing the presentation and answering questions. Our Food and Nutrition Services staff are a dedicated workforce committed to ensuring children are fed at school each day. If you missed the town hall, please visit our YouTube page or find it in our school system website. I also want to give a special shout out and thanks to all of our students, staff, and a few board members, I think Mr. Lucas for sure, who joined the Polar Bear Plunge on February 1st in support of Special Olympics Maryland. Across Maryland, participating school systems collectively earned nearly $900,000 in donations for this event. For those of you not familiar with the event, people pledge donations in support of Special Olympics Maryland that ends with a plunge into the freezing cold Chesapeake Bay. Check out the featured video on our website of students and staff participating in this year's plunge. I am excited to learn about this event firsthand in 2025 when I plan to take the plunge myself.
Oh, boy.
We will see if other board members join me and as we move forward. Please don't record me, no. Charles County Public Schools continues to celebrate Black History Month throughout February with school events from wax museums and expos to guest speakers coming to talk with students about the importance of celebrating Black history. I invite the community to join Charles County Public Schools and the Belle Alton High School Alumni Association for a panel discussion on Tuesday, February 20th at St. Charles High School. The event is from 6 to 7:30 p.m. and will feature panelists who were students or teachers during the integration era of schools in Charles County. Jean Mills, Robert Martin, and Cora Marshall are slated to be panelists, with Isaiah DeLeonard, a La Plata High School junior, facilitating the discussion. Matthew Wills, chairman of the Belle Alton High School Alumni Association, will deliver special remarks prior to the start of the panel discussion. If you're not able to attend in person, you can watch the live stream on our website or afterwards to catch the full recording. And I also just want to say kudos to students who we have aligned this opportunity to their curriculum. And so we'll also have students who have, as part of their homework, to listen and be part of this event and reflect on it in what they are studying in their specific courses. So kudos to our social studies department for incorporating this into student learning. Next Thursday, February 22nd, Charles County Public Schools will recognize Teacher of the Year nominees and announce the 2024 Charles County Teacher of the Year. The County Teacher of the Year finalist represents Charles County in the Maryland Teacher of the Year Awards program. Follow our websites and social media pages on Facebook, Instagram, and X for announcements on the Teacher of the Year and all nominees. The school system will also recognize bus drivers and attendants on February 22nd in recognition of National School Bus Driver and Attendant Appreciation Day. These dedicated individuals oversee the safe and reliable transportation of more than 23,000 students to and from school every day. The Charles County Public Schools Transportation Department, in collaboration with the Charles County Bus Contractors, are hosting a recognition cookout celebration on February 22nd at the Laurel Springs Park for all bus drivers and attendants. On behalf of the school system, I thank each bus driver and attendant for their commitment to the safety of all our students. As we move into second semester of the school year, I continue to urge all of our parents to stay active in their child's education. From checking grades in Parent View to connecting with a teacher if you have concerns or not, parental engagement is a key to academic and personal success for every child. Please look for any volunteer or after-school activities hosted by your child's school in which you can expand your involvement. And we always have more information about volunteer opportunities at all of our schools on our CCBOE website. I thank all school system stakeholders for their continued support for Charles County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. And next up, we will hear from Mr. Sean Heil from EACC.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Moore Lee, Vice Chairperson Ms. Kramer, my Board of Education, Dr. Navarro, staff, and guests.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to address an issue that this board has been discussing, academic eligibility. Of the members who responded to an EACC survey sent out on this topic, the responses were split down the middle on changing the requirements. I have been visiting schools and discussing the eligibility proposal, and I thought I would share what I heard from employees to include in your consideration about extracurricular activity requirements. Some members are concerned in this era of rigor and academic concerns that lowering the standards of eligibility is counterintuitive. They're worried about the message that, quote unquote, lowering the standards sets for the system. As we can all agree that academics come first, and members feel like any standard that is not as high as it currently is now will go against that philosophy. There are also just as many members that see a benefit to opening extracurricular activities to more students. They believe that by participating in school events, there would be a positive impact on grades, a greater identity with their school, and a more positive climate for students. They also see extracurricular activities as a way to have students strive to accomplish goals and develop areas of interest. There were consistent themes when I added perspectives that the board had at the last meeting. When I pointed out that we were in the top 3 counties for the most stringent regulations in extracurricular activities, the opinion did not seem to change. However, when I pointed out that when Ms. Samichi Thomas stated at the last meeting that our standards are tougher than the NCAA, several members were moved by that statistic. I had a member say that we were ranked 15th in the state based on academics according to one source, and they were concerned about us going lower. And I pointed out that if the other 2 counties that are tougher than us were ahead of us, that still meant there were 12 schools ahead of us that have a different requirement than we have. Several staff members were moved when I pointed out, as was presented at the last board meeting, that this current policy could be seen as a disadvantage for at least 2 different populations, special ed and ELL. In the small sample of feedback EACC obtained, I'm not able to take an official position on this topic because views are divided in the data that I have. I would say, however, that should this body decide to change the eligibility requirements, the staff in public schools should be educated on the exact reasons for the change so they may better understand the rationale of that decision. The bottom line, like the board at the beginning of the eligibility discussion, educators have varied opinions but are still working to understand the nuances of the current policy and its impact on students. EACC urges the board to review the data that was presented to you by CCPS leadership about the current policy and its impact on student access to extracurricular activities. Remember that our current policy has 3 levels of qualifications that could be seen as creating a barrier for some populations of students. We urge you to put a policy in place that considers the needs of the whole child when making your decision. Something that EACC is concerned about is the potential for increased workload, specifically in this area as discussed by the board. Some of the ideas the board discussed involved extra tutoring from staff. There were also discussions about layers of checking and monitoring by coaches and sponsors. As a rule, most sponsors and coaches do encourage their students to do their best and work hard at their academics. Adding additional requirements for tracking data, attendance at tutoring sessions, et cetera, would make it a sponsor's responsibility to make sure the students take advantage of opportunities and improve, not the student's responsibility. EACC believes there are enough current options and opportunities for all students to improve their grades, and adding another layer as we go through this teacher shortage will continue to burn out an already overworked teacher force. Currently, an extra pay for extra duty committee has been reviewing our current positions in the contract, the process around extra pay for extra duty, and the number of positions that have been done in recent years that are not included for compensation in the current contract. We hope to have recommendations before the end of this school year. As we consider how to include more students in extracurricular activities, you also need to consider what will keep our staff sponsoring these activities. I can tell you that there will be an increase in positions, and there should be an increase in payment for those positions. EACC will continue to work with CCPS and this board to create an extra pay for extra duty system that makes sense and is in the best interest of our students and staff that support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heil. All right. AFSCME, Ms. Sarah Birch.
Good afternoon and welcome, everyone. I am Sarah Birch, President of AFSCME Local 2981. Wow, January and the first weeks in February have been busy for Local 2981. Negotiations, AFSCME business meeting, town hall at St. Charles, answering emails, speaking to 4 support staff, attending 2 meetings with human resources and 2 support staff. I am so proud of AFSCME Local 2981 Committee for Negotiations. This year, Yolanda Christian, Yolanda Curtis, Earl Swan, Stephen Washington, Stephen Flinio, and I made up the committee. In our business meeting, February 6th, I announced we are going to be going over AFSCME's procedures for elections and ratification of the contract at the March meeting. I really would love a good turnout with so many new members. I want everyone to understand the rules. This meeting will be on March 5th from 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. The ratification will be held in May or June, or as soon as the Charles County Commissioners fully fund the budget. There will be a meeting at the Charles County Government Building in April or May. I will need all of AFSCME members to sign up and talk. It is very important that this meeting is well attended. The exact date and time will be sent out to all AFSCME members. The town hall at the St. Charles High School was close to my heart. Crystal Richardson and William Kruder did a marvelous presentation on food and nutrition services. I have worked for food and nutrition services for 27 of the 27 years I have been here. And each year, there are changes, new regulations, new programs, so much information to know. Great job, Bill and Crystal. Have a great Valentine's Day, and I'll see you in March.
Key, school calendar 25-26.
Vice Chairperson Ms. Kramer, board members, Dr. Navarro's staff. Dr. Gill and I are here today to talk about one of our favorite topics, the school calendar. So the calendar that we are here to talk with you about is the 2025-2026 school calendar. This board has already approved the school calendar for next year, school year 2024-2025. There's dates already published on our website at ccboe.com. But before Dr. Gill and I reconvene our calendar committee of stakeholders to talk about options for the 25-26 school year calendar, we thought we would come before the board and share some parameters, some information for consideration, and get some feedback for you all before we resume that work. So some parameters to consider under state law. School must be in session in Maryland for a minimum of 180 days per year for students. State regulations do outline a waiver process regarding the length of the school year. The waiver process for the 180-day attendance rule includes a review of inclement weather days that are included in the calendar, and if the system has used those dates prior to requesting a waiver. That law also indicates that each local board of education can set the start and end dates of the school year. The EACC contract, the negotiated agreement, outlines 190 contracted work days for our teachers. That also includes 10 early dismissal teacher planning days and early dismissal days that are built in for report card prep, grade prep. The AFSCME negotiated agreement for support staff includes 15 holidays.
So some of the holidays that are directed by state law are as follows. We must not have school in session for Thanksgiving and the day after Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, and from Christmas through New Year's Day, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, President's Day, the Friday before Easter is a state holiday, and from then through the Monday after Easter. So the Friday before Easter, the Monday after Easter, those are mandated holidays. Memorial Day is a mandated holiday, and primary and general election day are school holidays. It says for school-based staff and students. That's because many of our schools are used as election sites. So they would be a holiday. Inclement weather. So the state does have some legal language around virtual instruction. We must publish in our calendar the inclement weather days. That's a rule from the State Board of Education. We have to show that in the calendar. As far as virtual instruction which was a big topic a year ago, Senate Bill 610 which is new, I think, in the last year, states that starting with this next school year, there are some changes to virtual instruction. Under that Senate bill, a school board may authorize the use of virtual instruction in the case of severe weather conditions. However, in order to make that happen, a county school board must discuss that at an open meeting. They must vote on that and publish the county's plan for virtual education on the website. So the Senate bill states that the decision to have virtual instruction is a board function. In that Senate bill, the county superintendent may also decide to provide a day of virtual education only if we have used all of our inclement weather days. So you have a blizzard, we use up all of our snow days, then there can be a day of virtual instruction. But back to the calendar committee.
So we have a calendar committee. It includes representatives from our union members, parents, students, instructional staff, and support staff. And typically this committee develops 2 or 3 draft calendars. The drafts are reviewed by the committee. Those drafts are then taken to the senior leadership team, discussion with the superintendent, and then any approved drafts are brought here to the board for review and consideration. Typically in prior years, staff have managed a calendar survey to collect community feedback and input on the calendar process.
Which we would still be willing to do if the board directed. So that brings us to our purpose for being here today. We have not convened a calendar committee yet. But before we do and share with them our charge, we wanted to be able to provide for them whatever priorities the board has. Are there certain things that the board desires that that calendar committee consider so that we're working within the parameters established by you? We can use those to make decisions and draft some calendar models to share back with you. But we don't want to be working down a road that's not something that reflects your priorities.
Yes, ladies, thank you very much. All right, I'll open it up for any questions or comments. Ms. Smith and then Mr. Hancock.
So thank you for coming before us and sort of getting us started on this early path, focusing on next year's school calendar. Just curious, I know in years past we have looked at spring break and trying to align it with some of our sister counties, given that we have students and families who have relatives in different places and wanting to coordinate trips. Is that something that the committee is also continuing to consider?
We can. I think that's something that we considered last year for next year's school calendar. We needed to look at a variety of neighboring counties, right? So we have Prince George's to the north, we have Calvert, we have St. Mary's, and we have King George, and that's, I guess, the contiguous counties around us. So I don't know next, or the 25-26 school year, if they all have the same spring break. But if that's a desire of the board, we can certainly do that.
Great, and I can talk to my colleagues offline to see if there's any interest. I was just curious if that was something you all were already considering. Just a quick follow-up question. I do recall last year we worked on the next year's calendar. I know we're always off by a year. We try to sort of have that forward planning. We did send a survey out to community members just inquiring about the length of spring break. I've heard from some families, not a good deal of families, but some families, that they do appreciate having a longer spring break. But I wasn't certain sort of where our survey data sort of landed us. And I know there was some back and forth about that. If you all recall, would you mind speaking to that a bit?
So I can't recall specifically data related to spring break. I feel like I recall more so some community support in favor of a longer winter break, which, you know, you're taking those days from somewhere, right? You have 180 instructional days. If we extended spring break in the calendar by 3 student days, 3 teacher days, we would have to put those 3 days for students to come in, those 3 contracted teacher work days somewhere in the calendar, right? So typically that would be in June.
And I misspoke, I'm sorry, it is winter break, you're right.
Okay, yeah, that's, I can't remember percentages, right? But I do recall seeing a lot of that feedback about looking to expand winter break. I do recall seeing some of that feedback online this year in relation to the winter break that was built in the calendar. But then I feel like in June, if our school year is extended, you tend to see some feedback from the community about, you know, students going into mid-June and, you know, what are they learning the last couple of days, and it's time for summer break. So I anticipate maybe some of those conversations to pop up again. But it is certainly a question that we would include in a calendar survey for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hancock and then Ms. Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I just have a couple of thoughts. I know the calendar that we voted on and approved for this coming year, we had to go back and make some changes on with the start date, correct? Yep. And just as it appears that that's just not a feasible plan, I guess, going forward, to have that extreme early start date. And also just talking with some community members recently that are actually looking, because it's still in the calendar of this coming year's start date is still in the calendar, and have asked about, why are we going back so early? And I told them, you know, it's been changed, but it seems like that's an unpopular opinion and it affects a lot of things in-house. So, and then my only other personal advice would be, you know, the surveys that were taken, you know, just over a year ago. So a lot of that information is probably still reflective of what members of the community would like, which would probably give you a pretty good idea of where to start. And of course, obviously doing another, never hurts to do another one. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hancock, Ms. Kramer?
Thank you, Chairwoman Morley. And thank you, Ms. Mackey and Dr. Gill for coming. This is one of my favorite conversations, and I'm not being facetious by saying that. I do appreciate all the work that I know goes into this, and I know that just for the benefit of the public, they may not realize that calendar conversations start this early, right? And so it is difficult sometimes to make decisions because we don't know like what may be going on during that time that may cause members of the public to feel like, well, I wish we had, got out earlier. I wish we had a longer break for this or that. So we're just trying to make the best decision possible, for everyone, staff included. So just wanted, to kind of put that out there. But I have a couple of points. So to Mr. Hancock's point, definitely don't think that there should be an option for a much earlier start date, given the feedback and all the things that we had to do last year. So just wanted to second that point. It seemed like, and we had some deliberation about it even when we were discussing it as a board, and we discussed the 24-25 calendar pretty extensively. So just don't even think that's an option. So at this point, for members of the public, it looks like our start date is going to pretty much remain the same going forward, it looks like, because when we tried that option, that just was not popular and really not feasible. So just wanted to emphasize that. I do know two things that we talked about, I think, and had consensus on as a board was Veterans Day and election days being closed for staff and students, so that our staff who are veterans can obviously take the day off and be acknowledged, and then for election day so that staff does not have to work, so that they have the day free to be able to vote and exercise, their right to do that. So I know that that's something that I think the board had consensus on. If I'm incorrect, somebody raise your hand, but I'm pretty sure. So just wanted to kind of remind of that. EACC, I know, has brought up some, yes, Mr. Heil in the back, some concerns about maybe having some additional time for educators to be able to plan. So looking at additional days for either 2-hour early dismissals or even perhaps a 2-hour delay, which I know that traditionally, as long as I've been here, we haven't really used a 2-hour delay unless in the event of inclement weather. So, Dr. Navarro, did you have something to add on that?
I just wanted to clarify. So you mentioned additional days versus days staggered throughout the year. So just as a reminder for the board, the contract is for 190 teaching days. And I think I just want to clarify to make sure that what you meant was maybe how we sprinkle those, or if it's adding more days to the teacher contract. That will have a fiscal note, so that there can be a request from the board to look at that. I will just tell staff that if you bring a calendar forward with that, you need to bring a fiscal note along with that. Sorry.
Yep.
No,
Just, yes.
All out.
Yes, so I just want to make sure you let me know which
for that
one you want.
consideration. You're right.
Sure, Ms. Acton appreciates it.
Probably. And that may be a wrong choice of words, additional days, because I was looking at the 10 days that you indicate in your presentation, Dr. Gill, and is that typical what we have on average for every calendar? Is it typically 10 2-hour early dismissal days?
We typically have more than 10. It's 10 and then
Report card prep.
report card
Grade
prep.
Okay.
And so when we talk about community feedback, sorry, Sean, we also hear from parents, another 2-hour early dismissal.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Yeah.
And so, maybe that's something we need to communicate, but
Yeah.
understood, if we could come up with some additional
Yeah, just
2 hour.
wanted to throw that out there. And I don't know, I can't speak for Mr. Heil on that point, if he was asking for, or, if what the educators' desire is to add additional days, or if maybe spreading them out would be more. I guess that's some additional conversations we may need to have. If spreading them out would be helpful, because I do know there are periods of time where we'll have like 2 in 1 month, and then we'll go for like weeks where we don't have one. And I know that last year we looked at a calendar option that had several, and I think you were intentional about having like a lot of 3-day weekends with a 2-hour early dismissal on a Friday, but I don't think that's the calendar that we ended up with. So just wanted to put that out there, and if we could look at some additional options to either spread them out, to make it just a little bit easier for our educators and maybe to provide some of that time that they're looking for. So just wanted to say that. And then lastly, with the survey, do agree with Mr. Hancock that perhaps it hasn't changed much, but I think I would probably lean towards doing another one just to be sure. We do have new, students that come in, and new families that come into the system. So just definitely want to make sure we give them all the opportunity to have their voices heard. And they may not have been here last year, or we did hear, of course, after the fact that some didn't know there was a survey. They didn't have an opportunity to provide feedback. Hopefully we can make sure that we get more, feedback this year. So that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. Any other comment? Mr. Lucas?
Thank you, Ms. Morley. Thanks for the presentation. So I just want to make sure, the calendar for the next school year, 24-25, our start date there is?
August 19th?
It is August 19th.
The early start date that Ms. Kramer?
No, that's the later start date.
The later start date.
We postponed it a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the last Monday in August.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I meant for students.
I think it's August 26th for
I
students.
should have specified
So-
that's what I meant for students. Right.
Unfortunately, the document that we swear by, we tell parents, get that calendar the first week of school. We have plenty of copies. You all got another copy today. That was printed, so that comes out of the communications department. We send that to print typically at the end of July because it takes our vendor 3 weeks to get it printed, checked, delivered to our schools, right? So that information about the earlier start time frame is in that document. We've updated it online. I just made a comment to the communications team yesterday that even though it's February, we're talking about calendar. We need to begin to really promote and push out reminders to the community about, hey, the start date for next year. We know we're still in February, March, April, but next school year that there was a change, to please note it in your calendar. That's an effort that we will undertake, but the cost to reproduce that product is.
Right. Understood.
Yeah.
And then in there that we have 2 weeks around Christmas time, correct?
I think it's still a week and a half.
For next year.
For next
Yeah.
year, I think we
Next
come
year.
back on a Thursday.
I'm looking at board docs and what we approved, and maybe,
So if you go on our website under the About tab, there's a calendar tab. If you click on that, there's an at-a-glance document that has both bullet point dates as well as a PDF of the month view, right, the 12-month view. I believe that we are closed for a week and a half.
I think we come back on a Thursday. Is that January 2nd?
Thursday is January 2nd.
I believe it is.
I think the community, I don't have the numbers, as I don't have a pie chart, and I don't know how they would answer to a question, but generally, the feedback that we hear is that people want, and I've said this before, people want to come back later, they want a long Thanksgiving break, they want a long winter break, they want a long spring break.
They want all the breaks,
and
right?
they want to get out.
I want to get out in April.
But we want to get out early, and we don't want to start
Fit
too early.
180 days of school in with those
All those
parameters and
parameters,
not
yeah.
come Saturday and Sunday. So
Right.
I don't know why.
I don't want to send my kids Saturday.
Yeah, I was
say,
gonna say,
right?
so, I mean, that seems to be the perspective is, I want to not have to go as much.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
keep in mind too, any
But I want my child to
break
still
that
learn.
you lengthen, right? I explained this a few minutes ago. If we were to look at expanding those breaks, any days that you take off and close for, you have to add somewhere, right? For students and for the teacher contract.
So you either have to go back earlier in August or go
Stay
later in June
Yeah.
with that unpredictability, and that's the mathematical part
Right.
of it.
And as Ms. Kramer said, we had a lot of conversation. We had a fourth option to the calendar to try to meld in what each of those other three had. The only thing I would add is I think, and this has been talked about before by some other board members, and it's implemented in other counties, I think having a true asynchronous day, that's, on the calendar and plan, so it's not a shock to everybody.
Thank you.
And I think that will serve a purpose of providing, that kind of built-in mental health break for staff and for students too. And when it's planned, then there's no surprises about it happening, and the work can be prepared. So that will be my last comment there. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lucas. Ms. Butler-Washington, and then Ms. Samisha Thomas.
Hello, and thank you for your report. I know Mr. Hancock and Ms. Kramer stated about the August calendar coming, but I talk to a lot of parents too, and they like the coming because they want to get off early. So I would just ask if you, when you bring the calendar, since you said you're going to bring 3 or 4, that you do include one. So, we are entertaining everybody's options of how they do the calendars. Because if we just bring one, that means that the people I heard from, I didn't speak up and say anything. So I just want to make sure that we are fair across the board with it, and then we should be good.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Samisha Thomas.
Thank you so much. I did want to bring up from Mr. Lucas's point about the asynchronous days. I know that's kind of a, if we have a snow or something like that, to just, say instead of being off, we'll have asynchronous. It requires planning. So I would like us to at least evaluate what does a pilot of that look like so that it can be invoked if we need to, and that would then give us a little more flexibility. And if we have too many snow days, that we wouldn't, have to go over because we have to compensate for days that we have to use. I mean, I really would like God to send us more snow because I like snow, but I know it becomes a nightmare, right, when you're trying to move children around, right, safely. But I at least would like us to consider that. So that, and it doesn't have to be snow. I mean, a couple years ago, I remember hurricane season or something, we had to, shut down. So the ability for, if we did asynchronous and we were to say, we see inclement weather coming, we're gonna do asynchronous. I do recognize that is a challenge for some students who may be in a Wi-Fi desert and they may not be prepared. But I think if we work that out, that may also give us some other flexibility and just, forethought and planning about how we can incorporate that to have more days.
Sure. Okay, Dr. Navarro would like to weigh in on that.
So can we go back to the slide of how the state changed our ability to do exactly what Mr. Lucas and Ms. Thomas is talking about? I just want to queue up. So there was some changes. MSD went back a little bit and took our flexibility away. I will tell you that PZAM, our superintendent's organization, and I think maybe may want to push back a little bit on that flexibility that was taken away. But what is now from the state, and they may come back with revisions, because I think all of us have said, hold on a second. What they said was that we have to use up to 4 snow days before we can schedule a synchronous day, I believe. So that really shoots us, if you think that the snow comes sometime in February, in January, February, and March. One of the concerns there that we voiced as superintendents, depending on where you are in this region, is that really shoots us for a scheduled synchronous or asynchronous day into warmer months, because we would have to build in our days. And we have spring break, so we have big chunks of time. So I think we hear from the board this interest. There's clearly no question that there's an interest in how we build it. Where staff puts it in, knowing our weather patterns and having built in 4 days, and then, the data around a longer holiday, because I did hear like winter break is always a plus for people to be able to go away for 2 weeks or something. I got plenty of emails like, why don't we shut down tomorrow so we can, But I do think it'll be interesting. Now, it could change because, again, the superintendents complained quite a bit of this, and my colleagues that are more towards the north and the west part of the county wanted that flexibility and built it, and it makes sense for them. And I think they have some data around how it worked for them, so I think that's important. So this might change, but let's keep our ears as we build this calendar and look at our options based on the change that the state made, with sort of tying a little bit of our hands around that.
Thank you. If I could weigh in, and I'll circle back. I have heard a lot of input as well. And one of the things I hear most often from teachers is they want regular breaks. They want something every month, just whatever you want to call it, additional planning time, mental health days, just mini breaks, I think kind of helps with them, and candidly, I'm sure the students as well, to be able to get through the year. Because there have been in the past long periods where there was nothing. There was no holiday, there was, every blue moon there'd be a 2-hour break. So that is something I absolutely would be in favor of. I understand Dr. Navarro's previous concerns about the equity, particularly for the elementary school students around the asynchronous days. I'm a very big advocate for them. I know that it'll be easier to implement at the middle school and high school level, I understand that, but our previous student member, Mira, that was one of the key pieces of her platform, based heavily on student feedback. So that is something, I understand, if I'm hearing Dr. Navarro correctly, we must first use the 4 virtual instruction days in the calendar based on inclement weather, and then we can consider asynchronous. So I understand that, and maybe that's something to consider in the future. Don't fuss at me, students, but maybe instead of closing altogether, we could, reconsider asynchronous, and then that'll free up some other days, maybe when we really get into, March, April, May, when people are absolutely burned out, then we might be able to then do some asynchronous days. I also support what my colleagues said about surveying again, just for many reasons. As Ms. Kramer said, people that are new, people that didn't get an opportunity to respond, people that never seem to know that we're doing a survey. I think we just inundate them with it, so everyone who wants to respond, and I would welcome student input as well. Absolutely. Yeah, and I think just candidly, given all of the parameters, as Dr. Gill mentioned, our 25-26 calendar is probably going to look a lot like the 24-25 calendar, as there's only but so much room. I still hear from people that are upset that we don't start after Labor Day. I understand that, I get it, but then are you willing to go later in June? Yeah. And very often the answer is no. Right, exactly. And, as a son, I have a son that has a birthday in June. He's like, absolutely not. There should be no school after June 7th. Well, sorry, son. Everybody has their own, their own wish list. But I support what Ms. Kramer said. Absolutely, Veterans Day should remain a holiday for everyone. So I would support that as well. Of course, election days also. And I think also we need to have more of these conversations, maybe however we best can get the information out to the public so they can understand the why. They can understand the 180 days. We take for granted that they know, but many may not, that we are bound by the 180 days for students, 190 days for staff, and if we want regular breaks and a long winter break and a long Thanksgiving break, et cetera, these are the boundaries. And so they candidly have to kind of pick your favorite child, right? You can't have everything. So that would be, I think those are all of my points. Yes. Okay, so we can circle back. We're supposed to finish this in about 5 minutes. So if any colleagues have any final thoughts, if we could, and I think Ms. Bella Washington, did you have your hand as well? No, you did. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Kramer.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Chairwoman Morley, and I will be quick. I just wanted I had a clarifying question for Dr. Navarro. So am I interpreting this correctly that with the 4 days that are required currently to build in for inclement weather, so that would not include like when we add the days on to the end of the year, or that does include that? Okay, yes?
Okay.
Yes, so every school system can add as many inclement weather days as they want. Those 4 days have to be built into the calendar before, so if we added 5, but we don't really add more than 4, just
Right.
based on we would have to build those first, and then it would have to be, any additional days after that would have to be synchronous. So Mr. Lowndes just corrected me that it's not asynchronous or synchronous. This is the
that's
tighter.
right, it does say
Yeah, this
synchronous,
is why
yeah.
I said the state went even tighter on the flexibility of
Gotcha.
districts and said, no asynchronous, only synchronous if you go on day 5, 6, or whatever else you built into your calendar.
Okay.
So, okay, and then one additional question for clarification. So say in recent years, we haven't used snow days. Like last year, we didn't use any. So if we don't use any snow days, then that is not an option to use to have a synchronous day. Is that correct?
Correct. That, according to my not legal professional reading of the law.
Yeah. Mr. Schwartz?
AC
I'm getting a nod from Mr. Schwartz. Okay.
Currently written.
Mr. Schwartz.
Okay,
Yes.
so it's a user-lose situation.
Asynchronous, where people do it in their free time at midnight, you log on, you do a little bit.
is not an option, according to my reading. Synchronous means everybody tunes in at the same time and talks to their teacher through the
Right.
screen at the same time.
Right, but my question is also, and then thank you for that point, the difference. So yes, I do see it reads synchronous, so understood that. But if we don't use any snow days, then we would not have an option to even invoke synchronous either. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, yeah, because I was just, I mean, to your point, the neighbors to the north, right? They probably use 4 and plus days often, but I know last year, like I said, we didn't use any of our days. And, you know, knock on wood, we've only used, what, 1, 2 this year? So it's rare that in this area of the state that we use that many. So this may not, the way the law is currently written, it may knock us out from being able to use synchronous at all. So I just wanted to clarify that for everyone.
Yeah, and I don't think it's law, I think it's Maryland.
Or I'm sorry, MSDE's regulation.
Oh, the regular, okay.
So there's a lot of talk about that, because it
Right.
takes a lot of flexibility.
Sorry, Ms. Mackey, you want to make a
In
point?
the state regulations regarding a waiver to the 180-day attendance rule, does outline a minimum of 3 inclement weather days, up to 10. So there's been calendars where we have built in 6 inclement weather days, maybe we use 3 or 4. You're correct, last year we did not use any inclement weather days, and, you know, we're already in February and we've already used 2 and we have the 2 left. So
Right.
our models typically include for 1 year, I think we were a little conservative and put in, I think 6 is the max, and
Yeah.
then maybe 1 year we put in 3, right?
Okay, well, thank you for that, and I think that's important clarification, not only for the board, for us to understand, but for the public as well. We can't just add synchronous days, even the way that this regulation is written, because that would require us to have 4 snow days or inclement weather days that we used first. And so that, I see what you're saying, Dr. Navarro, that really restricts us as a school system to be, so keep us posted on that if that does change. Thank you.
Mr. Lucas, did you have another point?
It's actually my same question, but I want to make sure I understand. So are you saying, Dr. Navarro, that you have to build in snow days?
Yes.
Or inclement weather days?
Yes. This is why everybody's up in arms right now.
You
Yes,
have
so
to, and by building them in, is it the difference between, do you have to plan for them during the year, or do you just say, well, we're gonna carve out a week at the end of the school year, or whatever time frame you say? Is it either or?
So our calendar right now for the current school year, those 4 days are built in already into June. So say we don't use those 2 remaining days that we have in April, May, we as a system will begin to communicate, hey, there's 2 snow days left, we're gonna back that calendar up by 2 days. So the student last day would come back by 2, teacher's last day would come back by 2. That's typically how we've managed it. I believe for the 2024-25 calendar, when we brought models to the board, we didn't necessarily outline the days, but they are on the information that's on the website. They are outlined, and I think there's 3 at this point, maybe 4, that do indicate inclement weather makeup day, because the state does require that we identify those days within our calendar.
Sure. I mean, the way this is written, if the county has used all the days incorporated into its calendar, well, you're not going to use them technically use them until the end of the year. I mean, I not to get into semantics, but you would never be able to do it, because you're not going to technically use them until the end of the year. So
I think operationally how that would look is if we know we have 4 snow days built into our calendar the way that we write it,
Right.
and we are gonna, our last day is going to be, if we use all 4 of those, if we have 4 snow days, if we use all 4, we're gonna get out June 17th.
Right.
Okay? I think if we have 4 days, like we've had 2 that we've used this year, if we have 2 more, if it snows tomorrow and it snows the next day, and then here we are, it's
Sure.
February 27th, and we're looking at a 5th snow day, which we know we haven't really accounted for at the end. I think what they're saying is that the superintendent could call, oh, it's another snowstorm, ladies and gentlemen, it's the 5th day, we would be out of school, but what we're gonna do is call today a synchronous day.
yeah, okay, got that.
But we would need to be able to pivot.
Yeah, and to be clear, all the talk around the weather notwithstanding, when I originally talked about an asynchronous day, I meant asynchronous. And I understand we're talking about synchronous, but what I and other board members have mentioned is just a complete, hey, you're on your own to do stuff, and there's no interaction, because I think that's much more beneficial to what we were speaking about and giving people time off. But thanks.
It sounds like we don't have the ability to do that,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Ms. Smith, did you want to make a final point?
No, it was covered. I just wanted to make sure from a parent's perspective, perhaps just laying out like what it looks like to have those snow days built in and kind of what that messaging is back to parents around. We haven't used the days, therefore, the school year will end on this date as opposed to the date that was originally communicated.
Gotcha.
But it seems as if we've already clarified that, so no need to add that in.
All right. Thank you so much, ladies. Much appreciated.
Thank
We
you.
look forward to hearing
Thank
back
you
from
again.
Next up, we will have Mr. Heim on public-private partnerships, P3.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good aftoon. Hi,
I'm joined
welcome.
by Steve Andrews, who's our Director of Planning and Construction. And we are here to provide an update on where we are in this process of exploring the feasibility of P3 public-private partnerships for funding school construction or renovation projects. During this presentation, we're going to define what a P3 is. We're going to provide a historical perspective of how we got to this point. And then at the end, we will provide as staff a recommendation moving forward.
Good afternoon. As Mr. Heim mentioned, P3 stands for Public-Private Partnership, and it is an innovative way to contract for delivery of public infrastructure. P3 is not unique to public infrastructure. You see it all over the place, especially here in the U.S. for roads. That's a big venue to do it, and the reason is because the revenue collection through the tolls on those roads. But you are starting to see it now as it relates to facilities. The contract is between a public agency and a private partner. And the private partner is bringing the financing, and there are several ways that can happen. And they work to assess that the facility is maximizing the life of it, and so that when they hand it back to the public agency, it is in good condition. And then from the end of the contract, the public agency, in this case the school system, would operate the facility for the rest of the time. So there are several structures as you see listed here. Design build is one, design build finance maintain, and design build finance maintain and operate. So the other thing here to note is that P3 terms can vary greatly, but as a general rule, they usually go between 20 to 30 years as a length of the term for the P3 agreement.
As I discussed the historical perspective to discuss how we got here, the charge. During the 2022 legislative session, the Maryland General Assembly adopted Senate Bill 916, House Bill 739, which was the work group to study the fiscal and operational viability of public-private partnerships for Charles County Public Schools. It charged a work group, and we'll in a moment illustrate who was a part of that work group, to study the public-private partnerships as a model for school construction in Charles County. The bill became effective on June 1st, 2022. The work group was charged with presenting the findings and report by December 31st, 2022 to various stakeholder groups, which included the State Senate, the General Assembly, our county commissioners, the Board of Education. The work group participated in 7 public meetings. The first meeting was conducted on July 27, 2022. And the work group invited staff from Prince George's County Public Schools, Charles County Government, and the town of La Plata to present and discuss various topics at meetings. The report was presented to the Board of Education on December 13, 2022. The purpose. The work group was tasked to study the fiscal and operational viability of using P3 for financing, constructing, maintaining, and operating schools in Charles County. Also, the implementation of a public-private partnership by Charles County Public Schools, how a public-private partnership may relieve the significant burden for funding new school construction and renovations for Charles County Public Schools, make recommendations regarding using public-private partnerships for new school construction, and maintenance and rehabilitation of schools to meet the identified needs at a lower cost. The work group members included 2 senators, Senator Arthur Ellis, Senator Michael Jackson, 2 delegates, Delegate Deborah Davis and Delegate Edith Patterson, 2 members of the Charles County Board of Commissioners, which included Commissioner Thomas C. DeCoates and Commissioner Amanda Stewart, 2 members of the Board of Education. At that time was our current and then former board chair Mike Lucas, and then former board member Jenifer Abel. It also included the chair of the Interagency Commission on School Construction, the IAC as we commonly refer to, and that was the executive director Alex Donahue, the executive director for the Maryland Stadium Authority, Eric Johnson, and the work group also included staff members, including our superintendent, Dr. Maria Navarro, Eric Swartz, our staff attorney, Steve Anders, our director of planning construction, and myself as chief of operations of supporting services.
Okay, from the executive summary of the report, which was December of 2022, in order to conduct the fiscal feasibility analysis, the work group recommended hiring a financial advisor. This was something that was highly advised also by the staff at Prince George's County who had recently gone through it, to go and examine that actual viability. The work group also recommended that funding sources be identified and that the financial advisor would work to look at those funding sources, but then also to take the P3 to the market, to the private investors to determine viability, which would allow us to understand the investment size and to look at a possible package for creation of how many schools could be included in a P3 package. And that is an item that was studied at length with the financial advisor. The work group further recommended the P3 go with the design, finance, construct model for any renovation or construction. And this was because we have done a good job with Charles County Public Schools with our maintenance and our operations of our facilities. However, I do want to comment that one of the things that we did differently with the study was actually to look at the design, build, finance, maintain option. This is slightly different than the original report, and the reason that is you have another funding partner who is into the mix if you go that route, because then you have several partners who participate in the agreements and contribute the capital, and so you're looking at a broader pool of companies that are available and partners that are available for these kinds of agreements. So we wanted to make sure that we looked at the broadest spectrum and sort of the more regularly used type of P3 when we were doing the study with the financial advisor. The work group recommended that P3 be an option for adding capacity when enrollment growth outpaces our capacity. This was studied. This is what you'll see as package number 1. Additionally, they wanted us to the work group suggested looking at the creation of early learning centers for expanded full-day pre-K. As we know, this is a big driver with the blueprint. This was discussed at length and ultimately was decided to be incorporated into P3 packages that were brought forward, but not necessarily as its own item. And the final thing here was that the P3 model, if it were to move forward, would also package several renovation projects together for aging infrastructure through capitalizing on savings through economies of scale, prototype opportunities, capitalizing on deferred maintenance, and the accelerated delivery. And that is what you will see when we talk about packages 2 and 3 that are talked about a little further here.
Next steps is recommended by JLL, again, who was the financial advisor. As demonstrated through the funding analysis, there are challenges regarding the identification of a dedicated funding source for a P3. The anticipated availability payment for packages 2 and 3 are estimated to be approximately $25 million and $29 million, respectively, in their first year that the schools would be available. This payment would increase slightly over the term of the 30 years, as the operating portion would be linked to CPI, the Consumer Price Index. As such, JL presents the key next steps as follows. 1, introduce P3 legislation in Charles County, the result of which would give CCPS another delivery option that would accelerate the enhancement and condition of existing schools while addressing school capacity needs. 2, advocate for additional funding from the county via redirection of existing funding sources towards CCPS, increasing the debt limit or finding ways to increase tax revenues. And 3, socialize the business case for the P3 with key local and state stakeholders to garner support for state funding for an availability payment. And JLL and GWO, who was the architect, they presented this report to the Charles County Commissioners on January 9th, 2024, so roughly a month ago.
So as I mentioned a minute ago, there were 3 potential packages that were studied, and what you see is listed here. The package 1 is to bring forward elementary 24 and middle school 10. These would be 2 new facilities that are in our 10-year outlook. And currently, we have them that the earliest case start would be 2026 for middle school 10 and 2029 for elementary 24. The end result of their study was that the P3 would deliver the buildings a little earlier. They could deliver them in 2028, where the traditional design build would have them come open in 2031, but there was no savings. So it actually cost more with the P3 to do these 2 new schools than it would through the traditional way we do it through the CIP. And really that's because there is no deferred maintenance cost. The availability payment would start in 2028, and as Mr. Heim mentioned, those would be over a 30-year term, and this one would be for package 1 about $15.8 million a year for the next 30 years. Package number 2 was middle school replacements for 3 middle schools, as you see here: Matthew Henson Middle School, John Hanson Middle School, and General Smallwood Middle School. They are not in our CIP for replacement as of now, which was a point that the county finance folks were talking about with the commissioners that at the January 9th meeting, because currently they're not even programmed, so it's not as if they're comparable to where we are now. But if we were to do them starting immediately and the commissioners were to recognize them, the best case scenario would have us opening all 4 of those buildings through the traditional process in 2034. P3 would be 2028. We would have savings through P3 to the tune of about $12.3 million, and mostly due to the deferred maintenance and delivering them all at the same time. But this has a availability payment of $25.4 million for the next 30 years. And then the final package was the elementary schools, which there are 4 of them: Thomas Higdon, Indian Head, Walter J. Mitchell, and Malcolm. And the traditional process would have these available. Again, not all of them are in our CIP. If we were to plug them in immediately, the traditional process would have them having them all ready in 2037, where the P3 could have them all ready in 2028. But the savings here is only $1.5 million, so not as much as the middle schools. And the availability payment here would be $28.5 million yearly for the next 30 years. So
The CCPS staff recommendation. CCPS staff welcomes opportunities for alternative funding sources for new school construction or major renovation projects. Staff is also interested in opportunities that could expedite the design and construction process for the delivery of new schools or the renovation of existing schools. However, neither the work group or the financial advisor identified funding sources for P3 projects. CCPS staff supports our local delegation proposing legislation at the state level to identify a funding source for future P3 projects, knowing our operating budget cannot be identified as a funding source. I'd like to repeat that last comment. Knowing that our operating budget cannot be considered as a funding source. Staff supports the design, finance, and construct model for a school renovation package involving multiple schools to maximize cost savings through the bundling of projects. And one of the reasons why we are cautious is we have a neighboring LEA who's going through this process right now. So they have a 2-phase process for building several new schools as part of a phase 1 and a phase 2. One of the struggles that they are going through right now is they are also in their budget cycle is identifying how they're going to finance their portion through their operating budget. So there's been considerable media attention over the last couple of weeks regarding that. So Prince George's County Public Schools is involved in the current largest P3 partnership for constructing or renovating public schools in the United States at this time. So we are intrigued by that prospect, but again, it is an early stage, and we just want to make sure that we are cautious as we make this consideration. But again, we want to emphasize that through our operating budget, we don't see this as a way for us to fund our share. And also, as we mentioned, with the IAC involved in the work group, just a reminder to the board and the public, our 10-year average through our traditional financing or funding for school construction, which is through the IAC or CIP, on average, our 10-year average is around 10 million. So with any of those three packages that have been identified here, with the lowest at a 15 million per year over 30 years, or to the highest at 29 million over a 30-year period, the CIP is not, again, a funding source that we consider an option at this time.
Yes.
I just want to be clear, so the reason we're coming to you today is when the folks presented to the commissioners, there was a discussion amongst the commissioners wanting to get some feedback from the school board, if there was any language for the delegation, from our local delegation. So that last slide that we have right there is after the analysis that we've done. This is sort of the recommended language that we would propose to the board, since the commissioners asked what would be the perspective from the Board of Education on this topic.
Thank you. I want to clarify, because this is scheduled for action for us. So what you'd want us to vote on is whether or not we're in agreement with your recommendation, right?
Correct.
Not to proceed with.
Right, later in the meeting, yes.
Thank you. If Mr. Lucas doesn't mind, as the former chair, would you like to speak first? I know you love historical perspective.
Sure. Touche. So I think Mr. Heim gave a good summary. I think the first thing I would say is that, the Prince George's model was completely different than what we require here in Charles County. They needed to build schools because of the student population growth and the age of some of their schools. And so they needed it, but they needed it like yesterday. And they fair to say they paid literally to get the school sooner. Okay, so what they traded for in time to get the schools, they're paying for in dollars. And they realize a lot of that savings through the economy of scales of building a lot of stuff at the same time, being able to order things and having people doing the same tasks, and they get better at doing the tasks. They can build things better and quicker. So I just want to make that point that we're not in the same mode. And it sounds great when someone says, "Oh, P3, look, we can find somebody to do this." But keep in mind, they're not doing it because they're great, kind people. They're doing it because they're a business and they want to make a dollar. And I got nothing against that. And I think the two important things, and this is a very well-crafted statement here, the recommendation, is that if anything is done in the future, that it should be the design finance construct and not the maintain, because we do a great job. Our folks here do a fantastic job in maintaining schools, and I don't think we need to entertain that. And the other key thing, as was mentioned, is the funding source. And if someone outside of the county wants to drop $100 million in our lap and say, go build something, well, we can do that. The other thing, and were you going to go through you included the presentation, or you, by the contractor, you're not going to go through that? I mean, it's kind of long.
I did post that to the public.
Yeah, the JL,
so
yeah, I saw that.
With us if we need to refer to anything in it today.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if it was for package 2 and 3. I know it was for one of them. It involved really raising, you don't get to say that word too much, raise with a Z, completely tearing down the schools like we did with mud and rebuilding them, and doing it, I believe, simultaneously.
Good.
So
I don't know about the last part, but I know it involved completely raising the schools.
both packages 2 and 3 would be replacement schools, not renovations. So that is a little different than what we've done. The buildings
Correct.
that we've done before have all been renovations. Replacement is build a new, tear down the old.
And in those packages, it was proposed that they are done simultaneously.
So,
So let me just finish if I could, please. So we need to think about what are we doing with all those students in those schools if in fact, yeah.
so no, you would occupy the schools until the new school is constructed, and once the new school is constructed, then they would come back and tear down
Yes.
the old school. So one of our neighboring jurisdictions has done that a couple
So-
times. So with, over in Calvert, they did that with Northern High School, and then they're gonna be doing that with Northern Middle School. So you
So-
occupy the old building while the new building's being constructed, construction is complete, then you go back and they tear down the old building.
Does that presume that those, we'll just call them new schools, are on the same site as the existing school?
Yes.
Okay. So then you get to go to school for 2 years with construction sounds, but, okay, got it. All right, well, the last part, that alleviates the need for having to put the students somewhere. So I think that's it. If I can answer anything else, let me know, but Mr. Hyman, Mr. Andritz were an integral part of this, obviously.
Okay, who was first? I'm sorry. Mr. Hancock and then Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I have a question, and Mr. Lucas kind of alluded to this. So typically, and it's a question that I really would like an answer on. Typically, when you go into an endeavor like this with a private partner, you're in a business where you're making a profit, and obviously the school system monetarily doesn't generate a profit. So, what would incentivize a private partner to partner with a public agency such as the school system? Now, is it that they're going to gain something, or are they just financing money and we're paying it back at a high interest rate?
So it's a bit of a combination of both. Yes, the
Okay.
interest or the money that you're getting from them is definitely more expensive than the money that the county can get or that the state gets through the traditional processes. But the private partners are making money through the expediency of their process and through the multiple buying opportunities that they're doing. So in the example that was mentioned by Mr. Lucas with Prince George's County, with them doing 6 middle schools at one time, they were able to do mass quantity purchasing for 6 middle schools that are very similar. And so they can construct, plumbing, bathroom sets in similar ways and have them all done and just almost do them in a
Mass production.
in sort of a factory setting so that they can build them quicker and a little more cost effectively. So some of those kinds of options also add to the cost savings that they're able to generate.
So essentially, it's the ability, the plus side for them would be able to do multiple projects at once.
Yes.
And also, the interest rate would probably be higher, so it's a win-win. And then we can get projects done sooner without having to, so we wouldn't have to wait for the state to fund us for certain projects. Is that correct?
And going back to Steve's point about the design aspect and the prototype schools, as you'll see with options 2 and 3, they package together middle schools, then you package together elementary schools again to hopefully, idealistically use that prototype. So you're saving on design and architectural and engineering fees on that, and that's what Prince George's County did. So their first phase, they built 5 middle schools, and their 6th school was a K through 8. But you're going to use a similar design to cut back on those expenses. And as Mr. Lucas said, when you're also then building all those schools around the same time, that's the scope of the work and the bundling and the getting all those materials at one time. So when you're buying in the bulk, there are potential savings with the the tremendous cost of the materials and resources that go into those buildings.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's all I have, and thank you for the answers. That helps me out a lot, and I think it's good for the public to see, why would we be looking at this as an option? And as right now, we're just supporting the recommendation, but it helps to answer a lot of questions on what exactly the P3 partnership is. So it was a great presentation. Thank you.
Yes. Ms. Smith, Ms. Kramer, and Ms. Thomas.
Well, hello. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Hine, Mr. Andritz. You were helping me to expand my school board vocabulary, because to me, P3 is for the blueprint. It's the career readiness pillar, so thank you for that expansion. Just for the public, because I know it was mentioned that JLL was the group that you all worked with to provide the feasibility study, correct? Okay.
Yes.
So I'm curious, it was mentioned that some of these schools were not in the CIP plan or in the layout that we have. So how did they come upon kind of offering these schools when it's not necessarily in our CIP?
So there was, as Mr. Hine mentioned, we partnered with JLL, but we also partnered with GWWO, who's an architect. And we did an assessment of the facilities, and that's in part of the original study. And part of what they did was looking at the schools. So we started by identifying data that the state had put out recently, with their analysis and looking at the FCI scores, which is, FCI stands for Facility Condition Index, which is a sort of an industry standard term that's out there for commercial buildings that has to do with the life expectancy of the building. And so how much useful life of each system and of the building in general is left, and it's on a percentage. And so we looked at this and sort of broke these schools up into 60% or greater FCI outside the growth area and 50% or greater with future capacity constraints, using that state data because it had recently been a large assessment that had been done. And so that's how we started to narrow down the schools, and we took that and then went with the architect and actually walked the buildings and assessed them and looked at them. Now, was it a extremely detailed deep dive into everything? No, it was a overall look at the facilities, but it was taking that state data and then trying to further focus it to figure out how do we narrow these packages to create some opportunities.
And the reason why we selected GWO is they're actually one of our on-call architects, but more importantly, back in 2013, 2014, we contracted with them at the time to do a study of all of our facilities, and that was under the suggestion at the time of the executive director of the IAC, and now I'm drawing a blank. Dr. Lever. And that's, we refer to that report a number of times over the past several years, but that was the report, and keep in mind, this was 2014 terms, but they, at the time, made a recommendation to us to address our facilities, and at that time, it had a ticket price of $500 million. So at this time, it would be much considerably higher, but also keep in mind at that time, that was before we started addressing open space schools. So at that time, we had 11 open space schools when that study was conducted, and through several of our renovations at a larger scale at the CIP level, but also on a local level, we've been able to address enclosing some of those open space schools. And just to remind the board and the public, we are currently in the process of taking care of our last 3 open space schools with the project that's going on at Pico, which has started this past summer and will continue on through the next 2 summers. And then we look to start Indian Head's open space enclosure the summer of 2025. That could be a 2 to 3 year project. And then the last open space enclosure would be at James Craik Elementary School. And we have, thanks to the county, secured funding for those 3 projects.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up to that. I know that the cost of material was mentioned in Mr. Hancock's question. It can fluctuate. So this is sort of a best estimate given today's numbers. How much leeway is provided kind of in these types of budgets to account for potential sort of 2, 3, 5% markups, 3 or 4 years from now, if we were to proceed with something like this and actually get a partner? Like how much wiggle room do we have there financially?
So, and I'll speak it from the traditional side from first of all. So when we put a project out to bid, knowing that it's going to be a 2 or 3 year project, that's one of the things that the general contractors who are putting forth the bid have to consider, looking at the market and what could happen over the next 2 or 3 years. So when they put together their bidding package, they are considering the current inflation rates and trying to then project inflation rates over the next 2 to 3 years while that project is occurring. So With this, we're just, recommending a specific project. So the numbers that are, put forth right now are current numbers. So if at the state level, legislation does get enacted and they do identify a funding source, once we would then put out, bids for a project or, the scaling of these projects, then the general contractors who would bid would have to take those things into consideration.
And JLL did build in cost escalation, but I don't remember the exact number. It's somewhere in the range of about 3 to 5%. So it's only going to be good for a certain amount of time. If this is a thing that happens in 3 to 5 years, then these numbers are obviously going to need to be reassessed.
Absolutely.
One thing that the state does, the IAC, is on a yearly basis, because of the CIP, they put out what the cost per square foot is for construction, and as you can well guess, those costs have nothing but increasing over the last several years.
Thank you both.
Okay, we're a little behind time, but I wanted to get the final comments. So I believe it was Ms. Kramer, Ms. Samisha Thomas, and then Ms. Butler Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. Thank you all for this presentation. I think it's helpful. I did have an opportunity to watch the last half of the presentation to the Board of Commissioners. So you answered a lot of the questions that I had from watching that presentation. One thing I just wanted to point out that I thought that I heard during the Board of Commissioners presentation, and wanted you all to just confirm if I heard correctly or maybe I didn't, is that one of the things that we give up is sort of the autonomy with design for the schools when we enter into this partnership. Is that correct? Because you're sort of like making a cookie cutter like school, and they're going to duplicate that across multiple schools, and that's one of the ways that this whole process is designed and why some of the benefits are realized, because we don't really get the autonomy to sort of design the schools the way that we would like. Is that did I understand that correctly?
Yes, you're correct. We would give them general guidelines on what we'd be looking for, and then it's up to them to pull all that together.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And then just one additional point I just wanted to make. I know that Prince George's we talked a lot about, because they, I guess most recently, and I don't know when they started their whole P3 project. Do either of you know when that began, when they went into phase 1? I know they're just getting ready to go into phase 2, but
So the phase 1 schools are all officially open now. Most of them opened last summer, with the final one, the K-8, actually opening in November or December of 23, so just recently.
Okay.
But I believe the process of getting that started took several years, so I can't give you an exact date, but I believe it's at least 3 years back.
Okay,
that they
so-
started with that.
Okay, so just because again, I read some information about it online, and there's some articles about how that has gone for Prince George's County, and just want, for the benefit of my colleagues and the members of the public to understand that now they're facing some challenges going into phase 2. So they received, I think, 6 schools through phase 1, and that worked out sort of, I guess, mostly how they anticipated it would or hoped it would. But now going into phase 2, the school system is being asked to use operating budget funds. And so that would be one of my main concerns as a board member, and also committing the school system to that long of a contract, because we don't know what's going to happen in a year or two. So committing to that amount of money for such a long period of time would just be one of the concerns I have. And then reading what is happening in Prince George's County and how that's evolving sort of gives me pause on this. So just wanted to go on the record to say that. But thank you all again for your presentation and for the information.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. Ms. Samisha Thomas.
Hi, thank you. I'll be brief, but historically, I think I looked at one of the briefings that says we get about 50% of less of the funding we request for CIP than what we actually get. Is that accurate?
Correct.
So if we find ourselves in that kind of situation, then I guess the correlation would also be that we would get, if we committed ourselves to 30 years, we'd always be struggling to make that bill, if you will, every year. So I guess to Ms. Kramer's point, I also would be concerned about having that bill for 30 years and not really understanding the projections of the landscape of what our school district may need or what it will look like, but still having that consistent bill. The other question I have is, after we did the study, are there any things that we can learn from the study that will allow us to possibly adjust some of what we are looking for, how we can support the schools? I mean, as Mr. Lucas said, we do a good job of making sure we maintain the schools. I mean, we don't have crumbling and cracking schools where, you know, water is spilling on children and it's not safe. So I think because it's not a safety issue, but a capacity issue at times, because we know our county is growing, are there things that we have learned that may allow us to adjust a little bit what we're already doing without then having to foot this large bill?
I think when we get into a period where we are building schools at a quicker pace, then one of the things we could do is consider a prototype school. The reason why we've not done that so over the last 15 years is because we opened Neal Elementary School in 2008, and then we didn't open our next new elementary school until 2019 with Billingsley. So over that 10-year period, things change at the state and local level with codes, and also with with green schools and such, and then also meeting LEED Silver. But if we get into the point where we are building schools or overlapping schools at the same time, as long as they're in the same size and scope, that's something that we can consider using prototype schools, and there would be savings there through that design, engineering, and architect phase.
Okay.
And the comment I would add there is that they have to be at the same level.
Okay.
So you can't use a prototype for an elementary school on a middle school. They'd have to be continual versions of elementary schools.
Okay.
And there was a time going back to the late 90s, and one of my former predecessors talked about there was a likelihood at that point with the way enrollment trends were going that we were kind of probably be building one school per year over a 10-year period. And then things happened with the economy, where the economy crashed, and that did not happen. But one of the things at that time was considering prototype schools, again, as Steve mentioned, when they're at that same level.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I think that's also useful. And I think that the last comment would be, if the O&M costs are the thing that seems to like tie us up with this. Like there seemed to be like that presentation was a promise of a savings for O&M costs, but it doesn't really seem like that's accurate when you compare even the apples and oranges. There's no real O&M cost savings based on the numbers that you gave, like $30 million. I mean, 30 years, 15.8, like it just doesn't seem like you're saving anything. But we do need new schools. I think that's something we address for capacity, but I just didn't see a savings out of that totally, so.
From my perspective, to kind of sum up, it gets what you want at a quicker rate. But you're financing it over a longer period of time than through the traditional funding source. So if we go through the CIP, in most cases, we're getting our state share over a 4 to 5 year period, and then we've paid off that project. And typically, we get our county share at usually a 2 to 3 year period, and they've taken care of their share. So you're getting what you want in a quicker period of time, but looking at the long-term scale of it is that you're financing it over 30. So in the long run, it's going to cost you more
Right.
over that 30-year period.
Okay, my last comment I will say is that I think if the commissioners want to go find us money, I'm happy to take it, right? Happy to take that money to do something great with it, but I do want to be fiscally responsible because you are all taxpayers and we want to spend the money judiciously as possible, so thanks so much.
Thank you. Ms. Butler-Washington.
I will be quick. Thank you for the presentation. The P3, I'm very familiar with that because the federal government does that. And the cost saving is when you buy in bulks and you have a similar design, because that's where your money is in the design. So if they're going to do a design all the way through the same for elementary and for middle school, that's another savings there. And when you look at the pieces of them building it to where you, the years that you want to build it, it also is a saving to the parents and to the future students that's coming in. So we don't physically see a savings like in money, but you see a savings in you getting your buildings, you when they construct and go buy your products and buy the stuff and everything, it's real cheap because they buying in big bucks and stuff. So the government understands that once they do that, then that's the saving, and we're both are satisfied at the same time, because when you do one at a time, it's a lot of money. And your contingency, I know we don't understand that when you're billing for 5 and 6 years, you're gonna have to pay a contingency fee of 20%. That's where the money comes from. And if you don't use it off, they give it back to you. So that saves them. But also when you're going through this, to prevent longer frames where they setbacks and stuff, what you do is you also put in contingency that you must meet these deadlines, that general contractor must do that. That's how that gives us savings and give us a cure. So if they don't commit their stuff, the money come out of their pockets. If they on time, we continue to keep paying. So I do see the benefit because I lived it. I'm living it. So that's why I know that it works. And this is something that is well overdue because you're not building a school, different school every time, because that's where the money eats up at. You have come up with a scheme and saying, hey, I'm going to build all the elementaries like this. Because back in the day, that's what we did anyway. So it saved us money. So in the elementaries, we built the deal the same. So I feel that, this, what you're doing, you just jumped up 20 years because the government been doing it about 40 or 50 years. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I know, I just real quickly, if we're going to be voting on this or considering voting on this later, the line here, the recommendation where you say P3 projects knowing our operating budget cannot be identified as a funding source, I think, and maybe we can talk offline if I'm correct here, the other thing I'd like to have, and Ms. Thomas alluded to it, is that it shouldn't impact our CIP for other things that we already have planned. Because they may magically find this money and they say, here's all this, and your entire CIP is going to be dedicated to building this and all these other projects that we have. So if superintendent agrees, if we could think about language to include in that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Did you want to respond, Dr. Navarro?
No, I think the board just doing action has to take an eye. Mr. Lucas has to introduce it, and if he has, we can help him write a quick sentence, and then the board has to agree, then I can amend the language.
Okay.
Great.
Okay. I just wanted to quickly reiterate what Mr. Heim said, that our operating budget cannot be used as a funding source, and that is my fear, that we inherit this, and then for whatever reason, it doesn't go as planned, and now we're on the hook to finishing these schools. And I think Mr. Lucas made a great point about this model somewhat successfully working in Prince George's, but that's not necessarily our needs. And I agree with Ms. Thomas that based on what you presented, I'm not seeing a significant savings for us. I did want to ask, just to clarify again, because this is up for action this evening, that your recommendation is that we not utilize the P3 model. So that's, just to clarify that, is that correct?
So I'll just interject because we gotta move forward.
Yeah.
Our recommendation is that you submit the following paragraph, but there may be modifications or additional statements back to the commissioners as our response.
Okay, and then I wanted to follow up with the next steps then, because it's not ultimately our decisions. I wanted to.
So all we were asked from the commissioners was the perspective from the board. As soon as the board approves this, then we will send that as our formal response to the commissioners, and then they can adjust their message, our message, and move it forward to the legislators, so up to Annapolis and our representatives.
All right, well, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Heim, thank you so much. Much appreciated. And next up is Ms. Miller with the Blueprint update.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday.
Shrove Tuesday, Fat Tuesday.
Oh, yes, Mardi Gras. Yes.
It's here now tonight.
Right?
I'm telling you, if you've never been, there is a negative connotation when it comes to that. It is actually very family friendly.
Ah.
You should check it out. Okay, so I am not here to talk about that. I am here to talk about the blueprint and give you some updates. I missed you last month. I was hoping for snow, as Ms. Thomas was saying earlier. I love snow days.
Me too.
So I'm going to talk with you about some submission changes between last year, 2023, and 2024. If you remember last year, we had a very long document, 164 questions that we had to submit that was due on March 15th of 2023. And so some changes for this year is there is a phased-in submission for 2024, which gives us some additional time to think creatively, work with our stakeholder groups, and to really think of innovative solutions to address some of the questions and move forward with our plans. So we do have 5 questions that are due on March 15th, and these questions are very reflective in nature. It's asking us as a system how we address alignment with the blueprint to our strategic plans and our goals. How do we communicate with stakeholders? What are the changes that are required system-wide for implementation? What challenges have we seen, and how are we monitoring that progress of our blueprint plan? So as I said previously, we had 164 questions that we had to submit last year. This year, we have much shorter number of questions that are required. And everybody gets really excited about this. It's exciting, but within each question, there are several questions. So they kind of tricked us a little bit, thinking that it was less information to submit, but it's really, it's pretty similar in the amount of information that we have to submit. Questions were updated by pillar, and there are some overall 16 questions were updated, and there are 13 new questions. If you remember last year's focus, especially with pillar 3, really focused on pre-K through grade 5. Pillar 3 this year is really focusing on grades 6 through 12. So there are some new questions that are in there. But again, it is misleading because you think, wow, 29 questions, Chris, this is going to be great. It's really 164 questions that are just within 29. What we also have to submit is, if you remember, with the blueprint for Pillar 1, there is a requirement to have private providers part of the pre-K population when it comes to implementation for pre-K. Every district in the state of Maryland will be requesting a waiver because as of 23-24, we are to have 35% of our pre-K slots are to be private, from private providers. And we have under probably 10 to 15 slots that are private providers. I do want to give a shout out though to the Title I office, who's been doing tremendous work with our private providers, especially in those catchment zones that serve the Tier 1 students, trying to build the capacity with those private providers so they can become partners within our school system and apply for those grants that are available to become private providers for pre-K. We also have to prove that we have had that 10% salary increase above the contractual amount, and that was between the dates of July 1, 2019 and June 30, 2024. And we have made that 10% salary increase. Our career ladder plan is due in July of 2024, but it is not going to be, it doesn't need to start implementation until the following year. Also with the blueprint comes this comprehensive literacy plan. I don't know, I shared this information with the principals that our new interim state superintendent has been known to raise the literacy scores when she was the state superintendent of Mississippi. They called her behind her back, which I think is great, the Mississippi Miracle. They went from 50th in literacy to 21st under her leadership. So she is really coming in and has a huge emphasis on literacy. And with that is coming direct support also from MSDE. So we're gonna see some school visits and some central office visits. We had a plan that we had to provide to MSDE for our pre-K through 5 literacy plan. We are waiting for feedback back from MSDE for that, and we have to have a full literacy plan in place by June 30th of 2024. We also have a comprehensive math literacy. That plan for pre-K through 5 is due in September of 2024, and then that full plan has to be in place. We'll receive lots of feedback from that before implementation. And Dr. Wright and her staff they've been very open to say this plan that you're submitting isn't about a gotcha. We're not trying to get anybody in trouble. We're not trying to make anybody feel bad. We're here to be support for you and to help you with your plans moving student achievement forward. So I wanted to give you some information about those expert review teams, updates. McDonough had their first site visit. That was January 24th and 25th. I want to give a shout out to Principal Russell and his high school resource teacher, Miss Gwendolyn Todd. They did an excellent job submitting all of these documents that are required prior to the visit. They submit evidence of implementation about a month prior to the visit. And they were so gracious, Mr. Russell and Ms. Todd. They held a reflection session with our 3 other schools that have not gone through the process yet, because as you know, everybody's nervous about everybody coming in. So I am very appreciative of the McDonough team to answer any questions that our other schools had. Gail Bailey and Henson submitted their site visit document on January 31st. Their site visits are February 21st and 22nd. Between the 2 schools, they submitted over 200 artifacts to show implementation of the blueprint. So it is very time consuming on their part to have to do this work. I've been meeting, I was at McDonough 1 day a week for probably 6 weeks. I can't do the work for them, but I can certainly be a thought partner. I've been teaming with all of the schools to sit there and just think of ask those important questions. What is it they're doing? What does it look like? And how can we show others that come into the school what it is that your school is doing? And the site visits, I want to give a shout out to all the central office staff that have provided coverage, because if you remember, part of that expert review team process was that there are focus groups for our teachers. So they have to spend about 45 minutes outside of their classes. So we have been providing that support to the schools here at central office, so we don't have to pay for substitutes. So there's an easy transition from the teacher leaving and then having a teacher to facilitate learning. And then Lackey, their site visit isn't until March 20th and 21st. I'm meeting with Miss Davis and Assistant Principal Hodges on Friday, actually, to go back out there and to help provide that Think Partner support for the expert review teams. There will likely be many more expert review team visits next school year. The blueprint requires a minimum of the number of schools within the state to have a visit. And to be honest with you, I don't think that MSDE, they're going to make that minimum number. So with the literacy plans, with the site visits that are coming along with that, that is how MSDE and AIB are going to make that minimum criteria for the school visits to take place this school year. Questions?
Okay, I saw Ms. Butler Washington hand.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, Chris. I just got a couple of questions.
Okay.
I saw on your site you had the career lateral on there.
Yes.
And just for the public, I just want you to explain the MOU between CPS, Tri-County, and College of Southern Maryland. How is that related to the blueprint? And what are the responsibilities of the career counselors in each school, and who is monitoring that they are actually doing the work?
Okay, well, so according to Pillar 3 of the blueprint, there is a partnership between the local workforce development and the local workforce development board and the College of Southern Maryland to provide career counseling services for our students in grades 6 through 12. And what that looks like, because we share a local workforce development board with Calvert and St. Mary's, and it may not look exactly the same for all three of the districts. So the purpose was for these career advisors and coaches to help explore different careers and to embed that into the work of the school day. So I'm not really well versed in exactly what is happening on a daily basis, but I'm sure Mr. Lowndes would be more than happy to come up here and help me. Thank you, Mr. Lowndes.
Good afternoon. Good to see everyone. So I just want to add that we added for the first time this year some career coaches to our middle schools, and we're in the process right now of working with them and training with them. And we have Excella, which is a program which students will put in their information about what their interests are, and they'll have an opportunity to look at what types of careers match their interest. But it also helps us put in their grades and keeps track of, special things that they're doing for portfolios. So when they do apply to colleges, it's a place where they can keep their things and have things and build it up over time. So that by the time they're a senior, they have a wealth of information within that as well. But we're in the process of working with those folks, and we have someone here at central office that also came with this position that oversees the career coaches both at the middle school and at the high school. The positions at the high schools were elevated this year. We had career advisors at the high school prior to this year, but we have beefed up their job, and we've elevated that job so that they are taking on more of the career aspect of it. Before, they focused more on the college and helping kids identify colleges and get ready and fill out the FAFSA. They're still doing that, but they're also looking at the career as well. We are working with the career development workforce. We met with them earlier this week, actually, or I guess it was the end of it was Monday. And we are looking at the plan that was developed and where some gaps are, and we're going to meet with them again and fill in those gaps to talk a little bit about how we can do some more support for our schools, our students at the middle school and at the high school level. So I'll be able to bring back more information once we build that plan and we have a stronger understanding on how we're working together.
Okay, and I definitely understand that, because the reason I asked is I got an 8th grader. So I asked her about have she started this, and she didn't know what I was talking about. So I said, well, let me ask the question, because I know I read the MOU, and I think that Miller Summers has a career developer there. So I just was wondering what kind of measurements we can put in place to make sure that this is actually doing, because the state paying money for this, want to make sure that our students are actually doing it. I know you say you have a program, but I wanted the feedback from them careers, because if you put your information in there, the thing about a system is it can't come back and talk back to you and say nothing to you. So with that career counselor, what it does is it's able to bounce back off. If it says a child put all her stuff in there and said, you're supposed to be a nurse. I know my child, she ain't supposed to be no nurse. So she could be able to ask those extra questions and stuff. So that's why I say the benefit pays in if we can make sure that we put this in practice sooner rather than later, because it's an excellent tool, because we know all kids are not going to go to college. So we want to make sure we prepare them either way they live. When they leave Charles County School, they are going to be adding to the economy instead of being on the backs of the community.
No, I agree. And so one of the trainings that our folks are going to get is, and are starting to receive now, is how to talk to students about what their interests are, and try to get more information out of them. Because sometimes when you talk to a middle school student, it's hard to get anything other than I want to be a professional athlete, or I want to be,
To be rich.
So, one of the trainings is to try to get to teach our folks how to talk and speak with students to pry their interest out of them, other than one or two things.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Ellis. I might call you back.
Ms. Smith, and then Ms. Kramer.
Just briefly, two statements and a question.
Yeah.
I think the first statement, sort of off the back of Ms. Butler-Washington's comment, is one of the definite values of having a school board where you actually have parents who are serving is that we are in the thick of it. So I have two middle schoolers who are reveling from having the college and career advisors in the school because they're now going to have a job shadowing opportunity. I believe it's next week.
That's awesome.
Emails were sent to parents for that particular middle school, and I believe it's happening at other middle schools as well, that there's an opportunity here. Of course, it's up to parents to help their kids find that opportunity, to transport them. There's a waiver that has to be assigned. I mean, there's a whole series of things. But my kid came to me and said, I want to be an environmental engineer. I have no clue what that is. But we absolutely together did some research. We winnowed it down. We spoke with a couple of people, and she has an opportunity. The other one wants to be a chef. We're looking for some opportunities, but that was not available to them last year.
Right.
Excuse me, that was not available to my 9th grader when she was in middle school. Granted, it was COVID times, thick in COVID. But now that that's available to middle schoolers and our high schoolers now, phenomenal, phenomenal. So that's one statement. So very excited for that. My question, I'll kind of sandwich them together. My question is around, I know that last year when we made the submission, there were some issues in terms of the 130 plus questions that went out. And then they came back and said, well, actually, we asked for you to be kind of thin in your detail. We now need more. Have they given you clearer guidance in terms of what you are to submit? And a secondary portion of that is, I also know that there were issues between the AIB and MSDE in terms of their sequenced review, where you have feedback that the other branch hadn't necessarily reviewed.
So they have.
So has that been
yes,
streamlined?
that has been streamlined.
Oh, good.
Which is very nice. Yes, that has been streamlined. Each of the questions does have some criteria for success within each question, but I do anticipate that there will be times for us to have to make some clarifications in our responses, and I think everybody's anticipating that. One of the things that we are doing and that we are participating in is that every week, every Monday from 11 to 12, there's office hours that are held. And the office hours are sponsored by AIB and MSDE, and they are on specific topics. So when we have questions and as we are generating our responses to each of the pillars, we are able to go to these office hours and to ask questions. But I do anticipate, just like anytime we submit something, whether it be our strategic plan for our ESSER plans, that there's always going to be clarifying questions that will probably be asked of us. And I think all of the LEAs are anticipating, and we have plans for that as well. We do have, even though it's not due until May 1st, we have internal things taking place within our district as well. We have the blueprint responses are due on March 18th to me. And so what I do is I go through and I review them as somebody who isn't writing all of the responses to the questions to see, do they align? Do they make sense? Does it look like that it's coming from the narrative of one person? From that, we do have 2 separate feedback sessions that are internal, that are taking half a day, where we have several other groups come in and read our responses and match them to the criteria for success. We're also going to have some feedback sessions that are open to the community, similarly to that we've had in the past. And we're going to look at having an additional town hall session focused on the feedback in April. And this is all prior to us submitting the May blueprint.
My last comment is, well, thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Last comment is, the blueprint is the law of the land. Well, the law of Maryland, I should say, not the land.
Yeah.
But the land of Maryland.
It is.
It is our law. So, and I think people definitely need to know that this is a foundational expectation. That's not to say that we can't go further or go faster or sooner.
Yes.
But it's the law of the land. So I definitely want to extend kudos to the principals that you worked with during the expert review teams for all the artifacts that they were able to present, because that just says to me that they're doing not just the base expectation, but more. And they're
Yes.
so proud of the work that they are doing.
They are.
I also think this feeds into our budget conversations with our fiscal stakeholders beyond central office, just in terms of what our state superintendent wants to see relative to literacy and sort of our vision for reading and learning within our county. So definitely want to fold those talking points in whenever we kind of go out and we speak to the commissioners and our delegates around the structure of our budget and the fact that it feeds not only the community's expectations, but also the state's.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kramer, and then Ms. Samisha Thomas will be the final point. We're about 20 minutes over.
Okay.
We gotta hustle.
I'll be as quick as I can, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Sorry to be
No,
cracking on y'all today,
absolutely.
but you understand.
No. Absolutely. I'm going to try to stay on track with you. Thank you again for being here, Ms. Mulholland Miller. And so just a couple of points. So one, to piggyback off of with what Ms. Smith said. So I have noticed something in the middle schools as well. As you know, I have a middle schooler who's in 6th grade, and I just want to give kudos to even the school counselors who are not in the career counselor position, right? So it's something separate. But my son is going through course selection right now, which I'm sure many of our middle schoolers are, right? For next year. And I had a conversation with the school counselor. She called me because I emailed her about some questions and, trying to get the best path for my son for next year with the courses, because they have some options, and trying to discuss that with him. And I just wanted to just sort of illustrate how even the school counselors are embracing their role and embracing the role of the blueprint, because she had conversations, met with all the students, including my son, and sort of explained to them, hey, Spanish is now available for you. This is a graduation requirement. So if you want to free up more options in high school, I would recommend, that you go ahead and get this out of the way. And like having those type of strategic conversations at the middle school level, I think, is so invaluable, right?
Absolutely.
And so, then we talked and made sure we were on the same page about what we thought was best, for my son. And I know she's done it with some other parents as well. And I just appreciate that, because it's, not just one position or two positions, the leadership positions at the school. Everyone has to sort of embrace, what the blueprint has to offer and how we all can come together to sort of make all of its benefits come to fruition. And so just wanted to shout out the school counselors there, and in particular Ms. Haskins at Mattawoman. So she is doing a great job in her role there and helping the students, because that goes along with, to me, the career counselors' work, because, we're saying here, consider these options for course selection, because then when you get to high school and you have additional options for post-secondary, these will impact the decisions you make now in middle school, will impact what's available to you or what options you have in high school. So I felt like that was really important to just highlight. So just wanted to say that. And I have a couple of questions. So I know that with the private pre-K providers, we've had challenges since the beginning. And based on what you said today, with every county in the state requesting a waiver, we're not alone in that. Just wanted to clarify, with the 10 slots that we do approximately have available, the school system or the state is providing some type of compensation to the providers. Okay, so just wanted to clarify that for the public, that is sort of, I guess, their incentive, right?
They're receiving like a per student funding for their tier 1 students.
Right.
Just like the school system is receiving the same.
Okay, so I think there was some question around that, so just wanted to clarify that for me and for the public. My second question is with regard to the literacy plan that the interim superintendent, state superintendent has requested. Is this something new, or is this something we were already working on? Can you give a little more context on that?
So we were required in our submission last year to provide a plan around literacy. So this is more of an expansion of that, because remember, with our plan, we are limited to the number of words that we can submit in pages. So this is much more detailed in the plan itself, and it's asking for key components about professional learning, implementation, how we're monitoring, what interventions look like, how do we evaluate the effectiveness of this. So it's much more detailed than what was required for the blueprint.
Okay, thank you, because I was kind of confused. I was like, I thought literacy
Right.
plan was already
Yeah.
included, but this is sort of an enhancement to what
Absolutely.
the original requirement. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that. And then my final question is, with the expert review team visits, when could we expect to receive feedback from those?
So I spoke to my counterpart in Baltimore County, and they received, it took about 3 months for the schools to receive the feedback. So what is nice about the feedback is that the principal will receive a report from MSDE and has the opportunity to review the feedback, and if there's like a glaring concern that something was misrepresented in the report, the principals have the opportunity to submit additional artifacts or to talk to MSDE that says, wait a minute, what do you mean you didn't see any questioning taking place in this lesson, you know, and talk to the teacher, there's lesson plans. So there is an opportunity for the principal to respond back to MSDE, but what we're finding is that it's taking around 3 months' time.
Okay, thank you. So looking forward to probably the end of the school year. We'll have some feedback.
Hopefully,
Okay,
yeah.
great. Thank you so much again.
Fantastic. Thank you. I believe Ms. Samisha Thomas.
Thank you. I'll be really brief. Thank you for the update. And Ms. Creamer kind of stole my thunder a little bit. I really wanted to have some details, and in the essence of being brief, some details about the literacy plan. And I know there was a literacy plan submitted. I know there's one being done, but so the expansion is really getting more of the if you will, devil in the details about how the execution of the literacy plans are. Do you expect that that's a really heavy lift? That the expansion is a really heavy lift for the response, and also are you feeling like you have to augment more information or materials?
I would like to invite Mr. Lau.
We'll phone a friend.
Phone a friend.
It's a great question. So I think they wanted more details on how we were enacting the science of reading and how we were training our teachers and making sure that everyone had the foundation to be able to teach the foundational skills really in the early grades, and then how do you build on that in the later grades.
Right.
And so it's something that we're already doing. And so what we had to do was put on paper, and we presented, I think last year, to the board on the reading program that we have here in Charles County, and make sure that the board had it. I think it's very comprehensive. I think we hit all the spots that we were being asked to hit. Once again, it was a draft that we had to submit to the state, and then we're going to get feedback. So I can share the plan once we receive back from the state, and we might have to make some modifications if the state requires it.
Well, thank you for that. That's really helpful, because I know there are a lot of parents who were last year when the reading plan, I watched the board meeting when we talked about reading. I know the science of reading is really important to lots of parents, because at those foundational levels, it's extremely important to develop good reading skills, phonics awareness, and all of those things that meet the various types of learners. Right. And so I think the plan was comprehensive, which is why I asked the question, do we have a lot of work to, a lot to do in order to be able to submit that? Because I too thought that plan was pretty comprehensive. So for, I guess, the benefit of the public, we didn't have a lot of work to do, so there wasn't a huge delta between what we've been doing in practice in our county and what we needed to submit, but it was more just documenting it better is what I hear you saying. Okay, so that was my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
Very quickly,
Mr. Lucas.
the private and pre-K slots, do you have an idea of like where our delta is about what was expected of us, and then where we're at? I want to make sure I got that right.
Oh, yeah. So in 22-23, it started at, we were to be at 30% for the private providers, and then it increases 5% every year up until 26-27, when it's supposed to be 50%.
And where are we?
I would say we are
That's what I'm asking.
well below,
Like single digits?
yes.
Thank you. All right. All right.
Did you want to add something? No? Okay. All right. Thank you so
Thank
much, Ms.
you.
Miller. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Schwartz, legislative update, please, on the policy review process.
I'm sure it's just
Yes.
spaces, right, not providers,
Gotta get
I
a short
think.
break, I'm
Yeah.
just saying. Good afternoon.
Right in the middle of the session, as you know. My report is online on Board Docs. I indicated in that report that I posted this morning that there were over 3,000 bills that have been filed in Annapolis. That's been now updated to about 3,500 bills.
Wow.
So bills are flying in, but this is probably the end of what we'll be expecting this session and the number of bills. I'm not going to go through all 3,500 bills right now. What I'll do is just highlight just 4 bills particularly, but then I can certainly address any other bills you'd like to discuss. The first bill I'm going to discuss is the bill I mentioned at the last meeting we had, House Bill 151, concerning the vacancy on the Board of Education for Charles County. That bill was put in by Delegate Patterson. I reviewed it at the last meeting. But basically what it does is set a timeline for filling vacancies on our board. We asked Delegate Patterson to put some amendments onto that bill, and when she testified at the hearing, and she was the only person testifying, she did indicate that there would be amendments coming, so we're hoping that those amendments will be followed rather soon. That bill has not been voted on yet by House Ways and Means Committee. Not surprising, because so far no bills have been voted out of committees yet. They're still trying to go through the initial hearings on bills. The next bill I'm going to discuss is House Bill 1426, Senate Bill 1102, which deals with the blueprint. This bill includes the amendments that the AIB has proposed to the blueprint. I will preface that by saying that leadership has basically given the message that the blueprint is not going to be changed. It's moving forward. We're on a track moving forward. We're not going to back down. But the AIB has indicated that there are some tweaks to the bill, to the law, that are required, including, fortunately, we think, extending several deadlines that are currently in place. That bill, we think, is necessary. I'm hoping that bill does move despite leadership's message, because what the bill does is, I think, strengthens the blueprint, doesn't weaken it. House Bill 694, Senate Bill 482 is the governor's proposal. I'm going to read the title because it's an interesting title. Governor's Office for Children Engaging Neighborhoods, Organizations, Unions, Governments, and Households. Enough. All those letters spell enough. Grant program. It's the Enough Act of 2024. I bring this bill forward not because it's a huge amount of dollars. It's a $15 million grant program. But on the other hand, this is a $15 million program proposed by the governor. We're not expecting that there's going to be a lot of bills passed this session with a huge fiscal note, because as you've been hearing, the state is trying not to put more impacts onto their future budgets. But when the governor proposes bills like this, that's overarching, we're expecting this to move forward. It does have a potential impact on public schools, because grants could apply to us. But nonetheless, this bill, I'm assuming, will pass in some format. And the final bill I'm going to bring up at this time is House Bill 1115, Senate Bill 1026, County Boards of Education Budgets Notice. It's called the Transparency in Education Spending Act. This is a bill that MACO has initially proposed to make our budgets more transparent. We have to put things on our website, for example, concerning our budget. I think our budget process is very transparent, as are those around the state. But the particular issue I'm bringing forward with this bill is particular provisions concerning non-recurring, concerning transfers between intercategory budgetary transfers. I'm saying that not clearly. Transfers between categorical parts of the budget. We have to get permission from the county government to make transfers between the major categories. Right now, what we do is we make sure that we're spending our money appropriately, and we ask the county government, when necessary, the county commissioners, for approval for transfers that were necessary to make our budget work. What this bill does is says that we can't make the transfer until we get permission from the county government. That's a little different. And I think that's something that MABE is looking to amend out of this bill. But there is a provision that actually would be very helpful concerning intercategory budget transfers, and that would allow us to transfer up to 1% within that category without needing county government approval. It actually will be very helpful. So this bill is a good bill, bad bill in some ways, and MABE and PZAM are taking the position of support with amendments to try to amend the bill to hopefully take out that provision about getting prior approval from the county government for those transfers. Those are the bills I'm going to discuss. Other bills I can certainly try to answer questions about.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Ms. Smith and then Ms. Thomas.
Very brief. House Bill 694. Do we know if school systems will be the eligible applicants for those grants, or that is yet to be determined?
It's The bill talks about who can apply for the grants. Among the partners in the program can be unions, law enforcement, small businesses, local governments, and school systems. So there could be partnerships to get these grants to make, to address poverty issues within those counties.
And if you need any assistance with these bills, I happen to know the PZAM legislative chair. So I can speak to her if you'd like me to.
I know. Well, and we are.
I was voluntold.
Dr. Navarro does serve our interests well on PZAM, and Mr. Lucas and Ms. Morley are members of the MABE Legislative Committee.
Right.
We had a 2-hour, 15-minute meeting yesterday with MABE to go over, not all 3,500 bills certainly, but a lot more bills than I've discussed in great detail. And those meetings are open to any board member who wants to attend. But Mr. Lucas and Ms. Morley represent our interests well there.
Thank you.
Really quick. The bill, I guess it's 1115 you just spoke about. I think on the heels of the way we're doing our Oracle ERP implementation, that we really need to impress upon them the importance of having some flexibility to categorize, to move money within the categorizations, because Ms. Acton is probably over there like, yes, please help me. It is really important the way we line item that money and in the system. So we do need to press upon the importance of, sometimes it's execution, sometimes it's systematic, and we need to marry the two so that we are not overtaxing our staff or the system, because it'll become costly if we have to do configuration changes because we have to do money movement. So I'd just like to put a plug in for that if we think about the importance of that. So thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, just a quick follow-up question to Ms. Thomas's point. Are there any potential penalties mentioned if you don't, if you take the, it's better to ask for forgiveness than to request permission on the intercategory changes?
So as with many of our laws, the penalty is not built into the law itself. The penalty is that the State Department of Education and potentially the General Assembly could ultimately withhold funding from us if we're violating state law. That's very, very, very rare, and it would never get to that point, certainly.
Okay.
But we would never, we don't violate the law. We follow the law regardless of how onerous it may be.
Right.
And so I think that's the impact of the current proposal here.
Okay.
That would be difficult to follow.
Thank you for the clarification. Mr. Lucas?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Morley. Again, on the same bill, I just want to make sure I understand. So right now, for any intercategory transfer, we send communication to the commissioners. Is that true for every county? Is that required?
It's state law, correct, for all counties.
Okay, so.
Now, I'm sorry, I didn't, but just to say that the way that individual counties implement that with their county commissioners or county councils or county government may be slightly different. There might be some differences, but that law is a state law for all counties.
Okay, and so again, the big thing here is that you'd actually have to get permission, or not permission, but you'd have to.
It is what it's saying,
You need
yeah.
permission. You have to. The commissioners would actually have to vote on it before we
We'd have to wait for that to happen.
executed any of that funding. And that is not what we do now. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, and as you said, I think Mabe, well, you were in the meeting, Mabe is pushing back on that. And we've never had an issue with communicating with the commissioners. And I certainly wouldn't want to see, 1%, there was discussion yesterday about making that number higher. I would advocate against doing that, I think for a lot of reasons. I think, it forces everyone out that they're already not doing a good job, but to design a budget that's an accurate budget, right? And you have gotchas, but, I think 1%, something a lot of people could live with. I just want to make sure I understood that and for the board's sake and the public's sake as well. Thanks.
And there is a provision, just very briefly, about that 1% that says we can exceed that 1% if we have some reason to think that not following that provision would result in loss of opportunity. So if we're really in need to make a move right away. So that would also help us, that language would also help.
And I do remember,
Yeah, I'm sorry. And then Mr. Schwartz, his links here are to the actual bills. And so, I've sent you some stuff from Mabe, which actually will give you a synopsis of each bill, and then you can also see where the bill is in the process in Annapolis. Thanks.
I just wanted to follow up quickly, the loss of opportunity. I remember the discussion, that's literally all it says, so it's very open-ended and
Yeah.
subject to interpretation.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Anything else around the legislative update? No? Okay, Mr. Schwartz, we have the policy review process, please.
Current board policy 8230 is very short. It says the board shall review all policies as the board deems necessary. The board's goal is for each policy to be reviewed at least once every 4 years in order to ensure that the policies accurately reflect the board's vision and meet the needs of the school system. So that's the goal. It's not a requirement, it's a goal. What we do, and we've done in the past, and of course this is the board's process, but what we've done in the past as a board is we've reviewed policies through their series. Each series of policies we'll review separately. And there are currently 9 series of policies. The 1,000 series is community relations, the 5,000 is students, 7,000 is new construction. So each series talks about a particular area of our policies, and we review those as a series. Now, not all series are treated are equal. Some series have very few policies, others have a lot of policies. And the last time we reviewed policies as a series was in March of 22. We finished the 7,000 series. But there are some series that go back to 2017 that have not been reviewed.
Yeah.
Even though we have a goal of doing it every 4 years, it's been a little longer. And the reason why we delayed those reviews is because at the end of that 4-year cycle with those particular policies, the board at the time recognized that there was a change coming from Annapolis to reconfigure the board, to expand the board, and that most of the board members at the time decided they weren't running, so they didn't want to revise all the policies just for a new board to come in and say, no, that's not what we want. So they left it to you, the new board, to revise and review all the policies. We gave you a year. We gave you a little more than a year to just get settled in as a board before we really start this process. And what the staff is recommending is to start the process of reviewing these policies by series. And 2 of the series that are the oldest, at least the last, the most distant reviewed, was were the 5,000 series
And the
dealing with
6,000.
students, and the 6,000 dealing with instruction. Now, those 2 happen to be 2 of the longer, larger series anyway, but those could be the first 2 that staff would recommend you try to deal with initially, and the other series can follow. That's going to be a lengthy process. The way we've done it in the past was for the chair to appoint different committees to look at those series, to work with staff, to come back with recommendations as a whole. Here's the entire series with all the policies, and to do that individually with those policies. So different committees would look at individual series. Again, the last time we did it for those policy series took probably 6-7 months. It's a long process because there are a lot of policies within those particular series. So I'll turn it back to the chair. If that's the interest of the board, the chair can work with the superintendent and start that process.
And thank you, Mr. That's exactly what I'm going to do. So the 5,000 series was last reviewed, revised in August of 2017. And the 6,000, and that deals with students, and it's quite lengthy. I believe that might be the longest one. And then the 6,000, which deals with instruction, was last revised in February of 2017. So I'll ask the board to please email me which you'd like to serve on, either students or instruction, and I will assign. And as Mr. Schwartz said, realistically, this is probably going to take at least 6 months. So, are there any questions or who? I'm not sure who had their hand up first. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas. Okay.
Yeah, sure. I'll mention COVID too. That kind of interrupted
that
the review of this. We can't have any more than fill in the blank people serve. That number is, well, I guess it's 6 because a student board member.
It's 6. We don't want more than 6 because once you get a quorum of the board, then that is the board.
Yeah.
And we're not looking to have the board at that time. It's really a committee of the board looking at it initially.
So what?
5 and 4.
That's an option or another suggestion, however you'd like to do it. You could pick a policy series and assign a chunk of that policy series to 3 different people. Having never done it before, you might get something done a little quicker that way by focusing on one policy series, and because a lot of those meetings do need to occur during the day, at least in the beginning when staff is working. But the other thing I wanted to say is, and I don't know if the capabilities of board docs, But what always frustrated me is that we never had an archive of the old policies. So I think, whether it's on board docs or somewhere else, I think it would behoove the board to see, the policies as they are now, save them somewhere. And because you can say, oh, we revised it. Well, one, you don't know one if you really revised it, because we put the revised date on everything in the series, whether we fixed a period or had any substantive change or not. So I think it'd just be good if we could archive the existing policies in some fashion, so that we could, if it's on board docs or somewhere else, so that we can come back and look, or anybody can come back and look.
And I thank you for that suggestion. I will note that policies that have a revised date and a review date are slightly different. Those that have just a review date means that the last time it was reviewed, nothing was changed. But most of the policies are revised. As you said, there's a typo or a period or just a word change, that's a revision. And our policies are maintained in an archive, but it's not public facing. It's not something that the public has access to. Not that we're trying to hide it, but it's not, we don't want to confuse the public. The policies we have are the ones that they can pull up on board docs. But I agree with you, there's value in those old policies, and as a matter of fact, staff, myself included, often go back to look at how the policy was worded to see what was changed and why it was changed, and we have that as a history.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be a great starting point. Thank you for that, Mr. Schwartz. Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Chair Morley. Just to stress some recommendations, having served on now 2 committees here on this board, one being renaming with Mr. Hancock, the other being the handbook with Mr. Lucas. Definitely found some of the benefits to be perhaps having them be a sequential, well, I'm sorry, not sequential, but concurrent review. So rather than having, I mean, you know what the definition of those 2 words are, I don't need to explain that. That would be my recommendation, for it not to be sequential but concurrent.
You mean concurrent of 5,000 and 6,000?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was proposing.
And
Thank
looking
you.
at the 5,000, well, looking at both series, I mean, there may be some overlap between where it's the 4th or 5th policy that draws on language from the 1st. So there will have to be, a pool of people sort of working on that jointly, looking across all of the policies within that series, would be my recommendation. I could not stress SharePoint more than anything else. We cannot have random versions of documents floating in various people's, inboxes or wherever. So definitely having a SharePoint file.
Thank you.
If folks need assistance, this is no shade, but if folks need assistance in terms of how SharePoint works, absolutely happy to have an offline conversation just to make that process more smooth, as well as track changes, what that actually looks like. Happy to have a conversation about that as well. I would also recommend appointing perhaps 2 to 3 board members per series, just to have folks who are chunking it, and then figuring out what the report back to this body would be. Those are my recommendations.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Ms. Warren?
Yeah, I'd like to know, so we can serve on, I would recommend that we be able to serve on 2. I've heard you say either to pick one or the other. I think it would be, because I would want to be on both. So that's just something I throw out there. I don't know how that works, how we're going to do both at the same time and all that, but that's just my recommendation or preference, that I could work on both if possible.
Yeah. Again, I think, I appreciate everybody's points. I think dividing a series up into chunks for people to work on might work a little better. If you have 4 or 5 people trying to get something along with staff that they agree on, that can get a little onerous. That's from history. So,
just scheduling meetings.
Historical perspective. I was waiting on it.
It's true. I mean, if you're going to have staff members. You're going to have staff members there, and you're going to have, if you have 5 board members, each having an opinion. And again, it has to come back before the board as a whole. But I think 2 or 3 is a better number. And if everyone wants to serve, maybe giving them half the series and dividing it up gives everybody an opportunity.
And that's exactly what I was going to do.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying, 5 on one, 4 on the other, and then divide them. So there essentially would be 2 or 3 per subgroup, yes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, thank you. Because I think I agree with Ms. Smith, not I think, I definitely agree with Ms. Smith. Concurrent would be the better option, because we do have a lot to get through. And understanding it still has to come before the whole board anyway, so this is just initiating the process. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Schwartz, much appreciated. Righty. Next up was me on World Down Syndrome Day. I wasn't, yes, me. I wasn't inclined to read it. Has everyone had a chance to read it? Okay. Any comments or questions? Because it's been out on board docs for a while, just in the interest of time. Yes, Ms. Smith.
I don't want to steal your thunder, so perhaps I go after you. It's just a comment.
Okay, yeah, no, I wasn't going to read it unless, as I'm assuming everyone has had an opportunity to. Yes.
So I think just a few thank yous in terms of bringing this resolution forward. I definitely want to thank Ms. Kramer for kind of leading the charge and gathering a host of resolutions that definitely reflect the fabric of who we are as Charles County, the number and different types of students that we have. Absolutely want to thank the Down Syndrome Association of Southern Maryland for partnering with us to write this, ensuring that we had language correct, ensuring that we were thinking inclusively about the community and the true value of what this resolution means. I specifically want to call out board member Imani Booker-Lewis for her dogged support around the clock, ensuring that we had language, ensuring that we were looking at a variety of different drafts from different places. It's always great to have partner organizations who are willing to step in and say, let's work on this together to make sure it lands well and it truly captures the moment that it's intended to capture. So wanted to send those thank yous.
Very much appreciated, Ms. Smith. And for the public who may not know, Ms. Kramer initially introduced some additional resolutions for us to consider. So she, myself, and Ms. Smith have been taking turns reaching out to different communities and writing some of these resolutions, and they have responded overwhelmingly with their support and with some language that candidly just makes our job. So literally when I say I was going to read it, that's really what I was doing. I did not write this one. They did an amazing job. So I appreciate that, Ms. Smith. Thank you. All right. Next up, Ms. Mackey. We have school naming. School number 23. I know, we've been waiting on this one. And thank you to the committee members that have been able to join us.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Hey.
Joining me today is Tiara Jackson. She is the chairperson of our school naming committee. And we also have two of our members here. If you want to stand, ladies, and wave, I have Sydney Smith, who's a teacher at Eva Turner Elementary School, and Carrie Richardson, who is principal at Mary H. Matula Elementary School. I will publicly recognize the rest of our committee members whose names are on the slide here. We had 3 phenomenal students from St. Charles High School on the committee, as well as a few community members, a few CCPS employees who were not able to come today. Again, I just want to publicly thank this group of individuals for their work.
Thank you.
So just as a recap for the board and for the public, Elementary School 23, CCPS advertised a name submission process in the fall. We received 50 name submissions. The full list is posted on our website on the redistricting page. It includes name 1 through 50. 33 names were for a person, 10 geographic feature, 7 were names other than a person or geographic feature. There is an asterisk at the bottom, which is highlighted at the top with the number 50. Not all of the 50 submissions met board policy. So just again to recap, the school naming process is guided by Board Policy 7230, in which the names must be a name of a geographic feature or location in Charles County, name other than a person or a geographic feature or location that the board deems appropriate, as long as that name does not conflict with current board policies, values, objectives, name of a person, as long as that person has been deceased for at least 10 years and has made a demonstrated contribution to the community, whether it's a county level, state level, national level. So tasks of the committee. Ms. Jackson, do you want to take this slide?
Okay. So the first thing that we did was we went through all 50 names, and we made sure that they met that policy, 7230, and we removed any names on the list that did not meet that. After that, we went through and we did a process of elimination, just to make sure that we didn't miss any names, and then we ensured that we, excuse me, that they were all just consistent with what they all explained to us the policy should be. And we did that. We did some research through third parties and just made sure that every single name that we left on the list met the policy.
And I will share too that this is my third experience serving as a liaison to a school naming committee, and this committee took a vote on every single name on the list.
Wow.
So I wanted to share that.
Right?
So the school name recommendations, Ms. Jackson can talk a little bit more about the process, but the committee came up with 3 recommendations to present to you all. The first is Margaret Jamison Thornton Elementary School. Second choice, Ronald E. McNair Elementary School. And third, I don't want to say choice, I used that word incorrectly, is White Plains Elementary School. These names are in no particular order. This is the recommendations from the group. So the next few slides give a little bit of background on each name. I don't want to read them because 1 or 2 of them are pretty lengthy. But Margaret Jamison Thornton was a career educator here in Charles County. She completed her studies at Belle Alton Junior Senior High School, where she graduated as a junior. She came back to Charles County. I believe she started her teaching career at Port Tobacco Elementary School. She also taught at Indian Head and Gale Bailey. I believe her background was early childhood education, elementary school level. Upon her retirement, she and her husband opened a business in the community that's still open today. She passed away in 1997. Okay. Do you want to read through Ron McNair?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the next one will be Ronald E. McNair. He was a physicist. He specialized in laser research. He also joined NASA in the late 70s. He became the second African-American reach space, serving as a mission specialist aboard the space shuttle, the Challenger. He was one of 7 crew members who were killed during the Challenger explosion. He was nationally recognized for his work in the field of laser physics and received many honorary degrees, fellowships, and accommodations. However, his achievements were not limited to academia. He was a 6th grade black belt and accomplished saxophonist.
Wow.
Dr. McNair and his wife Cheryl had 2 children. He was awarded the Congressional Space Medal of Honor as well. He also was this is not on here, but he also, when he was younger, wasn't allowed to read books at the library, but he didn't let that deter him. He continued to want to read as much as he could and learn as much as he could. So school named after him would be amazing. Yep.
Thank you.
And then last, easy, White Plains Elementary School, because the school would be located in White Plains.
A difficult one, I know.
I was wondering why that's
And the address is in White Plains, Maryland, St. David Drive. I don't know if the sign is up yet, but it is White Plains. So I can quickly run through next steps, or you can run through next steps
So
on
our next
slide.
steps was first to introduce to you all the names that we had chosen, but we also would like to get feedback from the community.
Okay.
So we wanted to do a public town hall, a virtual one, and introduce those names and get some feedback from the public. We also are going to put out a survey, and it'll be live on Wednesday as well.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Any questions, comments?
Any feedback from any board members? Okay, Ms. Brenda Thomas and Ms. Kramer.
I happen to know Miss Margaret Jameson personally. So, she was really, into education, and her family's still into education. So, I know they will be very proud if that happened. And I known her for a while. She knew me for a while. I almost had the same last name before I got married. But yeah, great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, I just wanted to thank you for your service to this committee. I know it takes up time of yours in the evening, and as a mom, I totally get how that can be difficult to come by. So I just want to thank you for this because it's really important. We've heard from our community about, being intentional and being, just being intentional about what we express as our values as a school system, and naming schools really does fall under that category. And so just want to thank you again for the work that you're doing and continuing to do, and I appreciate the name suggestion, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. Any other comments, Mr. Lucas?
All right. Yeah, likewise, thanks for your work on this, really do appreciate it. So were these, you said you voted on each name, were these, because when I first looked at it, I said, oh, well, it looks like they did a place, someone that was from the county and someone that was from outside of the county, but it doesn't sound like you did that, or maybe you did, or were these just the three highest vote recipients, or how did you arrive at these three?
As we dig down and remove names from the list that we all voted on, those were the three that were left.
Okay. So they received the highest votes from the committee. All right.
Okay, thank you.
I think there was conversation too, if I'm remembering at the last meeting. I don't mean to interject here, but I think the committee talked about possibly moving forward the name of a person as well as the name of a place. The 50 submissions were really broadly, as you see the slide that had the breakdown, the 33, I don't know if it was the 14, my math may be off. But I think a goal of the committee was to try to bring forward at least the name of a person, the name of a geographic location, not 3 names of persons or 3 names of geographic regions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead.
Thank you. This was great. And also thank you for a person who have not from Charles County, breaking it down and let me know the importance of the people that you selected. So thank y'all very much.
Yes, I have to echo that. Thank you so much for your work, and thank you to the community members. I'm very pleased that we got 50 name submissions, even if all of them didn't quite fall into our guidelines. That shows there's a lot of interest in this. And I mean, well, we'll be voting on this in another couple of months. How exciting. This is quite a charge. So thank you again, much appreciated. Oh, Ms. Smith?
I was trying to catch you before you went into your wrap up.
my closing.
Echo what everyone has said. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all the work that you put into this. Recognizing that it's, other duties as assigned. You're a parent, administrator, teacher, like we have our day jobs. So definitely appreciate you giving of your time in this way to the county. Want to thank my fellow board members who voted for this policy revision. Definitely want to thank Mr. Hancock. I feel like a proud mama and papa. To see the policy play out in this way. Very looking forward to hearing more about the town halls you hope to hold, instead of what additional information you'll gather from the community relative to these 3 recommendations. So thank you for even taking that step. So much appreciated.
Appreciate you, ladies. Thank you. Well, everyone, look at us. We actually ended up being ahead of time. All right, we made up some time. So we are on break until 4:30.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I know. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. This is our favorite part of the day where we get to do the resolutions and recognitions. So we will first start with resolutions. Fine and Performing Arts. We have accepting, oh, there you go. Good, step forward. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Andrew Blumhart, Instructional Specialist for Fine and Performing Arts. Today, Mr. Mark Pavlisik, the choir teacher at Westlake High School, will be accepting the board resolution for Fine and Performing Arts. Mr. Pavlisik exhibits all the qualities of an outstanding arts educator. He's been recognized around the county and around the state, and it's my privilege to introduce him to you and to accept the resolution.
Hi.
You got to
thank
come
you.
front and center, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Center. You're like, I was born for this. I love it.
Ready for my close-up, Mr. DeVille? Yeah. Okay. So resolution from the Board of Education of Charles County, Fine and Performing Arts Month. Whereas the fine and performing arts are essential to the education of all children, and a comprehensive education in music, theater, visual arts, digital media, and dance provides a powerful way of engaging children in learning and improving student achievement. And whereas the fine and performing arts are recognized as being necessary for the full development of all children. And whereas Charles County Public Schools has made it a priority to expand the fine and performing arts program. And whereas a number of music, theater, visual arts, digital media, and dance activities are regularly scheduled for the month of March. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County and the Superintendent of Schools designate that March 2024 be observed as Fine and Performing Arts Month, and give their full support to quality school, music, theater, and visual arts programs for all children and our future. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education. By authority of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 13th day of February 2024, and it's signed Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent, Mr. Neal Mordley, Esquire, Chairperson. Thank you.
In my other life, I was a thespian. True story. True story. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Read Across Charles County. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Kim Hudler, the Content Specialist for Elementary English Language Arts for Charles County, and it is my pleasure to introduce Rashonda James and Mahogany Campbell, first grade teacher and first grade student from Wade Elementary.
Aw, yay! Woo! Oh, her outfit is so cute. Oh, you look adorable.
Love your sweater, Mahogany. Very fitting. Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, Read Across Charles County, February 13th, 2024. Whereas the National Education Association has proclaimed March 1st, 2024 as a Read Across America event to focus on reading to children, and whereas the state of Maryland has initiated a Read Across Maryland campaign to motivate students to read frequently and independently, and whereas the Charles Commissioners have provided significant funding and support to improve reading achievement of students, and whereas the Charles County Board of Education, the Superintendent of Schools, and the Education Association of Charles County have designated reading proficiency for all students as the first priority in the school system. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this body enthusiastically endorses Read Across Charles County to be celebrated in schools on March 1st, 2024, as a direct participation in the Read Across America event to show a commitment to make Charles County's children the best readers in the world. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education of Charles County. By the order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 13th day of February, 2024, signed Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, Neal Morley, Esquire, Chairperson.
All right, thank you so much. And next up is Women's History Month.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Jack Tuttle. I am the Social Studies Specialist for Charles County Public Schools, and with me this afternoon to represent and to recognize the month of March as Women's History Month are Caprice James, Chair of the Charles County Commission for Women, and Betsy Adeboyeho, Member, Charles County Commission for Women.
All right, resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, Women's History Month, February 13, 2024. Whereas the Congress of the United States and the Legislature of Maryland have designated the month of March as Women's History Month, and the Maryland State Department of Education, the Maryland Commission for Women, and the Charles County Commission for Women are celebrating the Maryland Women's History Month with the theme, Women Who Advocate for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County joins in recognizing and promoting March 2024 as Women's History Month and acknowledges that women continue to play a significant role in history and have achieved distinction in careers and traditional family roles, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County and the Superintendent of Schools join the nation, state, and county in giving recognition to women, agreeing that women have historically provided positive role models to students and encourage our public schools to infuse instructional learning activities to incorporate the contributions of women throughout the school year and provide appropriate ways to observe and celebrate Women's History Month. And be it further resolved that a copy of the resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Boards of Education. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 13th day of February 2024, signed by Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, and Neal Morley, Esquire, Chairperson.
Wow. It's women's history. Wow.
He's like, I know. We have some extra special guests. Welcome and good afternoon. All right. So if we could please have, Dr. Jones, you're going to do, okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Well, good evening, Board Chair Moore-Lee, board members, Dr. Navarro, staff, family and friends, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the moment that you've been waiting for.
Absolutely.
The real reason why we are here,
Yes.
why we do what we do. We have assembled this evening to recognize a small sampling of the greatness we have in the young people we serve. Tonight, I'm pleased to present to you 9 students who have been identified by their school principals as exemplary student models in the following areas: academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. Students being recognized this evening are Farah and Giselle LeBlanc, 12th graders from North Point High School; Chloe Jones, 8th grader from Mattawoman Middle School; Aiden Lattimore, 8th grader from the Phoenix International School of the Arts, Pasota; Anaya Rogowski, 5th grader from Walter J. Mitchell Elementary School; Janae Turner, 5th grader from Mary B. Neal Elementary School; Emma Schanbarger, 5th grader from Daniel of St. Thomas Jenifer Elementary School; Hinon Azrat, 5th grader from Dr. Samuel A. Mudd Elementary School; and Presley Ferguson, 5th grader from William B. Wade Elementary School. These outstanding students will be recognized in this order by their school principals this evening. Principal Dan Capel is here from North Point High School. Principal Sonia Blue is here from Mattawoman. Principal Roy Dimitri Sermons from Pasota is here. Principal Deidre Barnett at Mitchell Elementary School is here. Principal Anthony Carroll from Neal is here. Assistant Principal Tiana Taylor is here representing Mr. Jackson from Jenifer Elementary School. I do believe Portia Parker is here from Dr. Mudd. I didn't see you, Parker. You in the room? All right, Parker's back there. All right, and Principal Miller from Wade is here with us tonight as well. We also have with us, as you can see, many parents, relatives, and teachers who have come out to support these exceptional students tonight. So before we begin, with those parents, relatives, teachers, family members, and friends, please stand and be recognized at this time. Please stand. Y'all heard what I said. Please stand. That should have been everyone in the room supporting these young people, but I'm going to let y'all slide. No, we do need to honor those who support these young people because they work hard, but they don't do it alone. So let's get started. Please welcome to the microphone our first principal for the evening, Mr. Capel from North Point High School. Mr. Capel.
Stand up. Good evening.
Good evening.
As principal of North Point High School, I am delighted to present Farah and Giselle LeBlanc to the Charles County Public Schools Board of Education for recognition as exemplary students. Both students were chosen because of their commitment to being excellent students and for making a positive impact on our school community. Farah and Giselle take multiple advanced placement courses, are members of our student leadership class, are active members of our student group NP Nation. Giselle is a member of our varsity swim team, and Farah is a member of our orchestra. Both Farah and Giselle excel as students. When asked to describe their students, their teachers used phrases like amazing work ethic, a joy to have in class, model student, inquisitive spirit, positive attitude, and enthusiasm for learning. Ms. Bedelia states, "It was awesome to see how these two amazing minds embraced learning." Ms. Kirby adds, "Giselle is a hardworking, focused, intellectually motivated student who does her best all of the time." Mr. Monk states, "Farah's calm demeanor and solid work ethic are an inspiration to her fellow students, and they contribute greatly to the overall success of the Wind Ensemble." Ms. Smith adds, "Last year, Farah worked with the class to produce an online newspaper as well as a printed version. This year, she has shifted gears and decided that in addition to creating an online paper, she wants to create a literary magazine." Farah and Giselle stand out as remarkable individuals who have made significant contributions to our school community. Integral members of our student leadership groups, the Academic Eagles and NP Nation, their impact on both groups' achievements this year cannot be overstated. Ms. Serpone states, "What sets them apart is not only their dedication to contribute, but also their humble approach. They seek no recognition despite their invaluable contributions. Mr. Serpone states, they are key to the success of NP Nation, as they are constantly contributing ideas for events. They are both always coming up with cool ideas for spirit days and sporting events, and are willing to see these ideas are implemented and executed. Mr. Burton adds, Farrah has been an amazing addition to the Academic Eagles over the past 2 years. Her dedication to fostering inclusivity, promoting unity, and creating a sense of belonging among students and staff has been instrumental in shaping the type of culture we want in our school. Giselle is just a natural leader. Giselle always has a positive contribution and great ideas. She works incredibly hard to make sure that all parts of our school are being recognized and promoted. The rarity of their selflessness, dedication to enhancing an organization without expecting anything in return is truly remarkable. While they may be twins, Farrah and Giselle are distinct individuals, yet share a common thread in their core values, work ethic. They embody the quality of selflessness, a trait that distinguishes them within our community. Their infectious positivity, reflected in their ever-present smiles, remains unwavering. Regardless of the challenges they may be facing, witnessing their genuine joy and unwavering commitment is a privilege, making them unforgettable members of our student body. I can freely state that they are students I will not soon forget, and I look forward to seeing who they grow to become. I present Farrah and Giselle.
All right, so we tell the principals they get to select one student each year, but who could argue that Mr. Capel made the right decision selecting both of these young ladies, right? All right, please welcome to the microphone Principal Blue from Mattawoman. Principal Blue.
Good evening. It is with great pleasure and honor that I present to the Charles County Board of Education an outstanding Mattawoman Middle School 8th grade student who exemplifies stellar attributes in career readiness. Chloe Jones has shown great academic achievement over the past 2 years. She has consistently demonstrated the ability to achieve all A's in every subject. Wow. There was that one time. She received a B in 7th grade, and as a result, that teacher has been removed from Mattawoman. Just kidding. Teachers say Chloe is self-motivated and is always willing to do more than is required. Chloe takes great pride in her work and will often self-correct if she does not feel it is her absolute best. Moreover, she can often be seen helping her classmates with difficulties in instruction. Not only has Chloe shown great academic achievement, but she is an outstanding citizen. She cheerfully greets teachers and friends every morning and demonstrates kindness throughout the day. As a result, Chloe is well liked by her peers. Chloe's 7th grade math teacher, Mr. Smith, the provider of the B, said, and I quote, "Chloe is one of the brightest, kindest, determined, and hardest working students that I have had in my 21 years of teaching. I was her 7th grade math teacher and worked with her twice a week virtually over the past summer to help prepare her for Algebra 1 studies. As a result, Chloe is making straight A's in algebra. This is a testament to Chloe's laser focus on career readiness. The lesson here is that Chloe experienced a few challenges with 7th grade math indicators and sought support. She wanted to be placed in algebra, so she took the assistance and the knowledge she received from Mr. Smith and has made an A on her 1st and 2nd quarter report card. Ms. Jones, Chloe's language arts teacher, says that Chloe is a student who leads by example. Chloe is a student I could always depend on when it comes to giving insight on text or answering complex and rigorous discussion questions. Chloe goes above and beyond to excel within her classes, and I'm so proud of her for all that she has accomplished. I know Chloe will go on to do big and wonderful things in this life. Ms. Stackhouse, The current algebra teacher says, Chloe demonstrates intellectual curiosity that is not often seen amongst students at her age. That's a compliment. She is an integral part of our classroom community. Any teacher would be grateful to share her and have her as a student. Chloe's desire is to become a cardiologist so that she can help save lives. She told me she has her eyes set on an Ivy League school, with her two top choices being Yale and Columbia. Chloe's personal mantra, because I asked her what keeps her driving forward, she says, consistency leads to progress. Chloe has been a dedicated member of the National Junior Honor Society and the Mattawoman Middle School Orchestra. There's no wonder that her hobbies are reading and playing the violin. Chloe is an outstanding student, leader, and citizen who justly deserves to be celebrated in the area of career readiness. Chloe Jones is one to watch as she transitions to high school next year and continues to make her mark on Charles County Public Schools. Chloe Jones.
Thank you, Principal Blue. Chloe, what's your last name? Now, say it with your chest. Say it with Jones. That's just, that girl's a Jones over there. It's all right. No relation, but I don't know. I might want to be your cousin. All right. Please welcome to the microphone Principal Sermons from Prisota. Principal Sermons, come on down.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. This young man before me is Aiden Lattimore. Aiden is a 6th grade student at Phoenix International School of the Arts, Prisota, and he's being recognized in the area of academic achievement. Throughout his first year in middle school, Aiden was named to the honor roll, but not just any honor roll, the principal honor roll. He did this in an extremely rigorous program. He's obtained truly remarkable scores in all of his assessments. He's a remarkable honor while engaging in this whole new school community and the entire curriculum for Cambridge International Lower Secondary. No other school in the state of Maryland utilizes this curriculum, and it's extremely rigorous, and he is killing it. He is knocking it out of the park. Yes. All straight A's in everything that he does. He's a member of the band. He's also in the class for digital literacy, an elite class, as well as the museum studies course here at Prisota. He takes time and diligence to deal with his peers, solves their problems, and also just a genuine, nice kid. He's that smiling face when you walk in the morning. When he leaves, he's waving and smiling when he leaves. So he's a very happy kid. I'm super, super proud of him and everything he's done. He's a truly model student and a point of pride for both his family and our school community. He is the embodiment of a true Prisota scholar. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Principal Sermons. Please welcome to the microphone Principal Barnett from Mitchell Elementary School. Principal Barnett.
Good evening.
Good evening.
On behalf of Walter J. Mitchell Elementary School staff, it is my distinctive pleasure to present to you Anna Rogowski as our student that exemplifies academic achievement. Anna is a 5th grade student in Mr. Till's class. She has attended Walter J. Mitchell since the 1st grade and has since earned principal's honor roll every quarter. She was identified for gifted services in the 3rd grade and earned a level 4 on both 3rd and 4th grade MCAT. Anna enjoys reading various novels, especially those in the realistic fiction genre. Her favorite subject in school is math, which is evident in her participation of 6th grade math virtually as a 5th grader. She finds math fun and loves to solve problems in her head and relate them to real-world situations. Anna has a quiet but strong spirit and exemplifies showing kindness to others. She is quick to help others and classmates, teachers and classmates, and is a wonderful leader in personal responsibility. And is a member of our Safety Patrol, math team, men and women Mitchell clubs, and as well as serving as an art helper. In her free time, in the free time that she does have, she enjoys playing soccer and exploring photography. During conversations with Anna, she has shared her goal of becoming a photographer. I have no doubt that with her hard work and dedication, she will have no problem pursuing her dreams. For these reasons, Anna is worthy of this academic achievement recognition. Congrats.
Very nice. Congrats, Ms. Rogowski. See, I told you I would get your name right. All right. Please welcome to the microphone the principal from Neal Elementary School, Principal Carroll. Tony Carroll, come on down.
There we go, that smile, there we go. Good evening.
Good evening.
It's my pleasure to introduce to you Janae Turner, a 5th grade student at Mary B. Neal Elementary School, being recognized for academic achievement. Janae is a role model personified. She sets an example daily for everyone and not just her fellow students. Janae has a strong work ethic and a passion for learning. Janae is a bright and independent young lady. She says she gets that from her mother. Janae is driven to succeed. She is motivated to be the best she can be in all that she does. Janae says her father pushes her to be the best person she can be, and she is very thankful for her strong support system. I asked Janae, why do you like school? She says she enjoys writing and wants to prove her potential. And the story, I asked her if I could share this story, as I didn't want to embarrass her, but a couple weeks ago, she was not feeling well. Mom came and picked her up, and Janae started crying in the office. We're like, why are you crying? She just didn't want to leave school. She didn't want to miss school. So that's how dedicated she is to her education. So, sorry, I embarrassed you. All right. So as you can see, that is someone that we can follow. Janae also says she likes her teacher, which is a good thing. Her teacher, Miss Key, talks incessantly about Janae and how she brightens the classroom. The future is limitless for Janae, and we are proud to have her a part of the Mary B. Neal family. Janae is extremely deserving of being recognized for academic achievement at Mary B. Neal Elementary School.
All right, thank you, Principal Carroll. Please now welcome to the microphone the assistant principal again from Jenifer Elementary School, Ms. Taylor. Please welcome Ms. Taylor.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The staff of Jenifer Elementary School recommends Emma Schambarger as a student being recognized for career readiness. Emma is a dedicated 5th grade student currently enrolled at Daniel of St. Thomas Jenifer Elementary School. Throughout her academic journey, Emma has consistently demonstrated exceptional performance. She has earned high scores across various subjects. Emma's academic achievements highlight her strong work ethic and enthusiasm for learning. Emma is a valuable and promising student at Daniel of St. Thomas Jenifer Elementary School. In the areas of academics, Emma has earned all A's in 3rd grade. 4th grade, with the exception of 1 B in writing, but that just made her better because right now, so far in 5th grade, she has all A's. Emma receives the gifted and talented curriculum in reading. Emma maintains a busy and enriching extracurricular calendar. She participates in multiple activities and clubs in and outside of school. These school clubs and activities include Math Team Participant 2022-23 school year, Math Team Participant 2023-2024 school year, Girls That Code, School Orchestra member, she plays the trombone at Jenifer. Her extracurricular activities include Girl Scouts, guitar lessons outside of school weekly, multiple years of dance, swim lessons, participation in fundraisers for Oxon Hill Food Bank. And this is just a quote from one of your teachers, Emma. Miss Davis, our technology facilitator at Jenifer, shared, Emma Schambarger is one of the students that every teacher wishes they had. You want the entire class of students just like her. She is respectful, she is helpful, quiet, interested, and works very hard no matter what is going on around her. She always finds something in the lesson to be interested in and is willing to help her peers. Jenifer's principal, Mr. Jackson, asked Emma, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" Emma pondered this question and confidently answered, "A lawyer." He shares that Emma shines in every way at Jenifer. She is scholarly about her work. She demonstrates honor and integrity with respect to her learning environment. Emma never gives up. She shows empathy to her classmates and practices excellence in all that she does. I present to you Emma Schambarger, who is Jenifer's student representative for career readiness.
And what did we expect? Her dad's a Philadelphia Eagles fan. Eagles fan. There you go.
You could have left that last part.
Yeah, I mean, come on. All right, please welcome to the microphone the principal from Dr. Mudd. Please welcome Principal Parker, Portia Parker.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hanon Asarat is a 5th grade student at Dr. Samuel A. Mudd Elementary School and is being recognized in the area of academic achievement. Hanon has attended Dr. Mudd since 1st grade and has earned recognition for her academic achievement and personal responsibility by maintaining honor roll every quarter and consistently demonstrating personal responsibility characteristics. Hanon's current teachers, Ms. Green and Ms. Ford, have shared that Hanon is a well-rounded student who is considerate and respectful to all peers and adults. Ms. Reyes, the art teacher and Mesa coach, shared that Hanon always shows kindness to everyone. She is always eager to learn, strives to do her best, and shares her gifts and talents with everyone. She is patient, kind, and avoids conflict with others. Ms. Doss, Hanon's 4th grade teacher, shared Hanon is a very pleasant student and has a very calm and gentle nature that made being her teacher a pleasure. She works really hard in school and in the clubs that she has been a part of at Dr. Mudd. Hanon has always been seen giving her best and being accepting of any help that is offered. Although Ms. Doss is no longer her teacher, she still looks forward to Hanon greeting her with a hug each morning and giving her a quiet wave when she sees her in the hallways. Ms. Butler, Hanon's 4th grade reading teacher, shared Hanon's accomplishments as a student are commendable, but also how caring of a friend she is to others in the building is shown daily. Hanon's teachers know that they can count on her to give 100% always and uphold Dr. Mudd's 3 R's, to be respectful, responsible, and ready to learn. As shared, Hanon has a quiet but strong spirit. She is a member of the Mesa and math team. She participates in the Dr. Mudd Wise Dragons after-school program, along with past book clubs offered throughout the years at Dr. Mudd. Hanon is a member of our band and plays the flute. When Hanon grows up, she would like to become an artist. In her free time, Hanon enjoys playing with her parakeets and watching her favorite TV shows. For all these reasons, Hanon is more than worthy for academic achievement recognition. Thank you. Congratulations.
And Hanon does all that with a big smile on her face, right? All right, so please welcome to the microphone the last principal for the evening, Principal Miller from William B. Wade. Mr. Miller.
We travel really well at Wade, so don't mind them in the back. It is my great pleasure to present Miss Presley Ferguson, who is a 5th grader at William B. Wade Elementary, and she's being recognized in the area of academic achievement. She's been at William B. Wade since she has been in kindergarten, and wherever she has gone, she has left a lasting impression on every teacher and classmate that has been with her. If you talk to any one of her teachers that she's had, they'll say Presley is a very dedicated and hardworking student. Presley will do anything for anybody at any time. She's the kind of student that puts 100% of herself into any project that she takes on and is not satisfied till it's done to the best of her ability. She's an academic all-star. She consistently models hard work and perseverance in every classroom setting. Mr. Webster, a fifth grade teacher, describes Presley as an amazing student who always strives to do her best. Despite the challenges that often come with learning, she always perseveres in the classroom. For her, it's not just about her ability to learn, but that her other classmates are learning as well. During classroom instruction, she will show great compassion for others by assisting her peers. Presley's favorite subjects in school are math and PE. When I asked her what she liked so much about math, she responded, "When I get to dive in or do something hard, it sparks my creativity. I just love it." And in PE, we just have a chance to have fun and play, but most importantly, she says, we get to learn and grow together as a team. When Presley is not impressing everyone with her academic abilities or award-winning personality, which you'll get to hear in a little bit, you may hear her singing in chorus, working in the library during her recess time, writing an article for our school newspaper, lending a hand with the green team, or in the hallways where she's now outside at her safety patrol station. She was braving the elements this morning, standing next to me in the rain. So,
Hair looks great, though. Didn't lose a single curl.
Outside of school, she's a member of the Girl Scouts and enjoys hanging out with her family, drawing, and just watching a little TV.
Yeah, just a little.
It's because of these reasons I'm proud to present Miss Presley Ferguson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Miller. And Presley was brave in the elements and didn't lose a curl.
That's
this
what
morning.
I said. Not
That's
a
all
single
right.
one.
That's all right.
You got to teach us your tricks, Presley.
So when I first came up, I said a small sampling of the greatness we have in the young people we serve. And for sure, that's what you've seen and been introduced to this evening. Yeah. And so I'm going to turn it over to you to have some confirmation discussion with this group. All right?
Absolutely.
Thank you much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Jones. And let me first say how proud we are. They're sincerely proud of every single one of you. The oldest person here is only in 12th grade, and look at what you've accomplished. Like, my hand got tired from trying to write everything and keep up. So keep doing what you're doing. Let me first say that. This is the absolute highlight, I can safely say, for all of us. Absolutely. Because we get to see the result of the hard work and the efforts of the village that pours into you every day. So let me say thank you. Thank you to, and you should be proud of yourselves. I'm sure you are. So what I'll do is I'll share a few words, a few observations that I have, some words of encouragement. I'll start here with Farah and work my way down to Presley, and then we'll come back around and you all can share whatever you like, okay? So starting with Farah. Well, first let me say, I love that you all are twins, but you have your own distinct personalities. I love that. Your own paths, but yet I can tell that you're close. So this is fantastic. My daughter went to North Point for a year, so we're honorary North Point Nation members. I would say, Farah, I love that you're in orchestra. Love that you're in orchestra. So I jokingly say in my other life I was a thespian, but before that I was a musician. Just love all things music, song, all of it. Is such a great way to express yourself. Never lose that. Never, ever lose that. It's essential to who you are. Love your work ethic. That is very, very important. And that was mentioned several times. I also wrote down infectious positivity. Don't ever let anybody take that from you, because in a world full of often negative, you remain positive, you remain focused, and you always remember your why. I'm so incredibly proud of you. I love that you started a newspaper, a literary magazine, and I quote, significant contributions that you've already made in 12th grade. And you're also very humble, and you don't seek recognition, and we do not see that often. And keep bringing those great ideas. We need all of that. Giselle, Genuine joy. That was, it was used to express you. A hard worker, also very positive. Enthusiasm for learning. Definitely, that's a lifelong skill. So at any age, you can always learn anything. One of the best students of all time, also very humble and selfless. Varsity swimmer. Excuse us very much.
Captain.
You need to teach me. Captain. Oh, well, right. Get me together, honey. All right, I love it. Okay, Captain. Yes, ma'am. That is fantastic. I'm so incredibly proud of you. Thank you. Chloe, career readiness in 8th grade. Okay. Yes, ma'am. All A's except the one time, and that was a B in math. Yes. I can absolutely relate. I love that you self-correct. That is an essential skill to have. That you yourself realize, you know what, maybe I need to do something a little different. And that is also something that is instinctive. And you have a lot of pride in your work. You also help your classmates, and you're an outstanding citizen. I love that kindness was mentioned so much. That's very, very important. Same thing I said to the other ladies, don't lose that. Always keep that light. Your quote, consistency leads to progress. Yes, absolutely. And I'm going to see you as a cardiologist. I absolutely see that, yes. And also, I love that you play the violin, because there's a strong correlation, as you know, between music and math and, just STEM in general. So absolutely, bravo, bravo. Aiden Pasoda. And particularly impressive is that you're doing not only a new curriculum, but you're at a brand new school. And I quote, you're crushing it, right? So you said it, yeah, of course. I am, absolutely. And I know how hard principal's honor roll is. I know the dedication it takes to get there. And I know that you don't do that alone. So I have to thank you, but also thank your family. Right? And keep that for as long as you can. It's fantastic. I mean, it's okay if you can't always get straight A's, but when you can, doesn't that feel amazing? Because you're like, yeah, I did that. Also in the band, it said that you like to help your peers. It's very important to be someone that's very helpful, that you're a model student, and you're a point of pride for your school. So always remember that. That will go with you wherever you go. Thank you, Aiden. Very proud of you, sir. Anna, principal's honor roll every quarter. Yes, I love to read novels. I used to love to read novels, too. It opens a whole new world. You're also a problem solver. I like that. Like, you like a challenge, right? Yeah. Quiet but strong. There's a lot of strength in being quiet but strong. There's a source of pride, because you don't always have to be the loudest in the room to be the most powerful. So I really hope that you remember that. And you're very quick to help. Yes, thank you for that. We need more helpers, and you're also a leader. A safety patrol. I did that once for a couple months. It was not for me. It is some serious work, right? It's a real responsibility. You also play soccer. That's fantastic. What position do you play?
Usually striker or right wing.
Oh, fantastic. Most importantly, you love photography. Me too. It's a running joke. I'm the board photographer. I love being in pictures. I like taking pictures of anything. So we have to talk, because I want some tips. All right, Janae, hello. You are a role model personified. What a compliment. And only in 5th grade. That is fantastic. You also have a very strong work ethic. I love that you attribute it to your mom. Yes, girl power. But you also said your dad motivates you and pushes you to be the best, and it's important. That's very, very important to have someone that believes in you that much, whoever that is. So you're blessed to have both of your parents that do that. You also enjoy writing, which is great. And it broke my heart. You cried because you didn't want to leave school. That used to be me. I used to love school. That's fantastic. And I know they miss you when you're not there. And I love that you're dedicated. Always, always stick with that. Anything that you try to do. Bravo, Janae. Thank you. Emma. Emma wants to be a lawyer. Yes. No, I was happy about that. We will talk, Emma. We will absolutely talk. Consistently demonstrates exceptional performance, and that is very hard to do. That consistency is the key for anything that you do in life. Also a strong work ethic, which I'm not at all surprised by. Very enthusiastic about learning. The 1B caught you up in writing. It happens. You bounce back. It's all right. A strong reader, which is, as you know, very important to be a lawyer. Also, you've been on math team and girls code. That is fantastic. perhaps maybe you could look into some intellectual property. We'll talk, I got you. Orchestra, the trombone. You know, I played the flute for like 2 minutes. It didn't go well. But the trombone, what made you choose the trombone?
I don't know, I just really liked it.
You just really like it?
Yeah.
That's great. Well, I hope that you stick with it. And also, on top of all that, you also swim and dance?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. Great job, Emma. And Hanan, am I saying it correctly? Hanon, I'm sorry, Hanon. Oh, academic achievement and personal responsibility. That's fantastic. Also very, very considerate and well-rounded. I love that you're respectful. I love that let me say that again. I love that you're respectful. That is fantastic. That is someone who's demonstrating kindness, and you're also very patient. That's not easy to do. And you avoid conflict. They described you as calm and gentle and a hard worker. And your teacher misses your hugs. The hugs are the best. That can make somebody's whole day. And you're a caring friend, and you always give 100%. That is fantastic. And also someone who's in the band, you play the flute. And you want to be an artist. What do you want to do? Have you thought about it? No? It's okay. It's all right. And finally, Presley, who is a 5th grader who's leaving a lasting impression already. Did not lose a single curl in a storm as a safety patrol. Come on, Presley. We were up here like, how did she do that? I love that you will do anything for anyone at any time. That is the definition of being a willing, giving spirit. You consistently model hard work and perseverance. Oh, it's fantastic. And you also want your other classmates to learn. So it's not enough for you just to do well. You want to see other people around you do well.
Yes.
That is fantastic. I love to hear that. You're always willing to help. And it really struck me that you like math because it sparks creativity, and you like to do something hard, but then you like PE because you like teamwork. Yeah, that's fantastic. Also, love the library, which is one of my old hangouts, and chorus. What do you like to sing a lot, or do you do solos? What do you do?
I like to sing, but I also sing in church. So
Oh, very nice.
I do solos all the time.
Oh, look, we'd love to hear a little something later. No pressure. All right, so we'll start back here, Farah, and we'll just work our way down, and this is your time to share whatever you'd like.
I just wanted to thank not just my principal, but my staff, the staff at North Point, and my family, because they've given me this space to like express who I am. So thank you.
Amen. Thank you.
Yeah, kind of the same thing. To thank all of the North Point teachers and just like counselors, all of the administration, because that school has allowed me to like be who I want to be and experience different things that I know I would never have experienced anywhere else, and just have like the best of the best teachers. And I'm in a program at North Point, and the program's really like, it's opened my mind to like different things I never would have even thought about. So I just want to thank my teachers.
It's fantastic. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Chloe.
I'd like to thank my parents for always encouraging me to do strong in my academics, and I'd also like to thank my teachers and Principal Blue, and I'd also like to thank my grandpa for always telling me that nothing can get in the way of my success except myself.
Amen. That's very great advice. Thank you. Go ahead, Aiden.
I would like to thank my principal for choosing me.
Aw.
I would also like to thank my parents, and I would like to thank myself.
Amen. Absolutely. You did all that hard work. Bravo. Anna?
I'd like to thank all my teachers that helped me build up to this moment and like get stronger in all my academic achievements. And I want to thank my family too, and my twin sisters who's always been there for me.
Aw, so sweet. Thank you. Go ahead, Janae.
I just want to say thank you to Mary B. Neal for recognizing my academic achievements. And I also want to thank my parents for making me the best person I could ever be.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Emma.
I want to thank my parents, my siblings, and my teachers, and definitely my principal, because they could help me in all my subjects at school.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hanan?
I like to thank my parents for pushing me through,
and my teacher for helping me if I get stuck on something.
Thank you. And Presley.
I would like to thank my principal for helping me get through things, my family for loving and always supporting me, my friends for always being there for me, my teachers and the entire staff at my school for helping me be the best that I can be. I would also like to thank my Girl Scout troop for being there for me and helping me, teaching me about friendship, and God for getting me to the place and having the people around me.
Bravo. Thank you so much. Okay. Well, everyone, just stay where you are. We have some things for you. We will be down. Yeah, that should be for the, gotcha, you've already backpacks are for the kids. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Are you? Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. I know. Yes, yeah, for the kids, yeah. I know.
Yeah, yes, I had to look down.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
that's true.
I know. Watch that nice cord there. Yeah.
I'm about to fix that.
Yeah, that could be a little bit of a problem.
If I see somebody I'm excited about, I ain't gonna look down.
Jamila, watch that. Yeah. Run, yeah. That somewhere. You got it? Or slide it around this way. One, Jamila's special attraction. Ooh! That was Mr. Jones! That was fun. Oh, I appreciate that consideration, sis. I didn't want to stand in front of Jamila, but you know. We're white.
At least you got on white, but it's the same thing.
That going right around to the front.
You gotta center a little bit more. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, we're gonna take a picture later, and the boys aren't invited. Sorry.
Well, I mean, you never gonna wear red tie. You usually do.
I didn't even occur to me. I just wore this because it's my favorite color. I didn't even think Valentine's Day. But yeah, Mike, yeah, he had a, yeah, Mike, you should get on in theme. Think about a special thing. Oh, yeah, I guess that's the next holiday. We do? I don't have a, okay, yeah, we do need a reminder. It just literally, none of the women coordinated. We worked out.
Best friend sisters. How are you? Congratulations.
picture. I don't think she did. All right. I didn't expect to get out.
Right, to take up your certificate?
Yeah, all of them, yeah. I know.
Go up, yep. Everybody go up.
We can get one with them, because we gotta get one with them. They have to. We get them.
Twins on the outside. We're still pre-K.
Yeah, that was, that's not. Yeah, oh, eight.
We good? All right, is the paparazzi done? The paparazzi, all right, there you go.
Great job.
Yeah, shift into the left. Yes. Is this mic still on? Families, if you can hear me, feel free to join your children in the lobby.
We'll get y'all on the next one. Oh, where? Oh, you want to switch? Okay, quick. No. Come, Mike and David.
One is up there.
Look, reluctantly. The great bookends.
Yeah.
Probably will run a little bit into public forum. It's all right. I wanted the babies to get all their shine.
Are these bags for the teachers?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Do you need help, Nicole? Huh?
That's right. Don't ever leave me. Okay, so that's a proper protocol thing? All right. All right. No, I haven't gotten it. Oh, one person.
I know.
They're not named. Okay,
Yeah. It's just these that are usually named. All right.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome. We'll now start with our staff recognitions. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Okay, everyone, can I ask you to quiet down a little bit, please? Thank you. We're waiting to start our staff recognitions. Most action, UGC. Okay. I know. Do I have a gavel?
At one time
There was a gavel here at some point.
Oh, it's right there. There is one.
Oh, okay. All right, here we go. Thank you. All right, can we ask everyone to quiet down some, please? Thank you so much. You just want to be able to hear the presentations. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairperson Moore Lee, Superintendent Dr. Navarro, board members, executive staff, colleagues, friends, and family. My name is Shirlene Ogburn from the Office of Human Resources, and it is time for us to acknowledge 8 exemplary employees. Our first recipient is Miss Erica Boardley, mathematics teacher from Mattawoman Middle School. Mr. Leland Burns, building service assistant manager from Dr. Samuel A. Mudd Elementary School. Miss Karen Christy Carpenter, secretary from Mary B. Neal Elementary School. Miss Elise Dickerson, an English teacher from North Point High School. Miss Kenra Granger, second grade teacher from William B. Wade Elementary School. Miss Stephanie Lane, secretary from Daniel of St. Thomas Jenifer Elementary School. Miss Holly Smiggle, a learning resource teacher from Walter J. Mitchell Elementary School. And Miss Lauren Washington, a social studies teacher from the Phoenix International School of the Arts. Our first recipient will be represented by her principal, Miss Sonia Blue.
Today, it is my privilege and distinct honor to recognize Miss Erica Boardley as an exemplary employee. I first met Miss Boardley about 9 years ago as a bright-eyed math teacher ready to conquer middle school, armed with 4 years of study and student teaching experience from Kutztown University of Pennsylvania. Ms. Boardley quickly settled into her role of 6th grade math teacher at Mattawoman Middle School. Ms. Boardley is an engaging and exciting teacher, and her students love being in her class. She helps them to conquer their fear of math by using every available strategy known to education. Ms. Boardley quickly became acclimated to the school climate of Mattawoman, and her contagious school spirit led her to join the PBIS committee. Along with that responsibility, she became a sponsor for Math Counts, PBIS coordinator, and her current role as 6th grade team leader. Ms. Boardley continues to work passionately to create an environment where teachers love to teach and students love to learn. As the coordinator of the PBIS program, Ms. Boardley has produced amazing morale builders for staff. I believe the event they love the most is the staff versus students dodgeball game. For obvious reasons,
I would pay good money to see that.
imagine why this is a crowd favorite for both students and staff. This year, Ms. Boardley completed her Master's of Arts from McDaniel College in Curriculum and Instruction with her administration certification. As an administrative intern, it was my responsibility to hone her leadership skills and prepare her to be a school administrator. I think you would agree with me, Ms. Boardley, that if there's one thing you learned while completing the internship, it was that you are a multitasker. She completed the internship and never missed a beat as 6th grade team leader and PBIS coordinator. Ms. Bortley has a calm demeanor. I'm not sure I've ever heard her raise her voice. She is grace under pressure and not easily rattled. She is committed to the staff and students of Mattawoman, ensuring she is available to meet their every needs. Ms. Bortley is a team player, filling in whenever she is asked and sometimes when she's not asked. A few years ago, Ms. Bortley, you remember this, questioned whether or not teaching was her calling. She had a difficult group of students that year, and they were not responding to the many strategies that were successful the year before. After a very long and tearful conversation, I told her that not every year is the same, but that she should take the summer to breathe and reflect. Needless to say, Ms. Bortley returned in August, refreshed, renewed, and more determined than ever that students would understand how to balance equations. I know Ms. Bortley will make an indelible mark on this county as she continues to lead with integrity and enthusiasm, sandwiched in between a relentless dedication to student achievement. Again, it is my honor to acknowledge, award, and celebrate you, Ms. Erica Bortley, as the 2023-24 Mattawoman Middle School Exemplary Employee.
Thank you, Ms. Blue. Now, I did tell the recipients they didn't have to get up, but Ms. Blue got me in trouble with you. I'm sorry. Next, we have Mr. Leland Burns, Building Service Assistant Manager from Dr. Samuel Mudd Elementary School, and he's going to be represented by Principal Portia Parker.
I know Mr. Burns don't want to get up. Mr. Leland Burns, AKA Mr. Lee, has been serving as a member of the building service team at Dr. Mudd for the past 17 years. He is currently the assistant manager. Throughout his tenure, he has been a dedicated and valued member of our school family who seeks to build relationships and make connections to both students and staff. He is loyal, supportive, and above all, committed to ensuring Dr. Mudd's environment is safe, clean, and conducive to learning. His goal is to remove barriers so that everyone can do their work to the best of their ability. This means if classrooms or staff need supplies, he ensures they have them and can be seen delivering resources to all areas within the building. If a cleanup is needed, he is there with a smile. He gives unselfishly of himself and never asks for anything in return. The Dr. Mudd school community has a deep respect and admiration for Mr. Lee. His dedication to the Dr. Mudd Elementary School community goes unmatched. His colleagues hold him in the highest regard, and the children love him. I speak with many parents, and the remarks are the same when speaking about Mr. Lee. They speak of someone who is caring, kind, thoughtful, considerate, and always positive. Ms. Booz, our registrar, shared that Mr. Lee is very kind and reliable. She knows that when she needs him to help with delivering materials to the classrooms or a cleanup in one of the classrooms, she can count on Mr. Lee. Mr. Yates shared that first and foremost, Mr. Lee has great hair. All joking aside, Mr. Lee is a hard worker, easy to work with, and builds positive relationships with the kids. Ms. Holman shared that Mr. Lee is always on time, completes tasks on time with a smile, and is very personable with all members of the school community. 2 5th grade students shared that Mr. Lee is nice and honest. Every day they walk past Mr. Lee will ask how their day was and wants to hear about it, whether it's good or bad. Both students shared that he is a good friend to everyone and that he is really good at his job. Mr. Lee is committed to his job at Dr. Mudd with just about perfect attendance and interactions with staff and students that are always positive. He takes constructive feedback and makes sure he completes tasks to the best of his ability and up to the standards of perfection. Again, I present to you Dr. Mudd's exemplary employee for the year, Mr. Leland Burns.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. And now, Ms. Karen Christie Carpenter will be represented by her principal, Anthony Carroll.
Good evening. Miss
Good evening.
Karen, better known as Christy Carpenter, is being recognized as our exemplary employee at Mary B. Neal Elementary School. The first point of contact in the school is the main office, and the ladies at Neal set the tone for the building. Ms. Carpenter is always professional when dealing with our students, our parents, and our staff. Ms. Carpenter always goes above and beyond to get the job done. She always has a smile on her face, understands how to diffuse situations, and is helpful beyond belief. I may ask Ms. Carpenter to complete a task for me. Ms. Carpenter, do you mind doing? Sure, I got it. That's easy, no problem. I may ask, hey, can you do this within the next couple of days? 2 minutes later, it's done. That's just the type of attitude and professionalism that Ms. Carpenter shows. She's always busy doing something, answering the phone, allowing parents in the building, answering parent emails, speaking to students as they enter the office, and dealing with requests from her principal. And one of the great things about Ms. Carpenter is she makes some of the best desserts that I've had. As you can tell, I'm not going to turn that down when she brings that in. Ms. Carpenter is always willing to lend a hand to assist with anything and does so seamlessly. Ms. Carpenter is well respected with the Neal community and is more than deserving to be honored this evening as our exemplary employee. Congratulations.
Thank you, Principal Carroll. Our next recipient is Ms. Elise Dickerson, and she'll be represented by Principal Daniel Capel.
It is my privilege to present Ms. Elise Dickerson for recognition as an exemplary employee. Since 2016, when she came to North Point High School, I've had the opportunity to work with and supervise her in her role as an English teacher. During her tenure, she has taught English 1, 3, and 4, dual enrollment, composition and rhetoric, and poets workshop. In addition to her role as a teacher, she is a Quiz Bowl and its academic co-sponsor and a mentor to new teachers. Her impact on our school community goes beyond these listed official roles. To our students, she is an educator committed to their learning and an advocate for their voice. To her fellow educators, she is a beacon for effective instruction who creates impactful professional development. Her ability is not just recognized by our staff and students, but by the National Board of Professional Teaching, achieving her National Board certification this school year. I have developed a great respect for her as a teacher. Her goal as an educator is to harness student creativity while maintaining high expectations for all students. She achieves this goal by providing students with authentic opportunities to demonstrate learning while prioritizing student voice in the classroom. These goals are best exemplified by her poetry class. Each school year, her Poets Workshop class works all year to publish a book of poetry written and edited by her students. Then the students plan their book release and signing to celebrate being published authors. The whole experience empowers our students and gives them a sense of purpose in their work. The event has become one of my favorite yearly celebrations to attend. This year's book release celebration will be a poetry festival to allow our young writers' passion to inspire others. I have seen firsthand the impact of that her teaching has had on her students as they leave her class, with a newfound confidence in their abilities and a love for learning. Not only does Elise value student voice and choice in learning, but she also works to ensure our staff have a voice and choice in their professional development. Since 2021, she has created and implemented professional development activities for our staff. She has led a book study on keeping the wonder, allowing our staff to grow instructionally while fueling their passion for teaching. Ms. Dickerson demonstrates exceptional teacher leadership by spearheading numerous school-wide and county-wide professional development initiatives. She generously shares her instructional expertise with her colleagues at North Point by leading collaborative planning sessions for the English 11 team, as well as contributes to the growth of composition and rhetoric teachers throughout the district by presenting innovative instructional and technological resources. Furthermore, she serves on 3 book approval committees aimed at promoting diversity and accessibility within the CCPS curriculum. In addition, she has led several school-wide and countywide professional development activities. Outside of Charles County Public Schools, she presents at educational conferences and serves as a consultant for Brave New Teaching. She's an example of living the life of an educator, constantly engaging in practices that extend her ability as a teacher. Elise Dickerson is an excellent teacher. Over the past several years, she has successfully worked to make North Point High School a place where both students and teachers thrive. I know without a doubt that North Point High School is a better learning institution with her services. I'm honored to present Ms. Elise Dickerson to the Charles County Public Schools Board of Education for recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Capel. Our next recipient is Miss Kenra Granger. She's a second grade teacher, and Mr. William Miller will be representing her.
I'll say this now, I don't know what's going to take place after I'm done speaking and after Miss Granger's done speaking, but I'll just leave it at that. Good evening. I'm proud to present Miss Kenra Granger as an exemplary employee at William B. Wade Elementary School. Ms. Granger began her teaching career in 2018 at Wade and has successfully taught second grade inclusion for the past 6 years. When you look at what makes a successful teacher in the classroom, the first question I asked myself is, what do the students think of her? I asked one of her former students, and he responded, Miss Granger helped me with my work, and she gave out the best treats. I just had a great time in her class. She's really nice and kind, and I will always remember her as a kind person no matter how old I get. Aww. She is the nicest teacher I ever had. And he is excelling in third grade because of her work. When I asked a couple of her students she currently has how they feel about Miss Granger, the first child said, she's amazing. She makes learning fun, takes the time with us to help us when we need it. Another student said she is so nice because she always makes learning fun for us and makes us feel special no matter what kind of day we are having. As an administrator, what I appreciate most about Miss Granger is her willingness to accept any challenge. Throughout her entire teaching career, she has been identified as the inclusion classroom teacher, and she loves to collaborate with the other teachers she works with. She enjoys figuring out each child's unique learning style and develops strategies to meet their individual needs. This challenges her to grow her knowledge and skills as a teacher. She's a quiet leader who puts the needs of her students first. She will often give up her own planning time just to meet with her students and build a stronger connection with them if they are struggling in any way. Ms. Fisher, one of her former special education instructional assistants, had this to say about her, and I'm very glad she's here. As a mom, I'm confident that Kenra would provide my sons with the best education possible. Any parent should feel blessed to have such a wonderful teacher for their child. Kenra is very caring to her students, colleagues, and she's organized and very dependable. She provides a safe, nurturing environment for all of her students. Wade and CCPS are truly blessed to have such a wonderful teacher representing them today. Ms. Granger is a very active member in our school. She leads our PBIS team. She is an anchor for our new teachers. She was part of an MSD grant that encourages teacher leadership and volunteers her time for every school function we have. She also leads PDs in our building too. She's a role model for all young and veteran teachers to look up to. I'm very proud to honor Ms. Kenra Granger as our exemplary employee.
That's support, Wade Elementary. Thank you so much, Mr. Miller. Okay, our next recipient is Miss Stephanie Lane. She's secretary from Daniel of St. Thomas Jenifer Elementary, and she's going to be represented by Assistant Principal Taylor.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to introduce Ms. Stephanie Lane, who is being recognized as Jenifer's exemplary employee. Ms. Lane has worked for CCPS for 28 years. She has been our registration secretary at Jenifer for 6 of those years. She supports the secretary to the principal and all administrators in anticipating the needs of the parents to take care of registration needs. She helps the students with whatever they need to ensure they have a great day. Ms. Lane provides staff instruction and guidance concerning student attendance. She collaborates with our PPW to provide attendance letters to parents and determining residency matters. Ms. Lane is always available to our parents and students to answer any question. Ms. Lane goes above and beyond to support Jenifer before and, I stress, after school initiatives. She works with parents and students to accommodate them. Ms. Lane works collaboratively with our parent liaison, including supporting a number of Title I events, including summer backpack, learning nights, before and after school ELO clubs. Ms. Lane continues to take advantage of trainings related to her position. Ms. Lane collaborates with other staff members to provide a positive climate and culture for students. Ms. Lane always provides a safe space for our Jenifer students. She actively listens and will advocate for students and parents if necessary. Ms. Lane models behavior akin to following safety procedures and protocols for CCPS at Jenifer. Ms. Lane always is concerned about making sure she follows the proper protocols related to her role as the registration secretary. She is diligent and specific about gathering the necessary documents for proof of residency. She actively works with the pupil personnel worker to monitor absences and residency issues. Ms. Lane promotes and actively supports students and parents through her involvement and support of Jenifer School activities. She always goes above and beyond for our students to support them. She eats lunch with our students, incentivizes them, and will offer suggestions to help students feel successful. Ms. Lane is multifaceted in her support of Jenifer. She always has a positive attitude with our students. She is the type of secretary that every school needs in this area. Ms. Lane anticipates the needs of the administration and will troubleshoot as necessary. Ms. Lane has developed a relationship of trust with many Jenifer parents. They communicate to her regarding absences, student supports, and other areas of concern. Jenifer is extremely a busy school, but she is always steady on her feet, providing consistent support. The staff and students treasure Ms. Lane, and as a Jenifer Star staff member who always shines. On behalf of the administration and staff of Jenifer Elementary School, I present to you Ms. Stephanie Lane as Jenifer's exemplary employee.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Our next recipient is Holly Smiggle, Learning Resource Teacher, and she'll be represented by Principal Deidre Barnett.
She knows I need her to stand by. Good evening.
They were promised they didn't have to move.
It is my pleasure today to present to you Ms. Holly Smiggle, Walter J. Mitchell's exemplary employee. Holly started at Mitchell in 2020 as our learning resource teacher. In this role, she supports students and teachers with gifted instruction. She is the expert in this field in our building and not only leads small groups with students, but models and offers assistance to teachers implementing gifted instruction. In her role, Holly serves as our testing coordinator. She leads professional development to train staff on the protocols of each test being administered. Holly is also a member of our professional learning team and attends quarterly meetings presented by Central Office in addition to the monthly school-based PLT meetings. She is often a leader in presenting the information to staff at our ILT team meetings and staff meetings. Holly attends all required professional development for her role. She embraces any opportunity to increase her capacity as an educator, which is evident by her most recent professional development in restorative practices. Holly demonstrates a great deal of pride in her work. She's very organized with student data, deadlines, and overall scheduling. And just to add a little story, she also stays on top of me to make sure I meet deadlines. She got upset with me because she thought I did not turn in my exemplary employee name, but I had to hide for like a day when she found out it was her. So that's how she is. She works hard to ensure that her daily schedule maximizes her time to work with students, but also to have availability to support staff, all while meeting all of her other deadlines as required in her position. Holly does more than what her position requires. She's always willing to jump in and assist whenever she's needed, often without even being asked. Her overall presence throughout the school building contributes to Walter J. Mitchell's positive vibe and cohesive culture. Ms. Smiggle is truly an example of bulldog pride and so deserving of this recognition. I'm honored to present to you our exemplary employee from Mitchell Elementary School, Ms. Holly Smiggle.
Thank you, Ms. Barnett. Our final recipient is Ms. Lauren Washington, and she's a social study teacher from Pasota, and she'll be represented by Principal Roy Sermons.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
Ms. Lauren Washington, what can I say? Well, what can I not say? Let's start with that piece. She is our everything. She's there first thing in the morning. She's last in the evening. I often have to put her out and say, I have to cut the alarm on. I need you to go. She is just the epitome of dedication. Our scholars love her. If there's an issue, she is right there to handle them with our scholars. She's taken on every responsibility known to man with just a little bit of money, just a little bit. She's our testing coordinator, PBIS coordinator person. She is our constant counselor when we don't have one in the building. Kids find her, and they are so excited to have them as a part of her life. Well, she's a part of their life. She goes beyond to make sure that she does whatever she has to do to make sure our scholars are successful, both in and out of the classroom. When there's a bad day, I go hide in her room. Like literally, that smile is infectious. She has an infectious laugh. Her former principal, who was just up here, said she was on loan. She just forgot to say indefinitely because she's going to be there for a while. So I'm excited to have her as a part of our team. Our kids love her, her families love her, and she's just the epitome of professionalism. Dedicated is not the word. She's been doing this for over 20 years, even though she looks 12. She has, you would never know that she is a seasoned teacher as seasoned as she is. Not that that's old, but you know, getting seasoned. But she loves what she does. And at this time in her career, where she can honestly say she has that passion still, that drive still, that she comes early, she stays late, she does whatever she needs to do for our scholars, that is who this person is. I'm excited to just let you know, Lauren is our exemplary employee. Now, tomorrow, the next day, she's my left, my right hand, my left foot, my right foot. She's all of those things together, and I could not do this without you. So I'm very grateful for you.
Can we give all of our recipients a hand? And at this time, I'll turn it over to you, Chairperson Morley.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you all so much. It's no secret that our teachers and staff are the heart and soul of CCPS, just simply put. And as much as we love our customers, also known as our students, you are the reason why they are the way they are and why they turn out so well and make us so proud. So thank you sincerely for everything that you do. Left foot, right arm, left arm, all of the things. Thank you so much. So I'll just go down the line and say a few words to each of you, and then we'll come back, and that'll be your time to share whatever you would like. All right? Starting with Ms. Bordley, who teaches 6th grade math. Okay. 6th grade and math. But you are engaging, and the students love being in your class, and you make it exciting for them. And that's something that they will never forget. Even if it's not a subject that naturally comes to them or that they necessarily love, if they love the teacher, that's really all that matters, because they're excited to be there and they want to make you happy. So thank you for everything that you pour into our students every day. I mean, all kinds of notes about the contagious school spirit, because that matters. That matters a lot. And PBIS, you know that PBIS means something to any student in any age, from elementary on up. So thank you for everything that you do. Also, you're an administrative intern, which I know is not easy. So you manage that, math, and PBIS? And also, I have to point out, the one word that really stuck out to me was your integrity. That is something that is just innate to who you are. So thank you very much for everything that you do. Mr. Burns, first of all, I know anything in building services is not easy. And especially when we have all these weather delays, when you have to clean up behind who knows who for who knows why. Like, it's always something. It really, truly is a never-ending job. Thank you very much, sir, and we mean that sincerely. And also the fact that you're dedicated and that you're committed to making connections. So this is something for you that's obviously much more than a job. This is something that you take personally, and it's a part of who you are. And that means a lot to us. You're described by the parents as being caring and kind and considerate. The children love you. Shout out to your great hair. I have to co-sign on that. You're always on time, and you take pride in your work. And that says something about who you are as a person. We appreciate you, Mr. Burns. Thank you so much. Ms. Carpenter, I can co-sign on everything that Mr. Carroll said. Just full disclosure, I know you well. I see you just about every day. And he's absolutely right. You are the point of contact. You set the tone for the building. You're someone that is always pleasant, is always smiling. You go above and beyond. I've watched you, like, how does this lady do this all? She can be managing 20 things, and you juggle them almost seamlessly. But I know there's a lot that goes into that. There's a lot of pride in your work, a lot of professionalism, and a very, very obvious and strong work ethic. So we appreciate you. Thank you so much, Ms. Carpenter. Ms. Dickerson. I am here for your next poetry festival / book release. Please and thank you. I love that you're encouraging students to be involved and fall in love with poetry, because it's such a great and positive way to express yourself and all of your many emotions that are completely normal, but it teaches you a positive way to express those emotions. So thank you for everything that you do for our students. I love that you're also an advocate, and not just for teachers with students, but also for staff. And you make sure that the staff has a voice and a choice in professional development. So I know that that's very significant. And you also recently got your board certification. Congratulations. That I know is a feat. I know that is years in the making. So thank you so much. Ms. Granger. Yes, ma'am. First of all, I need to borrow your fan club. I was telling Ms. Kramer, I need my face on a stick. That's all I'm saying. Yes. I love it. And I love, right. And then they support you, obviously, because you support so many people. You know what I mean? And I very much believe you get back what you put out. And so that's part of what you're seeing. I love, we got the warning, I don't know what's going to happen. I was like, I see now. But I love that kids have a great time. You have great treats. I will say, as a mother of a second grader, I couldn't do it. It is not an easy job. They are very opinionated people. But they're also brutally honest. And for all of them to say the same thing about you being nice and kind and sincerely being interested in them and being amazing, like, you know, that's the honest truth. Kids will give it to you uncut. So we very much appreciate, and I love that you can accept any challenge. And you're very collaborative. That means a lot. So thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Granger. Ms. Lane, 28 years at CCPS. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I mean, and the fact that you keep challenging yourself and you still keep up with your professional development and training, it means something to you. You know what I mean? Like, I very much believe you never stop learning. So thank you for your dedication. And I just imagine, I thought when he said that about all the lives that you've touched in that time, you probably could easily fill this room. And that, you know, you're always available, you go above and beyond, you're there before school, after school. That's a lot. And that you have the relationship of trust with parents. That says a lot about who you are. We sincerely thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Lane. Ms. Smiggle, am I saying it correctly? Ms. Smiggle. Well, when I noted you started during the pandemic, wow, in 2020, I can only imagine the things that you came into, but you handled it. You took it in stride. You embraced any opportunity to increase your capacity. I said, wow. That really said a lot. I'm not kidding when I say I take notes, because these things help me to be better too. You know what I mean? I always believe that you can learn, and you learn by watching people who personify excellence every day. And the fact that you train the staff, that you're a member of the professional learning team, you're very big on data. And if you've ever watched a board meeting, you know we're data driven. Yes. So we appreciate you for that. And that you stay on top of deadlines. That means a lot. And you always do more than is required. That we really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Ms. Smiggle. And last but not least, Ms. Washington. What were you quoted as? The left arm, left foot, right foot? Oh, I love that you are simply, they're everything. They're the first one in, last one out. And also someone who has 20 plus years, and he's right, I wouldn't have known that if he hadn't have said that. But you're still on fire for teaching, and you still have that same drive and passion that you've always done. And we need that. So please don't leave, like all jokes aside. We need you to stay right where you are. And that you fill multiple roles and you always go above and beyond. And it pointed out your infectious smile and laughter. And that is what you need on those days when you're just weary, right? And everyone is just feeling a little low. And then there's someone that just brightens the day. So thank you for being that for us and for Pasoda. Much needed and appreciate it. Thank you so much. So we will start back with Ms. Fordley, whatever you'd like to share. You sure? You want to stay? You know, I don't want it to be said we pressured you. So I'm just kidding.
Okay. Today I'd like to thank the board, my Mattawoman family, and my family for being here today. There are two people I would like to say thank you to. They were the reason why I came here many years ago and stayed here. I found myself sitting in my college student union building on the brinks of tears because I messed up every job interview my college dean set up for me that day. I remember texting my mom telling her that I don't think I made the right choice. It was a tap on the shoulder from Mr. Johnson at HR, who sat with me during our lunch break. And this break should have been for 20 minutes, but it went well over an hour. Within an hour, Mr. Johnson sat with me. He shares his kindness and compassion, and he even told me about this magical place called Charles County.
It is magical.
So he invited me down, and a few weeks later, once again, I messed up every interview that was set up for me. And I was sitting in the same building and ready to cry and text my mom saying, this place is 3 hours away from home. This is too far. And I was greeted by 3 smiles that were later called colleagues and family of mine. They sat with me. The same kindness that I felt when I met Mr. Johnson was the same encouragement that he gave me as well. They were bragging about their amazing principal too. So at the end of our lunch break, I said, hey, I might as well give it a try. I was actually supposed to go home after this. So I remember going over to this teal table and meeting with a warm Miss Blue smile. And I always tell Ms. Blue, she never interviewed me. It was just a conversation. And at the end of our conversation, Ms. Blue looked at me and smiled again and said, I got you. I'll see you soon. For years, I've called Ms. Blue my angel because she doesn't know this, but there was a time when me and my sister were transitioning out of the house and my parents were becoming empty nesters. And at that transition, my mom prayed that her girls would go into this earth and be exactly who they will be, but be surrounded by people that would love and support them when she wasn't close by. And when I say Ms. Blue embodied that, she embodied that. Ms. Blue has always greeted me with a smile and kindness. She was always excited for everything that I wanted to do. She pushed me through doors that I did not think was possible. She showed me how to lead with style in class. But every year, we sat down together and she asked me why in education. It was the kindness of Mr. Johnson that brought me here. but it was the support and encouragement that Ms. Blue has kept me here. Again, thank you all for today.
Oh, thank you. Good luck following that, Mr. Burns.
You got it. You got it.
I'm not big on speeches, so I'm keep it short and simple. First of all, I want to thank God. Amen. Number 2, thank the teachers and the kids. Thank the teachers and staff at Mud. Number 3, everybody at the board. And number 4, the kids who show me a lot of love at the school. That's it.
Thank you. Bravo. Ms. Carpenter. Yeah.
I'm so humbled to be recognized today. It is truly an honor. My husband and I both grew up in Charles County and graduated from McDonough High School. I've had 4 children also graduate from CCPS. CCPS is home, and I'm honored to be able to truly come home when I go to work each day. Working at Neal has allowed me the opportunity to reflect on the impact that CCPS has had on me. I am thankful to the board for this recognition, Mr. Carroll and the staff at Neal for their encouragement, and my family for their support.
Thank you. Ms. Dickerson?
I'm going to try to go very, very, very fast. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Capel, and members of the board for this recognition. Many of us remember growing up with Mr. Rogers. He took us on adventures in his neighborhood through picture-picture, introduced us to neighbors like Mr. McFeely and Officer Clemens, and transported us to the neighborhood of make-believe. I try to teach students that people and their stories can serve as similar doors, windows, or mirrors. I hope my time here this evening serves as one such window, just like Picture to my incredible neighborhood and the many neighbors who make it special. Mrs. Nancy Kirby and Mrs. Jacqueline Taylor are veteran English teachers who generously and graciously offer their support and inspiration. Mr. Brett Schaefer is the best kind of neighbor, steady, reliable, consistent, and encouraging with high expectations and a depth of knowledge in the content. Mrs. Laura Padilla is exceptionally creative in her approach to instruction in the classroom. It has been my honor to learn from her and collaborate with her. Andy Martin puts more into professional development than almost any teacher I have ever encountered. Every day they work to be better than the day before. Mrs. Cecilia R.C. Munoz, like many others, is at the ticket table for every after-school event all year long, supporting not just student athletes, but also our young performers and musicians. Mrs. Milade Tony and Miss Jordan Kislovich have contagious enthusiasm for science, but will speak with equal fervor about the books they are reading or the sports they are coaching. Mrs. Jessica Davis and Mr. Andrew Plasick are wonderfully adventurous in their approach to teaching social studies. They aren't afraid to try new things, even if it means getting kids to learn history. Miss Lachelle Coates has lessons that are awe-inspiring and Insta-worthy. Mrs. Melissa Revel and Mr. Julian Scrivens are 2 of the most optimistic and encouraging teachers that you could ever hope to meet. Mrs. Kristen Helming nurtures student voices literally as the choir director, but also encourages them to share their talents with the world. Senora Yuritsa Morris has elevated her scholars to international notoriety by arranging to have their work displayed at the University of Cartagena in Colombia. Senora Carmen Garcia Vargas has the most beautiful classroom in the school. It is warm and inviting, just like her. Senora Mariah Raklinski Evans does a little bit of everything, but still took on an extra class to cover a vacancy, as did the rest of the World Language Department this year. These are just a few of the many educators that make North Point the beautiful neighborhood that it is. To them I say, it's you I like, and thank you for being my neighbor.
Aww. Bravo.
Hello, good evening. I just wanted to start by thanking Dr. Navarro and the board for recognizing both students and staff at this meeting. I would next like to thank Mr. Miller and our admin team at Wade for selecting me for this recognition. You all have been such an incredible support system, and I'm so grateful for all the leadership and mentoring opportunities you've provided me with and have allowed me to learn and grow. I would like to thank my Wade family, who shows up and shows out always. Wade is truly such a special place to work and be a part of, and I'm lucky to be there. I'd like to thank my students for teaching me to be my best self always, and all the excitement they always bring to my life. I'd like to thank my family and my friends for being here today and always. And lastly, I'd like to thank my husband for being my biggest cheerleader and always helping me prep all the things for my classroom. And for the classic "no way that really happened" when I tell him about my day. Always, we watch Abbott all the time, and he's like, "Really?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I could truly not be the teacher I strive to be without all these amazing people in my life. So thank you all again.
Bravo. Oh, yeah. Yes, it really happened. Do you watch Abbott Elementary? Oh, I love that show. Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Navarro and Chairman Moore Lee and the rest of the board members. I would like to thank you all for this opportunity and this recognition. I would like to also thank my administrative team, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Jackson, and Mr. Myers. Without their support, I don't think I could do the job that I do every single day. I also would like to thank the staff members at Jenifer. If they're here, any of them, I think Emma left. But also the staff members at Jenifer for their support as well when they come into the office and with their kind words and their understanding of how the office is run every day. I also want to thank my family for all their support and the long hours that I do work and I am at the school. So I would like to thank them. I'd also like to thank the ladies in the office who also I work with, because without their support and their understanding and their help, I don't think I could do the job that I do and take all the lovely phone calls that we get from our community and parents every day. So I just want to thank them. And I also like to congratulate the rest of the exemplary employees. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Navarro, and fellow colleagues. Thank you for such an incredible opportunity. It is truly an honor to be recognized by my colleagues and administration. I'm honored and humbled to work with an amazing staff, always willing to go the extra mile for each other and their students. Each and every staff member at Mitchell sets the bar high on a daily basis, challenging you to be better than you were the day before. The opportunity to work with so many exceptional staff members throughout this county for the last 18 years has shaped me into the educator that I am today and allowed for this nomination and recognition tonight. Thank you to my family for always supporting me on my endeavors, no matter the cost. I'm blessed to have such an incredible support system. A wise person once told me it's never a day of work if you love what you do, and I can truly say that I do. I'm deeply grateful for this recognition and the opportunity to say it's always a great day at Walter J.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So first I want to thank Dr. Navarro and the board for this recognition. I also want to thank my principal, Dr. Sermons, as well as our founders, Ms. Jackson and Dr. King. Working at Pasota this year has really, I feel like, given me my teacher joy back. It's just such a joyous place. Am I going to be the one person who cries? But it's just such a joyous place, and I'm just happy every day that I'm there. So it really is, just a wonderful place to be. And just to my colleagues and the students there, this is my first year teaching middle school. I was a little nervous, but I love it. I mean, I would not change a thing. So, and also I want to thank my family for all of their support, for listening to all of my teacher stories for over 20 years. And, even on the tough days, for telling me, oh, it's okay, you can go back and do it again. So, we keep coming back. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have a little something for you all, and we'll take a few pictures. So just stay where you are. All right.
This is treacherous.
Every time I shook a hand, I didn't care.
That's the thing.
I shook a hand.
Yeah.
I looked
Let me step around. Yeah. Watch the cord, David. Somebody.
Wait, brother.
Oh no. No, Brenda, we can't have none of that. Okay. All right, so on your actions, got you.
Because we ain't got no money, so we can't follow.
No. We ain't got no money.
Oh, y'all didn't have to get up.
Oh, you did. How was it? Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, I don't have to. Okay. Memory card is full. Again, thank you so much.
Who's the person?
I'm sorry, I got cookies in my mouth.
It was Brian Johnson. I think it was two. I don't want to knock anybody.
Glad I'm appreciative. So, I told you to get some shout out.
Line up process.
Listen. Everybody don't look alike, though. Okay, we be getting mad on that one too.
Because I saw her walking up, and I didn't see her on the side. I know I'm tired. So focus on her walking up. Her walking up. I didn't see the other lady standing there. I was like, my bad. Okay. We leave about almost 30 minutes. Well, we don't have so crowded. We have 4 virtual, nobody in person. That goes quick. Sometimes, they don't show up virtually. But we had extra people too, because we didn't have last month. We normally have like 5 or 6. We had 9. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. That's why it took so long. We had to split them up. Oh, we got everybody. Okay. was worth it. It was worth it. We have 4 virtual, none in person. But we have some other things before that.
But I'll try
We were doing okay when we came back. Yeah, I mean, it's worth it though.
Everybody like
Yeah.
it's not about the film until it beats everybody else.
Yeah. Let's give them a second to clear out. Yeah.
So we just have these guys.
Yeah, 4 virtual, right.
Yep.
And
So
you
they're
said no one in
ready to
person. Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm going to need to use it again. Okay. All right, everyone. We have to continue with the meeting. Oh, we got to let the fan club. Round up by the fan club. All right. Thank you all so much for coming. We're going to continue with the meeting. And litter, right? All right. May I have your attention, please? Hello? We have to continue with the meeting. All right. Thank you. Is the mic on? She's saying they can't hear me. Okay. She just said, she's saying she can't hear me.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you all. Thank you.
You're definitely on.
Yeah. Yeah, the one lady was just saying she couldn't hear me.
Because everybody else is talking.
They're just so loud, right? Okay. All right. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you. It's the portion of the evening where we lose our millions. All right. We won't take it personally. You're welcome to stay. And before we continue, I have to recognize our immediate past student representative, Miss Amira Abujama. Thank you for visiting us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Mr. Schwartz, next up we had unfinished business. Do you want to go to public forum? Because, yeah. Okay. We're running a little bit behind. All right. I understand we have no one in person and we have several virtual?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead. 4. Okay.
I will read the rules for public forum. Speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief, to the point, and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by speakers. When appropriate, CCPS staff may address the speaker's concerns directly. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations: personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. I'll turn it over for virtual.
Okay.
And I will call each speaker in order in which they cited. So first,
All right.
We have Pascal Small. You can unmute yourself and provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Pascal Small, and I'm a parent leader of Charles County Rise and a member of the National Parents Union Family Advisory Council. We've been discussing important policy issues and operating budgets these past 3 board meetings, but today I want to talk about student interventions for math and reading as our families received Q2 grades and iReady scores, and we just discussed our literacy plan today. All considerations for budget, policies, and strategic plans around literacy and math must include a real conversation with community and action to provide students of all academic supports they need. As a mom of 3, I wonder, how is it possible that we don't have more supports for all our students to ensure they are meeting their milestones in reading, writing, and math when only 41% of CCPS students are proficient in ELA and only 33% are proficient in math? According to our district strategic plan priorities, when it comes to student learning, every student at every school and center should have access to and receive impactful academic programs and intervention support, whether they are above or below grade level expectations, and that's not happening for all our students. And then according to our CCPS Blueprint Implementation Plan, we have goals for every child to be reading on grade level by the end of 2nd grade, and all our educators to be trained on the science of reading. Where are we in meeting those goals? What supports are we offering students in later grades as literacy is tied to college and career readiness in the blueprint? Also, are we meeting the requirements of the Ready to Read Act of 2019 under COMAR for students identified at risk for reading difficulties? From today's literacy plans, I also wonder if we've gotten any stakeholder feedback on the literacy plan we are submitting, and if we are taking the temperature on the current implementation of the plan, including if interventions that are being offered are working and to what degree. My ask today is that parents of Charles County Rise would like to see Dr. Navarro and her team host a town hall on student interventions for math and reading to share information about the interventions, where we are in ensuring that every educator is being trained on the science of reading, and how we are using the remaining ESSER funds on student supports such as high impact tutoring and extended learning opportunities. I also would like our district to look at innovative ways to offer supports to every student by actually tapping into our community. We have seen this through literacy and math liberator models in other districts and states, where you can actually train your community to help provide high dosage tutoring and supports that our educators and our students desperately need during the school day and after school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Small.
Hi, good evening, board members. I'm Zachary Ball, parent in Hughesville, District 1. I just wanted to bring to the board's attention that there might be an issue with the Charles County assessments that were given to students as part of their quarter 2 curriculum. We received our report card back for one of our students and saw that they had dropped a whole letter grade in their favorite subject. And when we began to ask why, the teacher informed us that they had failed that county assessment, which threw a red flag to me because nobody had ever reached out to us to say, hey, your student's having an issue with reading. And everything we had seen up until this point, be it iReady or his other test scores, show that he's above level in reading. So there was a discrepancy there. And when we asked them to look into it, it turned out that the system had auto-populated the wrong score, and my student had actually passed that county assessment. And the teacher told us that they actually have no control over how that grade gets inputted. It's done automatically. And when the guidance counselor in our school for reading started to check the rest of the students' records in our school, she found that some students had been put in for 0 score, and they had taken the test and passed as well. So there's an issue there. The other issue that I'd like to bring to your attention and advocate for is that, you know, we have several different metrics that we're starting to look at and several different assessments that we're doing to make sure our students are on track and are catching up from the learning loss from COVID and before, is to, you know, it needs to be clear to parents which one the county is leaning on to decide whether or not our students are proficient. Because here was 2 different tools, one that said my student was, and another that said my student didn't. But at no point did anybody reach out to me, the parent, and say, hey, we think your student might have an issue. I'm lucky. My sons are both very smart, and I have time to look into this for them and advocate for them. Not everybody in the county has that, and I can only imagine that there are other students in Charles County that have had the same thing happen to them, where for whatever reason the score didn't go in right, or they actually are having a problem. But if the teachers aren't paying attention and they don't have the tools to go back and tools or time to go back and look at it and work with those students and figure out what happened there, I think we're doing a disservice to our students. And I think you all as county leaders should make your constituents aware that this might be an issue and have them check their students' grades so that they can be corrected as needed. Over.
Thank you, Mr. Ball.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Carrie Rodriguez. I am Matthew, Miles, and David's mom, and I serve as president of the National Parents Union. The National Parents Union has members in all 50 states, Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, including our beautiful friends from the Charles County RISE parent group who are here representing the beautiful voice of parents in your community tonight. They have invited us here this evening to stand in solidarity with them, who are all together united in asking for some clarity and transparency around what supports the district has in place to help kids who are falling far behind in catching up. I first want to express my sincere appreciation for the hard work and dedication that you invest in providing quality education to the students of Charles County Public Schools, and name that we are participating this evening with a tone of support and desired collaboration for solution. The parents of the Charles County RISE would like to invite Superintendent Navarro to a town hall to have an open discussion with parents about their concerns and the things that the school district is doing and needs to be doing to help kids to catch up. At the National Parents Union, we are particularly interested in the optimal utilization of ESSER funds, which are set to expire in September of this year. It's worth noting that the Department of Education is giving extensions for evidence-based programs to support learning acceleration. I would like to encourage all of you to allocate these funds towards evidence-based approaches to accelerating student learning with a specific emphasis on reading intervention, literacy specialists, high-impact tutoring, and extended learning opportunities. The state of Maryland received over $3.2 billion in ESSER money. Charles County received over $47 million in additional supports as a result of that funding. The last ESSER report released on ESSER expenditures for the state, which was last released publicly in February of 2023, indicates that Charles County had only at that time spent about 26% of their ESSER dollars, and the majority of that money was spent on salaries. We are anxious to hear an update on that number and where we are in spending down that ESSER money. Transparency and accountability for this ESSER expenditure is critically important. We are hearing from parents that they do not have literacy coaches or reading interventionists at schools and are left wondering about what resources are available to their children to help them to catch up. As the district approaches that spending deadline, what everyone is calling the fiscal cliff, we want to make sure that parents are aware of the resources available to them as the result of these additional funds being sent down. It is paramount that every student in Charles County has access to essential resources that foster their academic growth. Reading intervention and literacy specialists play a crucial role in identifying and addressing the unique needs of students struggling with literacy skills. Allocating funds to ensure that each school has dedicated specialists will undoubtedly contribute to improving outcomes. Thank you for your time and your consideration. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Members of the Board of Education, my name is Ariel Smith, and I am the Senior Director of Policy and Action at the National Parents Union. I'm here this evening to urge the board to ensure that you are strategically allocating your remaining ESSER funds to address student learning acceleration. These funds present a unique opportunity to invest in evidence-based approaches and are in alignment with your state's blueprint policy, which we've heard about tonight and today during your board meeting. Districts must carefully prioritize initiatives that target academic recovery and growth, whether it's hiring specialized personnel, implementing high-impact tutoring programs, extended learning opportunities, or building engaging classrooms. A well-thought-out strategy ensures that resources are directed where they're needed most. By being strategic in their ESSER spend downs, districts can not only bridge learning gaps, but also create a foundation for sustained academic success, ultimately fostering a resilient and thriving student community well prepared for the future. At National Parents Union, we are committed to supporting districts as they engage with families around how to best support our kids and their learning. We have many examples of how districts have supported their struggling students. I can point you to our partners at the Oakland Reach, who have partnered with Oakland Public Schools to train parents and caregivers as tutors, or Tennessee, who has seen considerable student growth after implementing a statewide tutoring core. We encourage this district to spend down their remaining ESSER dollars with the acknowledgement that students are behind grade level in reading and math. According to the latest test scores, 4 out of 10 kids in Charles County are reading on grade level, and 3 out of 10 are doing math on grade level. Parents have expressed concerns about their iReady scores and the results of the last common assessment. Charles County has access to an unprecedented amount of money for additional resources to support student learning. And yet, unfortunately, parents are not seeing the changes that they need in order for them to feel confident that their kids will be prepared to advance to the next grade level. We want to honor the work that is being done, as was recognized today at the beginning of the meeting, but also uplift the need for learning acceleration to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I believe that was our last speaker. All right, thank you. All right, returning to the agenda, the next item was unfinished business, the adoption of the board handbook. Can say with certainty we are not ready to adopt the board handbook. It is a work in progress. Are there any highlights, either Ms. Smith or Mr. Lucas, that you'd like to make us aware of?
Well, so first I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Lucas, for the number of hours that we have dedicated to this handbook. Also want to thank my board colleagues who provided initial comment on the handbook. Just to be clear in terms of what the impetus and sort of purpose of this handbook is. I know my board colleagues are aware, but just for the public, this handbook really centers on the unity of purpose, roles, commitment to norms, and agreement on protocols and formal structures that will enable our board to perform its responsibilities in a way that best benefits the students of Charles County. The handbook outlines the practices that build and sustain a positive board-superintendent relationship and define a culture of quality and respect between and amongst us. This will also obviously be a public-facing document once it's done. It is on board docs for my colleagues to sort of peruse and look through. It mirrors exactly what was sent to you all several weeks ago that you all have commented on, where there was consensus around some of the changes that were recommended, they were accepted. Where there's additional discussion needed, there are comment bubbles and highlights that warrant additional discussion. So I think at this stage, we're asking members to go back into the document, look through it, add comment for us to continue to have discussion on. But I think we are definitely much closer than we were when we first began to draft this handbook. And also shout out to professional learning. This handbook was an outgrowth of the board attending the NSBA's annual conference last year in Orlando, where we were able to attend a session to hear specifically from fellow board colleagues and their superintendent around how they jointly worked to create such a handbook. So definitely there's a real link between professional learning and development opportunities and the changes that we're looking to sort of see and make as a board. So I think we're almost there, but asking colleagues to go, and I know the superintendent is also taking a look just to make sure that this doesn't run afoul of day-to-day operations. I know Mr. Schwartz is also taking a look to ensure that we are citing the proper policies and we're citing the proper law. But in the interim, I am asking my board colleagues to go back in and take another look. Mr. Lucas, anything to add to that?
So I would echo everything Ms. Smith said. You know, it's kind of, when this thing started, it started more as Ms. Smith said, board norms and practices, or more norms than anything else, and it kind of grew, which is not a bad thing, into how the board handled processes as well, things that were done but never documented or codified. So this is a great way to capture that. I will say that what got sent to everybody and posted, I don't think is the final revision that you and I had, because there was a couple of things that we added at the end that's on the share drive under the merge document, and you know, no fault, because it's still a draft, but there was a couple of paragraphs that got added at the end, and so we'll make sure that the latest version of this document gets to everybody. And again, you know, comment at will. I think it's, as Ms. Smith said, where there was similarity of comments in certain areas, we just accepted those and massaged it a little bit. So all the comments were incorporated in what was in the final change. But it's definitely a step in the right direction.
And thank you both, because
Yeah.
I know this has truly been a labor of love. It has expanded exponentially as we've had additional ideas and thoughts and things that we would like to see. What is the deadline for the next round of comments? What are the next steps?
It would be ideal if we're able by the work session to move forward with approval.
Okay.
So I would ask if board colleagues can have their comments in by the 19th, so next Monday, this upcoming Monday.
Okay.
I think approval is a little ambitious. I think having a clean document that we can talk to, because you know there's still some things that are in here that people may question. But I think having a clean document with no more edits and comments that we can talk to, I think we could do that by the work session. Okay,
1 second, Ms. Thomas. So then we're proposing by the 19th to have all of our comments in, and then that will give staff an opportunity because the work session is what, I know it's the
27th?
The 27th. Would that, do you think, Dr. Navarro, that would give sufficient time by the 26th for, that gives them about a week to then add and clean up?
So, yeah, so I just want to be clear. So we're going to get additional comments, all of us. I haven't finished giving feedback, and I apologize. And there's some questions there that are sitting as questions. So there has to be some resolution of position taken. And then the board has to go down and say, we agree as a board on this position, this position, this position. So, so I guess when you say you're seeking additional comments from board members to give us an additional read and put in some additional comments, I am wondering if perhaps what we need to do is then work with the two board members and meet through, maybe solidify the document in a way in which we can codify where are the places where we still are seeing some language pieces that are missing, or that we, primarily probably Eric and myself, inserted some things for additional clarity for the board.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I think then the idea of bringing it to the work session, I think what you want is try to bring it to the work session in that cleaner version. So then my suggestion would then be to then have to present the document to the board, like walk through, because we still have, in the draft that we have right now, are some things that are still in conflict with each other. We haven't made a decision, and I
Okay.
think we need to bring those forward.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I think that's doable.
Yeah, and I think ideally, that could be added to the work session. We can spend some time on it with an ideal potential adoption sometime in March. We don't have to, I think we wanted to see if the board could adopt sometime in March, whether it's the board meeting or the work session in March.
Okay. We do have it on the work session for February.
We do.
Yes, so that would.
As a work session.
As a work
So we
session.
can work through the document.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. And Ms. Thomas, you wanted to add something?
Thank you. That was going to be my question, because I've gone through the document a couple times, and now that I know that there's still some outstanding questions, I feel those outstanding questions absolutely need to be a discussion, because they do seem to have two extreme poles of, you can just see people's thought processes about where they're trying to come to the middle, to then be able to get some language that everybody can adopt collectively. So that was going to be my question. I very much, because I've reviewed it several times and I was the one to kind of put some questions in there too.
Yeah,
I very much
same.
would like an opportunity to have a discussion with my colleagues in some kind of form so that we can resolve those. I think that would expedite the review after we've done the independent review. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Smith?
And I can work with the chair and vice chair just to make sure we have the proper time to walk through, because I know it's definitely going to take longer than 20 minutes to walk through and say, these seem to be 10 or 12 different sort of areas of contention amongst the board. We need to discuss each and every one of them to understand, like, what was the intent, what's the language, what's going to be the final product. And I'm not sure if we're doing a vote or if we're doing some type of, like, on every single point, but I can figure out with you both, one, the timing that would be needed to walk through, and also sort of what the process would be to ensure that each board member feels like they have a voice in whatever the areas of discussion are.
Okay.
So, I guess I lost a thought bubble here. So why wouldn't we just do that as a group? I mean, why?
At the board session, the work session?
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
That's
That's what we're proposing.
That's what I just said, we're gonna do at the work session.
But I thought I just heard you say that you would. Are you want to walk through at the work session?
Yeah, I just want to figure out with the board and vice chair how much time we would need to do it, because right now I think we have 20 minutes for this, and that's obviously not enough time.
Yeah.
Also walking through what the process would be. Will we vote on every single issue? This is on page 2, this is the language, what are thoughts, vote? Or do we say, this is the recommendation in totality, let's vote on the entire document?
No, I think the latter. That wouldn't.
The
that
former?
wouldn't- The latter would not make sense. The first thing to go through, like, each item.
Okay.
But
Yeah. We also, things we have consensus on, we can have those up front, like a consent agenda, and then revisit the items that may have, need additional discussion.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman. For me, I think I'm looking for the summation of the areas that are outstanding and the areas that, there is concurrence. Like the things that are concurrence, I think we may be able to quickly go through those, and if we could just pull out those, a summation of the areas or the topics that are in, that need collaboration, then maybe that can help us get through those a little better, because I think if we boil it down, there may be 10 or 12, I thought, bubbles that I remember putting questions down for.
Yeah, I had some as
Yeah.
well.
That's not for everyone.
Right.
So for everyone, it's definitely a lot more.
It's a lot Right. more.
Which is why I need to figure out the timing.
Right.
Of how long.
Hence the
And
conversation.
also understanding this is a working document, so if we can get consensus on maybe 75% of it,
And I
we
think
start
we're
there.
I think
You
we're
know?
there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Lucas?
So, I mean, so what really is our hard deadline? I mean, I think the hard deadline we had the last time we spoke about this was having it done before our next board retreat.
Right,
So if that's,
tentatively in
and
April.
and if that's, yeah, is that when the date is? Because I haven't heard when the final date is. But I mean, I think that's our hard deadline, and then we can work backwards from that.
So right now, we're working on scheduling in April.
Okay,
And it would be probably the latter part of April.
right. So that gives us all of March to
If we
spend
need
some
it.
time, and if we need it, yeah.
All right, Ms. Butler Washington?
Yeah, I would like to suggest maybe if we can collectively meet like one off from our work session like we used to do. Like if something happened, we come and do a Zoom or whatever, pull up the document, and we can go through it like that. But bring the clean document back to the public, and we can go through it just like that.
So you proposing like almost like an emergency meeting or something, or?
No, you remember how we used to do meetings in between meetings, just to get things settled, get a process going before we present to the public the full document. Maybe something like that we could do instead of posing it and putting it on the on one of the board sessions, and you probably can get through it faster like that.
Well, I'm thinking maybe if we start with the things we're already in agreement on, and then we can identify what we're not in agreement on, and if it's the will of the board, maybe we can have a separate meeting, because it would have to be, looking at Mr. Schwartz like, oh boy. It would have to be a separate meeting on the things that, yeah.
Right.
I think if we start, I mean, I like the plan that Ms. Smith proposed. Everyone do another read-through by the 19th, add any comments, including any questions that have been identified, and let's identify what we're in agreement on and make that as clean as possible. And if there's any outliers, if we need a separate meeting, then we can revisit. You want to?
And if anyone needs help with track changes, again, no issue. Some of us do this every day. Let's just talk through it so that we can actually have a document that's in SharePoint that we're using all together, and folks sort of know how to use track changes, because there may be something new. It's like I didn't have a comment on this necessarily before, but now I do.
Not
So
reading
happy to
through
walk
it.
folks through sort of how to change language, add comment bubbles, like whatever's helpful.
And to your point, if you could please resend it, because if what's on board docs, because that's what I was looking at. I was like, this, yeah, right, this, if you could
So-
please resend the
We're gonna have to
clean-
repost once the superintendent and Mr. Schwartz go
do
through
their,
it.
their comments. Okay.
So the,
One second,
Sorry.
Ms. Kramer.
I just had a clarifying question, Madam Chair, and this might be for Mr. Schwartz. So would that be like an administrative function of the board, and would it have to be a public meeting,
Oh,
or?
in terms of the handbook?
Or would it?
It would have to be public, he's saying.
Okay, okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas?
So I don't know, I thought only Ms. Smith and I and Ms. Mackey had access to the latest SharePoint version, because what was sent to everybody initially by Ms. Mackey was a Word version in Microsoft Word separate, so they could edit offline, and then that was all combined together into a merged version. That merged version is on SharePoint, but I don't think everyone has access to it.
Is that correct, Ms. Mackey? That's correct, okay.
Yeah, so I just sent it to you and Ms. Smith and the superintendent.
Ms. Smith?
I'm sorry, one more clarification. Hopefully this is the last.
No worries.
Where we are right now, the superintendent has an offline version that both she and Mr. Schwartz, are working on.
Okay.
Once they have completed their review, we can then take that version, create a new shared file for everyone to use. So whatever folks have now, please do not waste your energy kind of going in and beginning to rattle around because it won't be saved anywhere.
Okay.
Or it'll be saved, but then we'll have a variety of different documents. Let's just pause on that, allow the superintendent, Mr. Schwartz, to do their thing, and then we'll put a new version back online for folks to begin to comment and edit.
Well, let me ask Mr. Schwartz and Dr. Navarro, what is a realistic timeline for you all? Because if we're still trying to do this by Monday, that, you know, only gives you all maybe a day, is that realistic for you to complete your review? Hold on.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Schwartz has given his feedback. I still have additional language, and I was going to try to color code it for Ms. Smith and Mr. Lucas with some proposed revisions that I think are amenable in places where the board hasn't come to consensus yet. So I'm trying to tie this document as tighter as possible so that the board can sort of can see if they would take up any of sort of my compromise positions in a couple of areas. It's Valentine's Day tomorrow, so we will put our love into this document, and we will have something to Mr. Lucas and Ms. Smith by the end of tomorrow with big hearts. And so that will give you all a very expedited timeline of reviewing kind of where those are. And we'll go from there, if that makes sense, to the two board members that are chairing that work group.
So I just want to clarify. So Mr. Schwartz has already completed his review. Dr. Navarro will complete hers by tomorrow. She'll then send it back to Ms. Smith and Mr. Lucas. And what will you all do at that point? Are you all doing another review before the board then adds comments? Or, because otherwise it can just come directly to us.
I agree.
Okay.
You can cut the middle team out.
Okay.
Yes, if Dr. Navarro wants to work, I mean, Ms. Mackey works directly for her. So if she wants to work with Ms. Mackey to go ahead and upload it and just sort of send the link.
I can upload it by COB tomorrow. Shelley and I will upload it, and it'll be a SharePoint accessible to all board members for edits to do via SharePoint. So if you need any support, please reach out with SharePoints as you add comments. I think the comment piece is probably the most helpful piece in SharePoint, so you don't.
So just so you're all on the same page, we're gonna only add comments and not do track changes.
You can do both.
In SharePoint, I mean, that was kind of the rub before. We'd have 8 different people with track changes.
Well, I think
Asking for both.
Yeah, I think if people have both, but I would advise you to do it in comments because we're gonna have a rainbow of colors.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
So comments would be preferable over track changes. To your point, Ms. Luke, I want to make sure we're on the same page.
I have a different, I'll go with whatever.
I was gonna say, I'll go with whatever the flow is.
For me, historically, it has been easier if folks have a language preference, that they just add the language in. But when you add the language in, if you have it in track changes, it automatically begins to track the change, regardless of who has the document open, because we're all working from one document. Folks don't have to change font or change colors, like, it will automatically do it for you if your track changes is on.
Okay. So that's the Ms. Smith. I'm sorry, Ms. Thomas. I apologize.
Hey, Ms. Smith.
In another life, in another life.
In another life.
Yeah, I would just, for what it's worth, I think we really need to rely on the technology to help us a little bit here. So when you do the track changes, as Ms. said, it will do all of that, whose comment is, what it looks like, and you can actually do the drop down of show with markup, show original, show. So there's a variety of ways you can view it. And again, I know Ms. Smith has offered, but if Ms. Smith is unavailable, I'm happy to help anybody navigate through how to use track changes, because the technology can just help us more efficiently get through the process.
All right. Well, that's where we'll leave it then. Is everyone in agreement? Any questions? No. All right. Thank you. All right. Moving on. Is there any new business? Nope. Any future agenda items? Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Ms. Morley. So a couple of weeks ago, I sat down with Dr. Eileen Abel, who Superintendent knows well. She is the Executive Director of the University System of Maryland at Southern Maryland, which is a facility in St. Mary's County. And there are 5 universities under the University System of Maryland that exist there, and you can get 40 degrees at those universities. So it was a very good talk, and previously she had asked me to come down when she was giving a presentation, and I think it might be something good for us as a board, but also for the public to see that, right in our backyard, 40 minutes away, are a number of universities that are, are geared for people that maybe they might be on a 4-year plan, but maybe they're on a 6-year plan because they're working, and but they don't have to travel, say, all the way to College Park or to Baltimore to go to these schools. And so Dr. Abel asked if I could mention it, so I'm mentioning it, and I think it would be good for people. We have CSM, but CSM only gets you so far, and they're working with CSM to make that transition as seamless as possible in terms of coursework. So if that's something the board would like to see, I think it'd be very beneficial.
So she's proposing to do a presentation?
Presentation, she said 15 or 20 minutes.
Are we in agreement, colleagues? Something we'd be interested in? Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Any other future agenda items? All right. Thank you. We've already done public forum. All right, now we can do board member updates, and then the last remaining item will be action items. Ms. Bella Washington, would you like to start?
I'm excited for February 15th. I will be going to Summers for the career day. So they have invited, my granddaughter invited me. So we are going to go and talk about our careers, and they wanted us to make sure that we just don't come unilaterally into, I went to college, I went this away. They want us to talk about our life, how we got to where we at. So I'm going to use me going to the military first, then I got my degree, then I went on to federal government. I'm going to use it that way because they're trying to let students know at a very early age that everybody does not have to go the same way. So hearing it from people who are in the community, that will probably bear more on them. So I'm excited about going to that.
Oh, all right. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Kramer, I'll go last. You just make our way down. Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So good evening. I just wanted to start with sort of an unorthodox way for board comments. We usually talk about kind of things that we've done in the community and stuff, but I think you all see me plenty. So you know where I'm at. I'm around. But I just want to thank all parents and members of the community who have reached out to the board over the last couple of months to provide feedback regarding some of the pending items that we've discussed, and for being engaged and for really reaching out and providing, some valuable feedback that the board can consider on things such as the eligibility policy and other matters that are before the board, because truly, community and parent involvement is really critical to the success of our school system, and we want to hear from you. That's why we do surveys and we do public forum and things like that. So just want to thank everyone who has taken the time to do that. And I also want to give a special thanks to CCAC. I know we talk about CCAC a lot, our Special Education Community Advisory Council. I hope I got their acronym correct.
Yeah,
Is that
I think
correct?
so.
Okay,
Sounds right.
thank you, Ms. We just
Look,
call them
it is from now on,
I
right?
know, right, exactly. Just call them CCAC so often, but I know sometimes folks don't, they don't like the acronyms. For just being a valuable partner, in ensuring that we keep the voices and needs of our special education population as part of the conversation whenever we're making decisions. I know for me as a board member, it's helpful to have that perspective, and so I just want to thank them for always answering the call when we ask of them to do so. I also want to just mention how, community partnerships are just really critical to the work that we do and the success of our students. Serving on the Blueprint Pillar 3 Local Advisory Council, I see firsthand the dedication of our business community who give their time, ideas, resources to help ensure that we continue to develop relevant programs and ensure that these programs provide the skills that our students need to succeed. So I want to thank you all for being community partners and for your dedication to Charles County Public Schools. I also want to thank the Chamber, the Charles County Chamber of Commerce, who has really stepped up, I think, over the last year to 2 years to support. At least I've seen more support from them in the last probably 18 months than I have in my entire time here in Charles County over the last 20 years. And just really want to give a special thank you to them. I had the opportunity to attend the Chamber Mixer, Grow Your Own Workforce at Thomas Stone, I think it was back in January, where the businesses could learn about apprenticeship opportunities and how to support and grow your business while providing opportunities to our students. And I thought that was brilliant. It was a brilliant idea and a true illustration of bringing community together. There was College of Southern Maryland, Tri-County, the school system and the chamber, as well as numerous businesses in attendance. And so it was truly a great illustration of community and what we can do together. So just wanted to give some kudos out to those community organizations and parents and businesses in our community. I did attend a few events, the prayer breakfast. Really quickly, just want to thank the NAACP for having myself and some of my colleagues. That was truly, it's always a fantastic event, but I love that they incorporated our youth into the program. And it's just well done. Superb job every year. So thank you for that invitation. I also attended AI for Parents and Teachers, which was put on by our technology department. So thank you to Ms. Thompson. That was great because as a non-techie, I learned so much about that. And then when I attended the NSBA Equity Symposium, I actually attended some breakout sessions about technology just because I wanted to kind of piggyback off of what I had learned for that session. So I think that was very helpful. So I want to thank you all for doing that. Of course, I've attended a lot of basketball games. Most of you know I'm a basketball fan. So I've been at Westlake and McDonough and Lackey. And, it's just, I always like to plug our sports programs to make sure that our community is really going out and supporting these kids. But also, it's very cheap to get some really good entertainment. It's a lot of heart that these kids play with. A lot of the games come down to nail biters. I think Great Mills versus Westlake last week was down to the last second. And Westlake won 55-51 or something. It's exciting, and it's something fun. And like I said, you can bring the whole family out for $20. So, despite what you spend, I guess, at the snack machine, or snack bar rather.
Right.
But for the tickets. Again, I mentioned the NSBA Equity Symposium. So some of my colleagues did attend. I know Ms. Smith and I and Ms. Brenda Thomas were there, and just wanted to bring back something that I heard there. Of course, there was a lot of great educational sessions and things, and of course, had a ton of notes that I took from that. But the keynote message was sort of more to not only our students, but to us as leaders and as school board members, remembering to pour into yourself, because this work is grueling at times. And we all know, what our whys are and why we do it. But in order to continue to give to our community, the message was that you have to sort of make sure that you're taking time for yourself and that you pour back into yourself. And professional development, I think, is a great way for us to do that. I really enjoy those opportunities, but also just making sure you take time. This is often a thankless job, as we say a lot, but there's no more important work. And so to try to remember that, when times get rough, and a way to do that is to really make sure that you're taking time to pour into yourself. I want to thank Principal Pearl, who invited me to the Thomas Stone PTSO meeting. There was a great, candid conversation there. And so just really appreciate her being transparent and just open to talking with her school community. Lastly, I'll just say it's Black History Month, so I just encourage everyone to take an opportunity. There's tons of events going on at our schools.
Yes.
So, pick one and attend. I had the opportunity already to attend a few this month, and we'll be attending some more. So just our schools do a really good job of incorporating the students into those programs, and the staff does a great job putting those together. So just make sure that you take the time to celebrate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be as quick as I can. One of the first things I did was the overdose awareness and prevention town hall. That was really good. There was a decent turnout. I wish that more people had turned out because it was very informative. And one thing that I always tell people that our superintendent's really good at is forming relationships, and she was able to do that with representation from the state, from the county health department, and with Sheriff Troy Berry, and they put on a very informative town hall, and I thought that was a really good thing, and very educational. So I want to thank the superintendent for that, and thank everyone who turned out for that. Also had the chance to attend the Charles County Chamber of Commerce mixer on the apprenticeship program. I want to thank Kathy Guzman and everyone at the Chamber for partnering with us to help put that on. That was a wonderful experience. I had the pleasure, I sit on the May Federal Relationship Committee. We had our Day on the Hill January 30th. And we got to meet with a staff member from Chris Van Hollen's office. We were supposed to meet with Ben Carden, but he had an emergency come up last minute, so we didn't get to meet with him. So it was a very brief time that I was there. You know, it's you go up there. Sometimes we think the issues we face here in Charles County are isolated only to us, and that's not true. You know, I talked to people from each county has representation, and you know, we share the similar issues, and we do have a good team on the federal level representing us that shares our concerns. Last thing, the town hall on food and nutrition was very informative, and I want to thank staff for putting that on. I also want to let citizens know that when we do these town halls, there is a presentation, but feel free, at the town hall, you're allowed to speak on any topic that you want. So in the future, if the topic, even though this topic was very informative, if it's not a topic that you have anything to speak on, you still can speak on anything that's appropriate. So, and that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Ms. Morley. So we'll shout out the chamber again, and Kathy Guzman. I think everyone recognizes what a great job she does. And I was there with some board members, as was mentioned on Friday, and not just that event, but the real invigoration to the Chamber of Commerce is in no small part because of her hard work. So thank you very much for that. So it is Fine and Performing Arts Month, and I went to several events. Last week, the elementary all-county chorus at North Point. You know, there was something else going on. There's something at Malcolm going on that night, and not everyone could make it to North Point. But kudos to those students, and thanks to all the music teachers that help those kids, not just at the elementary level, but middle and high school as well. I went to one of my favorite events at the Mattawoman Creek Art Center, the 7-Up Art Festival. And thank you again to all our art teachers. It's amazing how talented these kids are. I mean, some of them are still kids. I mean, you know, 9th graders, but you know, some of them are 17, 18. But just the work that they do, and Delegate Wilson's daughter got a blue ribbon in her category for her artwork. So that was very good. I always enjoy that. And I went to the Skills USA competition at North Point, the award ceremony. We had a lot of winners. So that's a competition in the Tri-County area, and we had a lot of winners in various categories. So congratulations to all of them. And I went with Ms. Perkins, a student board member, to North Point in Davis, where she asked students at lunchtime to talk about the eligibility policy, as was mentioned, about lunch, and you got a variety of answers about lunch. I'll let her talk about that when she's here, and also the bell schedule. So I know she's going to bring that back to the board and to the superintendent for some follow-up. And as Mr. Hancock mentioned, he sits on a committee in MABE, and I sit in the legislative committee. And this time of year, things move fast and furious. But if you ever want to get the latest on any bill, if you just go to the MABE website and under advocacy, and then 2024 legislative session, there's links there to get the latest updates, revisions, and where a bill is in the process. This past Saturday, the chess tournament at Lackey High School, and I have to say, man, Mr. Felix Cummings has been doing this forever, and his wife's a teacher. She helps, and a lot of people help it, but they have been the stalwarts behind that. She's a teacher at Indian Head. So thank you, and congratulations to all the winners. And last but not least, I want to say, March 1st, for all you students and parents listening, that is the deadline to get in your scholarship applications for Charles County Scholarship Fund, which offers a variety. They're just a conduit, but you need to get your work in, and 90% of the applications come in the last 3 days. So the earlier you can get it in, it makes life easier for a lot of people. So March 1st, and don't sleep on that, because there's a lot of money out there, And we talked a little bit earlier about FAFSA. Now, for anyone doing that, don't have to tell you that they made some changes to that, and it's quite the hiccup, to put it mildly, for a lot of people. And what I would encourage everyone to do, particularly if you're applying for a need-based scholarship, if you have not filled out an application for free and reduced meals, please do so, because particularly with FAFSA not being fully cooperative now, if you can do that and demonstrate that, that might help in lieu of FAFSA, depending on when everything gets fixed. And it helps us too as a school system, knowing how many people, even if you don't eat school lunch, if you think you might qualify, or even if you think you don't, if you can fill out that free and reduced lunch application, that really helps. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Chairwoman Moore-Lee. So just a few things. Definitely want to echo the sentiments that Ms. Kramer shared in terms of parents and community members reaching out to board members to share their input, their stories on terms of how policies impact their families, how their policies impact business. While the majority of us up here are parents, we do know sort of how things impact just our children. So being able to hear the multitude of stories of, if you change this language, this is how it would directly impact my family. If you change this language, this is how it would impact me as a teacher or coach or, a volunteer in the school system, sort of working with the chess club. But being able to hear a variety of different perspectives on how the work that we do here impacts people in the community is key. So definitely want to echo those sentiments. Some of my colleagues also had the opportunity to attend the NAACP Martin Luther King Jr. prayer breakfast. Very well done, very well done. Definitely shout out and kudos to the NAACP. Shout out to all of the students who were volunteering, got those volunteer hours to assist and help out. Of course, the North Point culinary program never fails. They never fail. They're always a hit. But also having our students who are on the STEP teams, just being able to display their talents in all of the different clubs and organizations they're in for the attendees. One of the highlights for me was a conversation that I had with Dr. Evelyn Bryant Ward. She serves as the Town of La Plata Town Council member, but she's also the Director for Operations for the University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Group. And she was explaining to me sort of the conversation she has with doctors when she's trying to recruit them to coming to this area. And education is always top of line, in which they're saying, oh, I've gone into the school system and I've checked to see sort of how well in the general health of your school system, and I feel like I can work in this county because education is so strong. I think oftentimes we see that direct correlation between education and teacher, education and student, education and parent. But in terms of the general economic health of the county, education is at the crux of that conversation. And so that was definitely kind of a helpful reminder for me, and definitely wanted to share it with my board members as well as the public around how important having a strong strong education system is to the economy, both local and of course national. Was able to attend the ESOL Parent Night at Jenifer. Eye-opening. Even for me as a monolingual household, I'm sad to say. We are on Duolingo, which we're trying to learn 2 languages. It's just slow going. But being in a household where parents are both trying to deepen their their child's learning in their home language, but also support them in learning a secondary language. We had parents who literally raced from work. They were like, I couldn't stop to pick up my kids. Only I can come out, but I'm here to get all the tools. I'm here to listen in, just a captivative audience. And I think the ESOL team here at Central Office did a wonderful job of really breaking down some teaching strategies, some learning strategies, things that parents can do at home to further and deepen the learning for those students outside of the classroom. So just well done to those educators and administrators, as well as kudos to the parents who took the time to come out and get that information. Lastly, I will share, was able to attend, similar to what Ms. Kramer shared, both she, myself, as well as Ms. Brenda Thomas were able to attend the NSBA Equity Summit. I gave a quick shout out to professional development. If we do not leave the county and hear from colleagues both around the state of Maryland, but also nationally, we are not able to benchmark promising practices. We are not able to learn from other counties of stories that they are really willing to share and tell, but also the data that backs it up that could inform how we do our work. One of the sessions I attended was Systems Don't Change Until People Do. Let me say that again. Systems don't change until people do. That was led by Baltimore City Public Schools Equity Director, Dr. Tracy Durant, She walked very deeply into all of the equity work that they have been doing in Baltimore City for a number of years. To do systems work, it's not something that happens overnight. You have to dedicate the time, the resources to truly go deep in order to impact the deep change that they're looking into. They're calling out systemic harm by name, and they're intentionally trying to repair the harm that was previously done. When I'm talking about harm, we're talking about redlining in the city of Baltimore. And so being able to call it out more explicitly and figure out like how do we undo that and support students. Also had an opportunity to attend a session called talking about justice and advocacy stewardship, a sustainable student-led equity practices model that centers in the title, students. We're able to hear from our colleagues at Creighton School District out in Phoenix, Arizona, about the deep work they're doing there. Had a chance to hear from their board chair as well as their superintendent about how they're putting equity practices and strategies into the hands of students and trying to amplify their voice in doing their own work. One of the quotes they shared that I thought was pretty moving and powerful was from Dr. Martin Luther King, which is, power without love is reckless and abusive, and love without power is sentimental and anemic. We are in positions of power, essentially what they called out, and trying to figure out ways that we're able to shift that power into the hands of students for them to be able to learn and do things a bit more deeply at their level. The last thing I will share, I know we gotta move on. I know some people want to meet Dr. Stephen Hawking, some people want to meet Dr. Neal deGrasse Tyson. I always wanted to meet Dr. Temple Grandin. I had a conversation with Mr. Hancock about this because she essentially revolutionized the farming industry. But at 2 years old, she was diagnosed with brain damage because there was no term for autism. It wasn't until adulthood that she was diagnosed with autism. So essentially, she led an entire plenary session on visual thinking, visual learning. And some of the things that she shared with us were just awe-inspiring and truly invoked sort of much, much deeper thought and exploration. From looking at object visualizers to spatial visualizers. These are the folks who are highly skilled trades such as mechanics, welders, arts and graphics, spatial visualizers do computer science and engineering and music. But these are folks who test out of those subjects because they can't pass algebra. So thinking more intentionally about how are we supporting all kids and being able to access the curriculum, all kids and being able to access opportunity, regardless of what we believe they're able to do in math, but truly finding innovative ways of getting these kids into firm careers. I know that's my time. I have so much more. I also serve on the MABE Conference Planning Committee, and we're working on our next conference upcoming. I'll have more to share on that at a later date.
Thank you. I appreciate that, some have a lot to share.
Yes.
We may need to candidly reconsider time limits, Just trying to be fair to everyone because I know we ran over. But look, Ms. Brenda Thomas is like,
Mine is going to be really short.
Gets to the point.
I also went to the NSBA symposium. The speaker, Alex Bohr, really, really impressed me. I mean, I was so impressed of his story of how he was homeless, he was molested, he was challenged in so many ways, but came out of that being a performer He performs for all the stars out there. I think he said Beyonce.
Beyonce, Kanye.
All of them. And I want to read this, what they had up there. And I'm going to make it short as I can possible. This is what he put up there for us all to read. I'm a failure, so don't try to tell me that so much potential is inside me. Because at the end of the day, I will never measure up. I need more experience. I have been struggling too long, and don't try to convince me that there is real value inside of me. Because deep down I know I am useless, and nothing you say will make me believe I will make it in this world. I'm gonna read it from the bottom up. I will make it in this world, and nothing you say will make me believe I am useless. Because deep down I know there is real value inside of me, and don't try to convince me that I've been struggling too long. I need more experience. I'll never measure up, because at the end of the day, there's so much potential inside of me, so don't try to tell me I'm a failure. That impressed me so much, and I think all the students will get benefit for something like that if they hear it. They're struggling. I'm gonna move on to the next. I also went to the one at Annapolis with everybody else. I got to meet a lot of people there, and I was very interested, and I liked that. I went to the gala also. And I went to Indian Elementary School with Chairperson Moore, which I'm gonna let her talk more about that, because mine is gonna be short. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, Ms. Thomas. I appreciated that, Paul.
Thanks so much. As many of my colleagues, I've spent some time going to, I did the new board member session, which was really good because I got to interface with some new board members in other counties and to hear, kind of what they're struggling with in their county as new board members. So that was really eye-opening for me. But then I also got to go to the opiate health session, and it was really good. Mr. Hancock and I were both there. I was really appreciative that Sheriff Berry, as well as Dr. Abney were there, as well as, we had state representation, the person appointed by our governor, Wes Moore. She was also here to really get down to the details of what it means to have addictions in your household and how it affects the whole family. There were people from the community that came out. It was a great session, and at the end, I got Narcan certified. So I was able to take right in the hallway. They teach you how to administer Narcan. They gave you like a little kit so that if you see someone in distress, you can share that. I would highly encourage people to go to the health department. Dr. Abney's staff has done a good job about having a community resource for anybody who may, fentanyl is very big and it's affecting students in our community. So I was happy to get Narcan certified right there in the hallway. It was great. I also really appreciated having started to begin working with the Chamber of Commerce on the committees and see how our community is really embracing trying to do apprenticeships for our students, which is great. I've been to a number of basketball games. Excited to see the girls play. We went to the McDonough game, and McDonough played in. Both of them gave a valiant effort, though one had to be the winner. It was really good. I also went to Malcolm Elementary's Black History Day program, which was awesome. If you're a native Washingtonian, they made it very relevant. So they had people that were not just, talking about the things that we always talk about Black history, but they also had someone who gave the history of go-go music, which was really great. And then we got to meet an author, Brianna Thomas, no relation, but Thomas is, which is great. So Brianna Thomas, she is an author of a book called Black Broadway, and she chronicled a lot of the things in the nation's capital about Black history, Broadway, the history of Washington, D.C., and she is a Thomas Stone graduate. So that was really good to meet her and to kind of listen to, what she has, how she became an author. She was inspiring young minds at Malcolm Elementary, so that was really good. They did a fabulous a fabulous job of being able to make things relevant. So I was excited to attend that. Also went to do a school visit at La Plata, Mr. Dolan, and I was with my board colleague, my photog, Chairman Yanel Morley. We got great pictures. We also got to see the inspiring things that are going on at La Plata High School, which was really great. So those are some things that I have been doing this time, and I've been excited to just be embraced by the schools, see what they're doing, and also see how relevant the curriculums and the coursework is becoming for our students, so that it's not how we were educated in the past, but really relevant to them being able to be their best future selves. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Warren.
So I also attended the NSBA conference, and I attended the SEL session on, hold on, let me get the name right. It was on equity and SEL, so, that's near and dear to my heart. So it was called Student Wellbeing for All, an Equity-Centered Approach for Social Emotional Learning. So I got some information from there. It was a good presentation. I'm still waiting on the PowerPoint, but it was pretty good, and I look forward to looking over that presentation again so I can glean from it and share a little further. I also attended the May Legislative Day reception, which was pretty nice, and again, kind of just mingled a little bit with people that were there. I'm part of the May Equity Committee as well, so I attended my first meeting with that, and that was very, very interesting. And I was able to report out. We talked about, hold on for a second. It's like I had my stuff up, and then I'm moving around, and it's like, oh. So, but I want to just capture this real quick. But we talked about what are, just some of the how the school systems are implementing our equity policy, some of the barriers we're having, challenges and stuff like that. So I was able to report out kind of what we've been doing, and it just, it felt good to report out all the great things that we're doing in our county around our equity task force that we have. So I shared on that. And last but not least, I did attend the HR recruitment training. Kudos to Ms. Majors. I did do that. I'm very excited to be a part of the recruitment team. Yay. I can't wait to go out and help with that. And so that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. I will be brief, which everyone always says before they're long, right? No, I mean it. I will be brief. I apologize to Ms. Majors for missing the recruitment training. I intended to come, but alas, fourth grade boys like to, have playground scuffles, so I had to handle that. Pleased to report it was resolved using peaceful restorative practices. So I've done recruitment before, but we have to practice what we preach, right? So I will meet up with you, Ms. Majors. I have to shout out McDonough High School for Coaches versus Cancer. It was very personal to me as a breast cancer survivor. It was a fantastic evening. Proudly rocked my shirt. We had a great time. It was such a fabulous idea. I've never heard of anything like that. So I believe that it's something they intend to do, so you will be seeing a lot more of me. NAACP Prayer Breakfast, as was said, I look forward to that every year. It's something like 500 people. It's fantastic. I'm glad to see it was back at North Point, so we can go back to our culinary arts students, near and dear to our hearts. Did visit Indian Head Elementary with Miss Brenda Thomas, and very, very excited for all of the work that they're doing for the new, school-based health center that is coming, to see the pantry and all of the things that they provide the students. It is quite something to see. Very much appreciate their hospitality. We were there for probably about 2.5 hours. I said they walked us through every aspect of that school. And similarly, when we were at La Plata High School with Ms. Samisha Thomas, really enjoyed meeting and chatting with Principal Dolan. There's much to be proud of. Shout out to the Theater Arts Department. They will be doing Les Mis. I squealed like a 4-year-old girl, as I always say, I'm a thespian. And really enjoyed the town hall on food and nutrition. For those that were asking, is at the request of our student board member. This is something that her constituents have been asking for, so we were pleased to be able to present it. But as Mr. Hancock said, you're free to speak on anything that is appropriate at the town halls. As we know, we did get some feedback on that. Also, shout out to Dr. Blandford and Ms. Lugo, the Pillar 4 Mental Health Subcommittee. They're doing some incredible work. I very much enjoy our meetings and learning about the mental health supports that we're offering our students. It is making a difference. The data is starting to reflect that, so I'm very hopeful and very much excited about what we're offering. Also, as Mr. Lucas mentioned, the Chamber of Commerce, we've been to their mixer, the Board of Directors inauguration, the Business and Education Committee. Ms. Kathy Guzman is doing a phenomenal job, and they have something else coming up later this week that I'm looking forward to attending. Legislative reception in Annapolis was fantastic. I very much appreciated being able to interact with our legislators and to discuss the current things that are priorities for MABE. And finally, as was mentioned, thank you to Ms. Thompson for the AI presentation. That was spectacular. I believe it's up on our website. If I'm not, it's for anyone that may have missed it, right? So feel free. So thank you all for all of that. We will now move to action items, and we're going to go a little bit out of order because I believe Ms. Fisher Davis needs to leave. So we can, I mean, just not trying to be funny, but you know, it's perfectly fine. We're running late. So thank you for hanging with us. So I just want to make sure we can, you know, wasn't trying to call you out at all, Ms. Fisher Davis. Yeah, we are well over an hour late. So yeah, come on up. It's okay.
Come on.
Ms. Fisher Davis. Appreciate you hanging in there with us. So the action item is the superintendent's proposed fiscal year 2024-2025 operating budget. Is there a motion to accept the budget? Mr. Lucas.
Motion we accept the budget as presented.
All right. Is there okay? Second by Ms. Butler Washington. Is there any discussion? Okay. Oh. Mr.
Sorry,
Lucas.
real quick.
Sure.
Famous first words, right? So I just like to well, first off, thank you, Dr. Navarro, for generating a budget that went into detail about where and how funds are going to be spent. I just want to put this bug in everybody's ear, the board and the commissioners as well. A few years ago, I think it was 5 years ago, I sat on an ad hoc committee at MABE, and it was an equity committee that looked at each county's ability to fund the blueprint. And it was based on historical funding that their county had given to the school system. And we've been very fortunate, better than the majority of counties in the state in receiving funds that exceeded maintenance of effort. And so we looked really good at being able to fund the blueprint. Now, that study was 5 years ago, and it looked at data, I think it was 5 to 10 years previous to that. When you start looking at the student population areas that the blueprint is focused on, we've increased in those areas dramatically. That's all through their presentation. So I say that because, 4 or 5 years ago, we looked really good, right? And as Ms. Acton mentioned in her last presentation, this is kind of a leaner year for our blueprint requirement. That's going to continue to go up, combined with what I just said, that a few years ago it looked like things were a lot rosier. And when you take into account that we're only funding personnel to 98%, and that we're dipping into the fund balance, right? So we're doing all these things because we want to do what's right. But when we look at future budgets, all those things that aren't blueprint and aren't mandatory costs really need to have a lot of scrutiny on them, because we have to be able to fund the blueprint. And the commissioners need to be aware of that too. So I just wanted to make that comment. But thank you again for putting together a very thorough budget. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Ms.
Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just really quickly, I do want to thank you all again for the work that you did. I really liked this year we had sort of a different presentation and breakdown in addition to, I guess what is called the traditional sort of line item budget, right, which is kind of more difficult to read, but the presentation that accompanied it, which is available on board docs for the benefit of the public, and I felt like that was really helpful to break down, and I highlighted a few things because we had multiple discussions about budget before, but to really see where the money is going, right, and you even entitled one of the slides, I think, where the money goes, right, slide 16. So I encourage the public, if you want to know where the money is going, where the money in the budget is that we're asking for and why we're asking for it and what we intend to do with it, all that information is available in that fantastic presentation that you all have put together. Also want to highlight slide 20, as Mr. Lucas was talking about the blueprint costs, all outlined there, what we're intending to spend directly related to the blueprint on that. Which I think is around $3 million on that particular slide. And obviously not all inclusive, but the items that you highlighted there. And then slide 24, which I particularly highlighted in one of our previous discussions about instruction costs and all of the increase in the things that we want our students to have and these programs that we want to expand, like the AP African American Studies. You know, when we first said we were going to pilot it, what did we hear from the community and parents? Well, we want it at every school. Okay, but that comes with a price tag, right? And we want to have to, you know, to be able to offer these programs, you know, at all schools or at as many schools as we can, you know, to as many students as we can. You know, textbooks, resources, you know, some of the online learning that we use, curriculum material for ESOL, just so many things, over $400,000 that we're using to fund CTE programs. You know, these things add up. And so I just want for the benefit of the public, for the community to know that this information is available on our website. You can take a look at that if you want, you know, to see. There's as much detail as you could possibly ever need that's there. And also for, you know, to our commissioners to just say, you know, please consider all of these things because we wouldn't be able to do everything that we want to do and continue to do and offer for our students without, you know, their full support. So thank you.
Kramer. Just one quick question, Ms. Acton. For the benefit of the public, can you please remind everyone what happens after we vote this evening? If we vote to pass the budget, what are the next steps?
Sure. So the immediate thing I want to mention, Ms. Morley, is that there's a transmittal letter that Ms. Prescott has for you to sign if it's approved, and Dr. Navarro.
Right.
Which becomes part of this package.
Sure.
And we have to submit this on February 28th to the county.
Okay.
And then the county releases their budget, I think it's April 16th? Yes, April 16th. And at that point, we will have the first look at what they are proposing to give us.
Okay.
And then the county adopts the budget formally on May 14th, but there's a hearing in between there that hopefully we have some advocates for our budget before they make the final decision. And then at that point, you know, if we're not funded fully, then we have to discuss what's going to stay in the budget and what's going to go out of the budget, and then finalize that for a final vote in either the end of May or the beginning of June, depending on how all those numbers come out. We normally get a final state number as well, but it may be that we approve the budget without that final number and then amend if it comes in at a different number. We can't count on exactly when the state releases those final numbers.
Yeah, I remember last year, yeah. We remember. Thank you, Ms. Acton. All right, there's no further discussion. All right, all in favor? All right, that is unanimous. I won't leave without signing. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
I know, right? I'll be right back up here. Yeah. Okay, next up are the minutes. So from what I'm seeing here, we have the January 9th regular meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve? Ms. Kramer, second by Ms. Samisha Thomas. Any discussion? All right, all in favor? Okay, it is unanimous. Thank you. Next up is the January 22nd work session minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
I move to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Butler Washington. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Hancock.
Sorry.
Oh, no worries. All right. All in favor? All right, is unanimous. Thank you. Next up is personnel. A motion to approve personnel action items.
Madam Chair, we need to approve the executive session minutes.
Oh, I didn't see it on the.
Yeah, they won't be here. Those are the ones in our folder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be from there was January and December?
December,
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lucas. So
Sure.
first up, the December executive session minutes. All right, is there a motion to, okay, Ms. Kramer, second by Ms. Brenda Thomas. All right, any discussion? All in favor? All right, is unanimous, thank you. And next is the January 9th executive session minutes. Motion to approve?
So moved.
Mr. Thomas, second by Ms. Samisha Thomas. I'm sorry, Mr. Lucas. Now you're got a whole new
Okay.
last name.
Couldn't call
Everybody's
worse.
Thomas. Thomas and Smith. Just change your last name. It'll be easier. Everybody's Thomas.
George
Moved
Foreman's
by
son.
Mr. Lucas, second by Ms. Thomas. All in favor?
Yeah.
All right, it's unanimous. Thank you. All right, now we can go to personnel. All right, is there a motion to approve the personnel item?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Second by Ms. Kramer. Discussion? All right, all in favor? All right, that's unanimous. Thank you. Yeah, this is where it starts to get a little tricky. Now we have the eligibility policy. Yes. Ms. Butler Washington.
I would like to ask for an amendment to the eligibility policy.
Okay.
And I provided to you all a copy of what was presented there. And what I'm going to do is, I'm not going to read through this, but what I'm going to do is just to highlight the changes that I heard everybody was talking about. And, that was very hard for me because I was absolutely no on this. So I had to remove my biases myself from this whole thing. So what I did was I looked at some research from Harvard, Columbus, and the University of Pennsylvania that had some great ones. And they all lined up and stated that academic and extra curriculum are hand in hand, that it is what a child needs. So by looking at that, I wanted to try to find something that says by providing a child a opportunity to get an F, I didn't see any research on that. So, but it was a number on one of the surveys. So I called the number and actually spoke with someone. So I started asking questions like, how do you go about providing letting a child get an F in this day and age when we got all the resources, all the tools, and we can do things better? And I asked the question, would it be an issue if we say, or if it was presented that we allow students to get an F in non-credit or / elective classes?
So not a major, not like a math,
just like a weighted,
English.
not a weighted, because, and then he said, I never heard that, but that's a great idea. So the reason I say that is because I don't want us to just arbitrarily say, get an F, and then they end up not being able to graduate. And then you go down and they not being able to graduate for the F, because if you could get one F, you can get all in math, because we haven't determined anything. So, and then at the end, what happens is the child don't graduate, who's gonna be at this podium saying it's our fault? Because we allowed their child to fail and not graduate. So I'm looking at the holistic of the whole thing. So that's why I wanted to present some of these things. So what I'm gonna do is, if I'm allowed, just to go down and just tell you the highlights, and then we can discuss from there. Okay. So what I have presented to you all was in the grading, in the eligibility policy, the grading policy do not apply to ninth grade, just like we had already agreed on.
So there's no change?
No change in that.
Okay.
So the B is weighted grade should be used for academic eligibility for extracurricular activity, meaning non-credit / elective courses will be the only F acceptable for eligibility. Weighted grades are math, English, art, language, history, science that determines if you met the requirements for graduation. The next part I put in here, because I heard someone talking about their marking periods for the season and year-long in the policies. So I separated those so people can see what was the season and the year-long. And then in that same document, in the printed, in the marking period, is the dates for report cards. So everybody can see you must meet eligibility on this date. So in that policy, you'll see it has like, well, I think one says September, the marking period is November the 15th, and then the other one is March the 1st. It's the marking periods. And then this document also added in tryouts eligibilities, because when you're trying out, you still need to be eligible. So it's an easy read for them to be able to determine if they can be able to do it. And then we went on to say that the summer classes, it's in there. So that you can be able to take a summer class to be able to make up your failing grades to be able to be eligible. So we talked about, someone talked about, well, what if you can do summer classes to make it up? So in the document, we have that in there, that they can be able to replace their grade with the summer grade they have in there, so they can be able to be eligible for the curriculum. And then we got somebody wrote in and talked about the IEP and the 504 requirements. So and I did understand it, and they want to be equitable for all the students. So we put some language in there to have the IEP and 504 team to have some say-so into the requirements for them to be able to be a play in the sports and stuff. So we didn't want to just leave it and say we need their input for that, because we're not, and the teachers are not experts on that. So we don't want to bring them into the fold for it, because we want to make sure that we're doing due diligence, and we did make sure that we hear from those groups of people. And then we added responsibility to all parties, because I heard Sean say, the teacher was worried about that they don't want to have all these responsibilities for people. So we add the parents, sign it off, then after that, then it will be reviewed to make sure it is eligible, and then you go down the line and make sure that everybody have responsibility in making sure that the student is eligible to be able to play. And to me, this is a scholar athlete policy that students, parents, and the school should be proud of. And
when you say we, Ms. Butler Washington, who is this presented on behalf of? Did you work with someone with this, or?
Well, I showed it to Dr. Navarro, and she said I have to bring it to the board to amend it. So,
all right. Sorry, were you finished your last point, or?
And then I just wanted to say my last thing was that I moved that the eligibility policy be amended to include the following agreed verbiage within the document.
Okay. Respectfully, Ms. Butler Washington, this is a substantive change to what we currently have. I'll look to my colleagues if anyone would like to provide input, but this is,
I think,
sorry. Yeah.
well, I think,
Yeah.
I think we need to bring the action item to the table first, and then someone can propose an amendment.
Her amendment is on the floor, so we do need a second, and then we can discuss. So
I'll second it.
Okay, Ms. Warren. All right. So now we're discussing Ms. Butler Washington's proposed amendment to the policy, which is what she's presented us with. So it incorporates some of the original language, but then she also has some additional changes. Ms. Kramer and then Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate Ms. Butler Washington bringing this before the board. I will say I haven't had an opportunity to review all of it since we did receive this today, but I did have a few comments that I wanted to share with my colleagues about some of the items that comparing to what the recommendation is from Dr. Jones and Mr. Paulet that are different. And so the first one is in item B, with no more than one failing grade from a non-credit course. So distinguishing that it can only be a non-credit course, for me is problematic because of the data that we received from Mr. Powley and Dr. Jones, that a lot of the courses were math, I think, or language arts, if I remember correctly. And so that would still put a lot of kids out. And I know some of the things that we talked about were, not wanting to discourage our students from challenging themselves, right? So if they take an AP course and they fail, they wouldn't be eligible under this proposal. But under the proposal from Dr. Jones and Mr. Powley, they would. And so that's the first thing that stood out to me. Also, I think logistically, just trying to determine whether it was a weighted course or not, what type of course it was, just might add an extra layer on top. Secondly, in C, saying that a student must earn academic eligibility prior to the start of the activity. So this is a little vague for me. So under the current recommendations from the superintendent, we're saying that it's based on the previous quarter. And then item 6 was added, saying that students may gain eligibility at the quarter interim mark. So this sounds to me that you're eliminating that piece. Was that your intention?
No, that's not my intention.
No, so you want them to still be able to regain eligibility at the interim? Okay, so that was just a little bit unclear to me there. As well as in number 2, where it says year long, and then item C, a student who has not earned academic eligibility prior to the start of the activity for a particular time frame may not become eligible during the course of the activity. So then that's sort of contradictory, because that means that during the course, if they got an interim that showed that their grade was improving, that they still wouldn't be eligible, because that's during the course of the activity, particularly for sports that we talked about that span, or programs that span, like clubs that span throughout multiple quarters and semesters, basketball, SGA, whatever else, multiple programs.
Yeah, it reads like if they lose it, they can't regain it.
Correct, and that's why I was asking. So that's how I interpreted it.
Yeah.
So those are just a few things. That's as far as I got, candidly, because as I said, we just got this today. But those are some things that I consider problematic, and that it would be hard for me to support this language. So those are my comments.
Okay, Ms. Smith and then Ms. Samisha Thomas.
Certainly. I want to start off by thanking our colleague, Ms. Butler-Washington, for doing some benchmarking and looking into other systems to see sort of what has happened and what's been helpful in other places and bringing it before the full board. One of my concerns is that just now receiving this, I need more time to digest. I mean, this is, I know that in past conversations we've talked about like the length of documents and being able to fully digest and fully understand. So I definitely will need more time, so I'm unable to cast my vote for it today. I will say that I too have concerns between credit, like delineation between credit and non-credit courses. B.
The elective, like your elective courses.
Electives?
Yeah, the elective courses. That's what the
Yes, so the core subjects and electives, to me, should be looked at the same way.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be a split between you've received a 3.0 in credit-bearing courses and you have a 0.5 in elective courses. So to me, there should not be a separation, between those two types of courses.
No, when I say elective courses, meaning that those courses you don't have to have for graduations. The weighted courses are the ones you need to have for graduation requirements.
Right. And I think what I'm saying is that if a student has elected to incorporate this into their course load, then it's all balanced. It all counts towards their GPA. There is no, you're taking math and science, which are core subjects, and you have a 4.0, but you're now taking French and aeronautics. I'm making up courses. I don't think we even have that.
Yeah.
You're taking French and nutrition. You have a 0.5. You haven't even exerted yourself. But for purposes of eligibility, we're not going to look at that. No, they all go together in my book. So B for me is problematic, but I've only gotten as far as B, sort of given that we just received this today. So in full disclosure, I will need more time to digest and understand before I'm able to cast my vote, either yay or nay.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I saw this, and I did on our break, I did go through it quite extensively because I was very excited to see that there's a couple of things that were great in this document. I saw the elimination of days of attendance. So that was good. I did not see days of attendance. So my first question is, did you intend to make this an amendment to eliminate the days of attendance? Because I think that is fabulous, and we appreciate that work that you did to help us get there.
Yeah.
Woo, I like it. I like it, Miss Butler Washington. The other thing that I did go back and look through, and as you put this together and I read through it, I did want to just do some alignment with the NCAA's requirement in order to be eligible for a scholarship for Division I, II, or III level, in addition to eligibility to be able to play at the high school level. And one of the things that I think where I see both of my colleagues had some issue is weighted versus non-weighted, and/or I'm going to say graduation requirements. In the NCAA, they call it core requirements. So you have to take 4 years of English, 3 years of math, you have to take 2 years of a science, you have to take an extra year of English, math, or science, 2 years of social studies, and you have other academic courses, but there's a weighted system that requires you in order to get to a certain point average and weight. That weight is great if you just want to focus on certain things, but at the end of the day, your GPA matters, your total GPA. So you have to have a total GPA of above a 2.3 to be eligible for a scholarship. And so to Ms. Smith's point, I think we may have to do a little bit of work to figure out what you're counting and what you're not counting. The other thing that I know my other colleagues didn't get very far, but I did, and I got to the special education section, which just I caused me a little angst because there's a term that you have in here that says only if the IEP education program team determines that there's failure to meet the academic eligibility requirements as a direct result of not providing free and appropriate public education. That just gave me a little bit of angst here, because having been an IEP advocate, having had several students, my personal children on an IEP, that is so ambiguous. And to have that fall into the hands of groups of people saying, well, was it free and appropriate? That at times may not have anything to do with whether you struggled in a class, right? And so that special education piece, to me, it really does need some more evaluation at a different level. So, but I do appreciate, and I would like to, send kudos over to you, getting rid of the number of days of attendance. I think that's great, and I do think there's some pieces here that we could potentially use that could help us. The last piece to Mr. Sean Hale's point, who came in earlier, with the rigor on the last page that is asking for sponsors to verify eligibility. The one that stood out to me that you have here was principal designee certified prior to, I think it is here, prior to going into an activity that they have to the first game. I think we heard that that's a lot. It's very onerous on the teachers or the sponsors who this is, an additional work for them. I know Mr. Parlay talked about the fact that there is a system that does that. I think if we let the system do the work, perhaps we don't have to put that burden directly on people to be verifying right before activities, because that's a bit much. But kudos to you, Ms. Butler Washington. We get rid of those number of absences. I am excited. I'm excited. Thank you for the work.
Ms. Warren.
Yeah, I just have some comments in general. I didn't have a chance to look through this either, but sounds like we need time to look through it, and that there are some good things in this. What you mentioned the NCAA?
The NCAA is the National Collegiate Athletic Association, and they have a clearinghouse students have to go through in order to be able to be eligible for sports and activities. And there's a requirement before being able to sign a scholarship or be awarded a scholarship.
And I just would thank you.
Charles County Public Schools is to provide an opportunity for all school-age children.
Wait a minute, let that play. Wait a minute, let that play. What was it saying? It's talking about academic achievement.
It's the read to, yes, that probably just got to.
And got turned on.
And, with all due respect to everything that everyone's saying, I am a former athlete, believe it or not, from way back when. I appreciate sports. I love sports. Track is my favorite. But when I hear the NCAA, it's like, are we preparing kids to go, to school for sports, or are we preparing them for life? I just don't want to get stuck just looking at that pieces. Like I said, I respect sports. I respect athleticism, but I just don't want to pin us into just, just using that as a, I don't know, just a benchmark or standard or whatever for what we're talking about here. As I looked at this again, and everything from the attendance piece to the allowing 1F, what I realize is the issue is the grading policy itself. And I think I saw something in the agenda that we're going to look at the weighting of the grades and all. So I think for me, the attendance piece, we have some things on our website that I looked at with the red light, green light, yellow light piece. And I've also read a couple articles, educational articles about attendance and some things that other school systems are doing around attendance. And what I would suggest around attendance would be that we implement a attendance review board, okay, before the attendance becomes an issue, truancy and things like that. If we could put an attendance review board in place to get to the root cause of why students are not coming to school. As I said, I read an article, school district in Texas, they did that, and it was successful. And not only that, I went back and read a press release from 2018 from Charles County Public Schools where a student had to be out of school due to some family issues and then got hurt playing lacrosse. And she talked about how the community, wrapped around her, the principals, the teachers, and they just kind of supported her loss and just things that she went through. So the attendance review board could help to support students and really build relationships with families to get to the root of why students are not attending school. So that's where I'm okay with the attendance piece. After I read several articles on both sides, that's a national issue, but I'm okay with, I think it's something on our website, again, the yellow, red, and green light piece. If somebody pulled it up on the attendance page where our attendance policy is, and it talked about the number of days, I think it's less than 9 or something, that were in that was a good number or something like that. It wouldn't impact grades. So that's where I'm at on attendance. I'm there. But as far as this F piece, I think the underlying issue or bigger conversation is the grading policy itself and just that whole process. And that's a whole nother policy. So because it's in the eligibility policy, it's just like tucked in there. So I feel like we would have to address the grading policy and the weighing of the grades and this, that, and the third. I do like the idea, even as a former health teacher, somebody said it, Ms. Smith, you talked about every class being equal, but I know you were kind of saying something else different than where I'm going with it, because I respect the elective classes. I used to be an elective teacher, so, they prepare and plan like everybody else for, lessons and stuff. But I understand also what Butler Washington is saying about, what they need to graduate. So I'm open for the discussion. I'm here for it. But I just, that's where I'm at with it. But I think the like I said, the other side of that coin is the grading policy outside of the eligibility policy. I feel like whatever decision we make, if that grading policy isn't looked at, it kind of, it's like, what are we talking about? So that's kind of where I'm at with everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. Hancock or Ms. Brenda Thomas, do either one of you want to weigh in? Mr. Hancock.
Thank you. And to a degree, I want to agree a little bit with Ms. Warren. My whole issue with this requirement in general is that we're changing the system or attempting to change the system because we're saying that certain individuals can't possibly make it. And I have a big problem with that. And I think instead of doing that, I think we need to focus on issues that may be holding individuals back, or how do we help students with IEPs obtain the GPA they need, or how do we help these students that are missing school, how do we help them attend school? Personally, that's my thinking of how we approach this. And that's the only input I have.
Thank you. 1 second. Ms. Brenda Thomas, you don't have to. I'm just curious if you have any.
I'm old school, so you know how that is for me.
Yeah.
I think to me personally, we're making so many changes, but we got to demand these kids to kind of like help us with because I'm like discipline. I'm having the issue with that, and we keep making changes and keep making for the kids so they can better and move on. But we also need to put a stand where, okay, you guys have to do what you need to do to keep this school straight and the students straight, and stop giving them so much until they give us something back by discipline.
Just briefly, I am in favor of looking more closely at the number of absences that we have, mainly because you all know I'm not in favor of holding kids accountable for things that are in the adult's purview. It is up to the parent to call the school and explain that their child has an excused absence, but if they don't do that, then the number of unexcused absences racks up, and then eligibility is gone. I think after, what's today, Tuesday? After Sunday, we all know who Travis Kelce is. During the Super Bowl, I mean, I was only there for Usher, so I don't really know who won. But during the Super Bowl, Travis Kelce shared a story about him and his brother playing high school football, and that he was very excited that in his sophomore year, he was supposed to be the starting quarterback that would essentially lead the way for his brother, who would have been a senior in high school. So they were supposed to be on the same team, both starting. He was very excited. He did not qualify because he had an F in French. Now I think about, what if Travis Kelce had an F in French his senior year or his junior year in high school and was unable to play that following year? Like, would he have been scouted? Would he have been picked up? Would he have had the opportunity to go into the draft? I think it's a draft. Y'all know football. I was only there for Usher. You know, would he have had the opportunity to be scouted, go into the draft, and get the opportunities that he now has today? So I definitely hear what Ms. Warren was saying and what Mr. Hancock seconded in terms of, and Ms. Brenda Thomas, in terms of we need to keep the standards high for all students, but recognizing that we do have students, and I appreciate that we are now sort of moving in the direction of having more than one F. So yes, you can get one, but you can't have more than one. But recognizing that we do want students to go to the higher end of academics. We want them to push for AP classes. We want them to do, AP classes, and what am I thinking about? The college courses.
Dual enrollment.
Dual enrollment, thank you so much. We want them to sort of push themselves, but push like to fail forward. So in the event that you just don't make it, it shouldn't compromise your ability to be able to play or engage in not just only sports, but also student government, Model UN, cheerleading, a variety of other kind of extracurricular activities.
Okay, several people have spoken multiple times. Ms. Thomas, if you could make your final point, and then we should vote on, I'll make my brief comments, and then we should vote on this amendment, because.
Can I say something before you do that?
Well, Ms. Thomas had her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll be really quick. I do appreciate the fact that Ms. Smith's point about, you know, an athlete who went to the NFL, great, like that's wonderful. But I want to ground everybody in one thing that I think is critically important, and I think Ms. Butler Washington spoke of that when we started, and your research at Columbia and some other universities. This is about educating the whole child, and this is about giving them activities, and it's not just if you're going to the NCAA to play in college, or it's not just about if you're going to become, you know, the next, you know, NFL player. This also has to do with the fact that I've talked to lots of parents, I've talked to lots of students. Participating in these activities means that the whole child can come to school and find something. And if we take those away, then we're kind of sequestering students to just head down, focus on your education and only your classes. And that's the piece that I think is really important. It's not just the classes, it's all the other things that build schools as a community, right? It's the community because you get to interact with your peers in different ways. So I appreciate the way this policy seems to be moving, because we're celebrating the fact that it is not, everybody will not go to be a, you know, NFL player, NBA, or whatever, track star. Like, some of these students will just be able to get through a school year, build community, learn about themselves, grow, understand resilience and discipline and leadership from participating in these extracurricular activities, which is why I want us to do more to allow more students to participate, because it's about the community of schools and what that feeds into them and being educated, and it's just not coursework.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas?
Yeah, so the whole attendance thing, you know, it's sure the kid can't control it all, but then that's on us to educate parents, because there's almost no reason to have an unexcused absence now. So I don't accept the fact that parents just aren't doing what they should do because they just plain old don't want to. I think we just need to educate them more. Kids need to be in school, number one. To think that we would let them miss one quarter of a quarter and still be eligible is a tough pill for me to swallow. And so I just want to make that comment. And it was, we seem to always come back to kids and sports, and it's much more than that, as Ms. Mishi Thomas said. But that always seems to be the example, and you don't make policy based on an isolated example. You make it for all the kids. So thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. I'm in agreement with that statement, and I've been very open about my thoughts on the eligibility policy. I'm not in favor of having, unlimited absences. I don't see how that benefits the students in the long run. I also, have concerns about not including electives. A course is a course, and ultimately you need everything you're taking for graduation. Some things arguably, are maybe considered more core courses, but I wouldn't discount anything that a student has given effort on. I also have not had an opportunity, since we did receive this evening, to go through this in great detail. But as I said initially, it is a substantive change that for me would need a lot more detail. And also, as far as the special education community, they're already protected. Ms. Kramer and I had a conversation with Ms. Sapp on how that particular population already has certain protections. And ultimately, many things are case-by-case basis anyway, as far as attendance. So I don't want to start with maximum allowed attendance, just an open policy, because then where do we go from here? And I completely understand people's angst around the one failing grade, because the concern is, okay, then because we've already revisited very recently, as my two colleagues here know, and already changed it. And so people's concern is that, are we going to come back then next year and go from 1F to 2Fs? For me, this is the maximum I'd be willing to support. And I just want to go on the record as saying that one failing grade would be it. So with that said, we need to, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to, just for procedures, so there was a motion that was seconded, there's a discussion.
And then we're ending discussion. So we're now going to vote on Ms. Butler-Washington's amendment and then revisit the proposed policy.
Superintendent's recommendation.
Right, exactly, yes.
Okay.
So just to clarify, Ms. Butler-Washington's proposed changes that we received this evening, that's what's currently on the floor. And then the superintendent's recommendation is what was posted to board docs. And I know we've had quite a bit of discussion, so just to keep it straight. No problem. So, voting on Ms. Butler-Washington's proposed amendment, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. All right, and opposed? All right, the motion fails. Okay, so then circling back to the superintendent's proposed eligibility requirements, is there a motion to accept? Or, yes, to accept as presented? Okay, Ms. Kramer is moving to accept the superintendent's proposed eligibility policy. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Lucas. Is there any discussion? Ms. Warren and then Ms. Kramer.
Yeah, so when do we discuss, like I recommended or I suggested a attendance review board? Where does that come into the conversation?
Well, did you want to, go ahead.
So what I would suggest to the board, and you mentioned also the grading policy, and I think all the policies affect each other, right?
Exactly,
In
that's
some
what I'm
ways. The grading policy is on its way to come back to the board. Either way, whatever the grading policy is today, or if the board changes it tomorrow, or if the state changes it, wink, wink, information that's coming, then that will equally affect every board in the state's eligibility policy. If there's an interest to do an attendance or looking at chronic absenteeism, which is an area that I do want to come back to the board and do a full presentation, I would then want to do I would recommend that we talk about chronic absenteeism, which this district as well as nationally has been struggling. We've come up every year, but we still have more to do. It could come forward as a future agenda item with some recommendations. I want to make sure that the board hears, what are we doing? What are we planning on doing? How are we improving? And then the board can weigh in on some recommendations that may include, Ms. Warren, what you're talking about.
Okay.
Okay.
So we could discuss this, and then if there's interest in directing the superintendent to do a presentation on chronic absenteeism, we could circle back to that afterwards.
Which I will tell you right now, it is on my agenda to move forward, whether I get it in this year's agenda, because we're a little tight, or next year's, it is going to be something that, because we're working quietly through it, but it is an issue.
Okay.
Can I just add one thing to that?
Yes.
So there is, I mean, I hear you talking about the attendance review board, and it sounds like you're talking about a board specifically for extracurricular and athletics to review the attendance of those students involved in, I guess.
Oh, no, I mean, across the board.
Okay, so then I'm glad to hear that, because we do have attendance conferences and attendance hearings for our students who are chronically absent. We already have that across the board in the school system for students who are absent. I mean, there's a 5-day letter, a 10-day letter that the parents get notified, and then there's conferences, there's contracts that are written. There are conferences that are held here at the superintendent's, at the Starkey building, and then there are attendance hearings. So, and then, you know, from those hearings, it can even be referred to the state's attorney's office for truancy. I mean, so there are some things in place that resemble perhaps an attendance review board. It's a group of individuals that sit in between my office and the student services office, and they do hear these cases. They bring these families in when there are these chronic attendance issues. So there is something, we may not call it that, but in general, just not necessarily specific to sports and extracurricular.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I did read the attendance policy, so I saw the 1, 2, 3 with the process.
Right.
So I think it would be helpful for me and maybe the board member, or maybe not, or the public, to discuss that process. Because it might be, I read it, and I saw that, you know, there is what, PPW is a part of that, letters, I read that. But I think, you know, I was just trying to, you know, understand that process. Is it, you know, where we can get to the root cause, and, you know, there's some, we see results, actual results from that, you know, like so that's,
So it sounds like that's something Dr. Navarro would like to bring forward, so that'll address your concern, Ms. Warren. Okay, we need to land the plane, ladies. Ms. Smith and then Ms. Thomas for final comments, and then we'll vote.
I'm ready to land. Okay. 2 questions. Can you explain once again for the public, because this is by quarter. So when we talk about 6 days of unexcused absences, 6 days out of how many days in the quarter?
So there are on the average about 44, 45 days per quarter.
Okay.
So it is 6 days prior to this. Well, right now, the current language is 4.5 days that they are permitted to be absent without a note on unlawful absence. And then there are the 5 parent notes that students are permitted, that are considered lawful, that students can, you know, have, but it not affect their eligibility.
Just quickly, second question, this is the last question I have, just to help land it. I see that the language is proposed to change from grade point average to performance. Is that inclusive of like a series, like a body of work, or like when you scroll down, Dr. Jones, the language toward the bottom?
Yeah.
What exactly do you mean by performance versus grade point average?
Because I believe in bullet number 1, right, where it starts out with performance, and I think those are students who are coming, and we're not counting the eligibility, they're coming in from the 8th to the 9th grade, first time 9th graders. And so, so we're not looking at they're coming in automatically eligible in 9th grade. So we took out GPA since that's not applicable to those students. Let me just sort of read back through it here. So for the winter extracurricular, I'm looking at bullet number 2.
That's the same group of students, right?
It's
8
the
to
same
9.
group of students, right? Exactly. And so where are we now? We're
So the
spring.
bullet 3.
So, right, so second quarter performance. So here, I think there was a timing thing here with the third bullet. Spring sports starts, March 1st? Right.
And can I just say that I think when we were looking at performance, because we don't have an eligibility that is only based on GPA, it's attendance, it's GPA. So we wanted to use the inclusive word of the total performance outline on top of the eligibility requirements.
Okay.
The problem is if we kept the word GPA, even though we meant all aspects of whatever is part of the eligibility, people would say, well, it's just based on the eligibility.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's just a more inclusive wording based on multiple
The
components.
total picture. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense, thank you.
That's it for me, thank you.
Did you have anything else, Dr. Jones?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Tamisha Thomas.
So I did have one question on, so in bullet number 4, it says, except for students promoted, the failing grade, he or she is ineligible for the remainder of the season for post-play in the following quarter. But that's, to me, a bit contradictory to number 6, which says, if a student may gain season eligibility at the quarter interim mark, then they can, that's a bit contradictory. So if you don't meet the requirements, I'm calling requirements because there's several, it's the attendance and the GPA and the no F, then number 6 is contradictory. Am I reading that wrong, or does everybody kind of agree with that? There's a little bit of contradiction there. So if you can regain eligibility, which was a big thing, right? We wanted to give students some grace and ability, then we those are in conflict, which is a struggle for me, which I mean, we're gonna have to decide or tweak it, or there's some work that needs to be done on that.
The way I read it is the more than one F, if I'm understanding it correctly. So if they
Yes.
have just the one F, then they're okay. It's the more than one. So if they get 2 Fs,
But at the interim mark, so students may gain season eligibility at the quarter interim mark, pending grade performance at that time. So let's say you got 2 Fs, but you brought both your Fs up to Cs at the interim. Do you regain your eligibility again, or no?
So that comes down to actual timing. So when the end of the quarter may deem them ineligible.
Right.
You're gonna have to wait 4.5 weeks. You have to wait 4.5 weeks till that next
Right.
interim comes out. The season will be over.
Well, I asked that question because we do have sports like swimming. Don't hold me to swimming because I'm not a swimming person. But we do have some that bridge multiple. So track, if you have indoor outdoor track, if you have basketball season, there are some that will bridge 2 semesters, but also bridge a semester in an interim, right? And so I just wanted clarity on how that would work out.
So my understanding from the last conversation the board had was a student who is eligible and may, or is ineligible and wants to be relooked at the interim, right? That's what you're talking about, Ms.
Yes.
Thomas? Okay. The question of who is ineligible would have to, by default, mean that at a minimum, they have at least more than 2 Fs, or they could be ineligible for a bunch of different reasons. They could actually be straight A's and not meet the attendance requirements. So I think what the language is trying to say here, and this is probably why they're numbered that way, because number 6 ends the process by saying a student may be relooked in the interim, whatever we're calling it, may regain season eligibility at the quarter interim mark. Now, whether that aligns with certain sports or other extracurricular activities, that's just going to be the schedule that those are following. So it may or may not work for some students. It's not going to be perfect, but it at least gives a vehicle for some of these to be relooked. And I think that's the sequencing of number 6.
So I'm sorry. So might I say that maybe we strike out he or she is ineligible for the remainder of the season, because that's not necessarily true. This season may span a quarter semester, et cetera. So it doesn't mean they're completely ineligible if they can become re-eligible. You know what I mean? I just feel like we need to tweak the language a little bit, because we're talking about high school kids, right? It needs to be very clear, right? What do I have to do to, and I think it's a little conflicting, so that's just my thought.
Schools of thought, perhaps if we insert without a substantive change, perhaps if we insert the word potentially ineligible, maybe that could capture, because it doesn't necessarily mean they're automatically ineligible. And two, I know the superintendent will have to then have a corresponding rule that perhaps can flesh out, you know, some of these little,
Yeah, because it really can depend on timing.
Right.
Depending on what the activity is.
Right.
When we met and talked about bullet number 6, a large part of our conversation was around the extracurricular activitive as opposed to the sports.
And that was the other thing. Thank you for that. It's not just the sports, it's all extracurriculars. Right.
More where we were thinking, but
Okay.
I hear that word potentially.
Yeah.
Or maybe we just take out season.
So
Not
process,
ineligible.
so process-wise, you may have to vote on this and see whether or not you want to move it as is, or you can, and then if it doesn't pass, then you can propose tweaks and see if it gets a second and gets passed. And this is an important piece around, you can also, if this is your biggest issue with the policy, you can also direct, based on the notes, that the superintendent flesh out the superintendent rules, which I'm gonna have to go back and redo, based on whatever the board decides, to strategically talk about that specific issue, Ms. Thomas, of flushing it out, because really it's in the procedures of the calendars and the timelines of quarters and themes of sports and extracurricular activities that we're gonna need to figure that piece out. But I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay, if Ms. Butler Washington has one final point, and then we should vote. Did you want to say something? No, okay. All right, so we have the superintendent's proposed eligibility policy as presented. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please raise your hands. All right, and opposed? Okay, so the motion fails. So, huh?
You
Yeah.
had 6 votes?
No, it failed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. No, I said the motion fails. Yeah.
So, Ms. Morley, I just want to, the board may want to introduce additional edits to this as well and see if it passes. I do want to remind the board that we really have until the end of this month to move something forward, to be able to be, to apply for the students for next school year. Because our March 1 begins our spring activities and extracurricular.
So we would have to be looking at this for the February work session.
Unless there's more motions.
Yeah. Oh, well, Mr. Lucas, yes.
Thank you. So, appreciate all the conversation. As I said before, the attendance thing for me, it's very hard for me to accept what you proposed with regard to attendance, because I think if a kid's not in school, he's not in school, and that's where that kid needs to be. I talked to a lot of people about this. They talked to me about this with I'm sure as they did with you, and teachers, students, ADs, and people from the community. And I was very adamant about the no F, but I'm willing to come off that with some provisions. And in listening to my other board members, I had a motion prepared. It relates to the existing policy because it's easier with regard to language. But I'll just say what's on my mind, and if there seems to be consensus, then the superintendent could bring something back at the next meeting, because it wouldn't be substantive. You look at a student and you look at the totality of their work, and sure, maybe they failed a class, but in 4 years of eligibility, should that be held against them? And it's kind of like that one time where you're talking at the copier at work, and that's when the big boss sees you, and that's his snapshot in time of who you are. You're a guy that sits around at the water cooler and talks, not somebody who works. So the only thing that I would say about allowing 1F is that it could not happen for someone in the spring semester of their junior year or in their senior year in a class they need to graduate. Because I don't know how I could say, oh, yeah, well, you failed that class in the spring of your junior year, but that's okay. Go do this instead of focusing on that class that you need to graduate. That's a hard one for me. But if it's earlier on, and again, when we talk about grading, separate subject, if you take a class again in summer school, get the other one off your record. Okay, I think that's reasonable, separate conversation. But I'd be willing to come off of that if that's and if that's something that my fellow board members would consider, and that way we could get something in place by the end of the month so that it could be implemented in the next school year.
So just to clarify, Mr.
Yeah.
Lucas, are you proposing that we keep the no more than one failing grade and remove the 6 absences? Is that your proposal? That you want to keep
No.
the
What I would say, I'm not making a motion yet.
I know,
but what
no,
I
I'm
would
just
say,
trying to
if we think about the existing policy, because that one is a little easier.
with the 4.5 days?
So you would modify the existing policy by removing the no F requirement. Students may be eligible with no more than one failing grade if GPA requirements are met. The only exception being if it's a required class for graduation and the student is a rising senior, which I deem as someone who just finished 11th grade, or a senior. So they couldn't have an F in a class they needed to graduate going into their senior year. And I think that captures about 65% of what the superintendent is looking to get from what she proposed.
Ms. Tamisha Thomas, and I'd like to allow Dr. Navarre, Lord, Dr. Jones. I know Dr. Thomas. Everybody's Thomas.
Right.
Dr. Thomas, everybody's Thomas.
Yeah.
Dr. Jones and Mr. Paulette to weigh in as well.
Sure.
So, Mr. Lucas, I just want to get clarity.
Sure.
Because, so you're adding where you are at a point in time in your high school career as it matters with the F. So if you're a sophomore or a freshman, does the F not matter, but only if you're a junior or senior? Is that your point? I just want to clarify, understand.
If you need that class to graduate, okay, and this kind of touches on Ms. Butler Washington, and elective isn't quite the right word because you do need a certain amount of electives in order to graduate. But I understand the intent. I said the same thing a couple months ago. But that's why I say if it's a course that you need to graduate, okay, so you're taking that in the spring of your junior year and you fail, well, how can I in good conscience say, go spend 20 hours a week doing something else instead of focusing on that class that you need in order to graduate high school? So that's why I say spring of the junior year or any time in your senior year.
So thank you for that clarity. I think it helps me just understand where you were going with that. There's so many variables that come into GPAs and graduation and all those things that I'm not certain how, because you can fail something when you're a freshman, and if you don't take it again, you still can't graduate, right? There are some courses that are that way too. So I thank you for the clarity and what you were trying to achieve with that. I just needed some clarity there. But that means you're still not willing to come away from days of attendance.
I mean, there's no way I would entertain not having unlimited days. That's just not, I mean, there is a, anything more, let's be clear, anything more than 4.5 days a quarter is defined as chronic absenteeism. Okay, that's an accepted definition. And it's an issue. It was an issue before COVID. It's an issue on steroids after COVID. So I can't sit here in good faith and accept something that says a kid can be absent 11 days in a quarter and still be able to participate. I mean, we talk about the holistic child, but education is number one, and if they're not in school, they're not learning. And so, I can't accept what was proposed in the document that's on board docs.
So then I would ask one question. We do have some very, I think, delineated, clear black and white language about what the absences mean. But I'd like to ask this question, Mr. Jones. Does that mean there's no case-by-case situation? Because here it talks about the unexcused, which, as to Mr. Lucas, to your point, there should be no reason why they're unexcused, but we absolutely don't know what's going on in the lives and families of every student. But then when it gets to official, right, so you can submit your documentation, but after that you're still limited to 5, right? Is this unofficial or official? What's the number? If your parent writes you 11 notes and now they're all excused, that doesn't matter, right? It's just if they're unexcused. Am I correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
So the first 5 don't count against you. The next 6 would start counting towards eligibility.
So after 5, unexcused or excused, it doesn't really matter. When you get to day number 6,
You start at 1.
So if you have a crisis in your family and I don't know, something happens. I don't want to be pejorative here, but something happens and you get to day 6. At that point now you're no longer eligible, letter or no letter from parents, unexcused or excused.
Or is that case by case?
So if there was letters for the first 5 in the situation that you just explained, and when you get to the 6th day, that starts your day 1 towards eligibility.
Okay.
So, I can just comment
I
on
wanted to be
that.
clear.
So,
Let this be your last comment, Mr. Lucas, because Ms. Warren had her hand up as well.
Just
to clarify, go ahead.
So, first, I mean, we're making a decision for thousands of kids. So we can always pull out the isolated example. We can't make decisions based on that for anything. I read the policy. What you just said, I don't agree with. As I read this policy, the current policy says may not have more than 4.5 days unexcused absences. If I'm out 8 days and I got a note that says I was sick, that's not an unexcused absence.
So you make a great point there. So we talked about this a little bit earlier, and what we think is that when we wrote this language a while back, the intent of it was that we're only talking about those unofficial, the last, next to the last bullet, if you're looking at the document, they're saying 9th grade. That we're only talking about the parent notes as being the unofficial notes that we would accept. But as far as documentation, after the 5 or whatever, what did we used to do? 4.5? After that, we really weren't looking, it wasn't a thing you could just keep giving us a doctor's note for every day of the quarter and it be excused. No, we were going
You're doing that now?
No, we're not. And so, but that part of the language is not a whole lot different. So what we're saying is that it's not a situation where you can provide a doctor's note for unlimited doctor's notes and they all are excused for eligibility purposes. You get up to a total of, what are we saying? 5. And you get 5 unofficial, or 6, and then 5 unofficial parent notes.
I see your point now. I follow what you're saying, but okay, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole now. But you have to go back then and look at those numbers of how many kids were ineligible because of the attendance policy. Okay, they weren't ineligible because of the number of days. From what I'm hearing from you, under the current policy, they weren't ineligible because of the number of days. They weren't ineligible because they had too many unexcused absences, i.e. they didn't have a note explaining their absence. So I'm not sure this even addresses what you're perceive or trying to fix. So I'll be quiet.
There's several people.
Yeah.
Did you have a comment, Dr. Jones? Because we had several other people that had their hands up.
No,
Because
Okay. All right, but let's
Yeah. You could
Ms.
be.
Warren had her hand up, and Ms. Butler Washington, and if there's still some questions. Ms. Warren,
I have this picture that's on our website.
can you turn the mic so we can?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Yeah.
I have this picture that's from the website, the Everyday Counts, red light, yellow light, green light piece. And I just wanted to, because I was looking at that and that kind of helped me with the attendance piece. And I didn't know if we could pull it up. It's on the website under the, on the attendance page. It was provided from the, what is this? Attendanceworks.org. But it's on the, I just typed in search and in the search attend. But anyway, I just kind of wanted.
Are you saying from our website?
Yeah, from our
You
website,
just
Charles
typed in
County.
attendance?
Yes, I typed in actually absent, and then I just then a couple of things came up, and
Okay.
attendance came up, but it's on the attendance page. And I just it was just simple and plainly stated what's considered, absenteeism, chronic, and then I went on that website, read a couple of things on the website, and I just wanted to know. So just to make it real simple, because I'm hearing all of these numbers and I'm like trying to keep up and it's not working and it's 8:49. And, what are we talking about here with the quarter? You said I hear you saying 4.5 days are allowed of unexcused absences. I just want to know, how does what we're talking about in that policy was current fit in this picture right here? Because I'm hearing different numbers of days missed allowed, because
That's for the whole year.
this is for the whole year.
That's the year.
Okay, well then. Okay, all right, I just want to, all right, well, see,
And if
that's
I'm
why I
not
asked
mistaken, this is how Mr. Lucas was getting to chronic absenteeism, because if it's 18 days for the year, if you break that down into quarters.
Okay.
Yeah. Right, about 4.5.
Okay, so that's that. All right, we could take that down. But thank you. That's why I had to put it up here, because we need to be on one accord here.
Okay.
And then the last part, I'm just trying to, and I'm just not going to spend a lot of time or even really need an answer, because I don't have my question quite formulated. But one of the questions, or my thought process rather, do we have the power to change how grades are weighed? Do we have that authority? Do we, within the grading policy?
So the weighting of courses is gonna come back, because we're looking at which courses are weighted and how much.
Okay.
And that is, and which courses, gain that weight. So yes, that's part of the grading work.
Because while I was in the very beginning, I'm like, every class matters, and it does. I still feel the same way about no kid should fail a class. I feel that, but I'm like, if the kid gets a 3.0 and they still have an F, it's not going to change the 3.0. Like that's where I'm kind of leaning towards now. Like, it's not going to. They'll still get into a college if they so choose to pursue that. They'll still get into
And it could be just one quarter.
Yeah, so it's just like, okay, that's where I was talking about how the weighing of the grades, that's what maybe.
Well, so the GPA is going to it's a summative of what the end course grade is. The difficulty is, I would say the reason why so many school systems have the 1F for a marking period is because you don't know if the student is going to fail the course or if this just happens to be an F during the marking period. And so I think that's why so many jurisdictions in Maryland tend to keep that 1F. The attendance component is an important component that this board, as a board, believes strongly in. And I think that's a local decision about keeping the attendance, or at least, the attendance components. I will tell you, the attendance in schools conversation when we come back and do chronic absenteeism is myriad, even at the state level, when we were granted additional flexibilities for parents to write a letter for a mental health day, and we accepted. And, you know, when we went through the whole COVID piece around, and we're still saying, you know, if you're sick, stay home. And so what constitutes that? So there is inconsistencies there. However, the reality is that we have chronic absenteeism issues that also have to be addressed. I think the question that the board has to figure out is, where do they stand with if there is some room for some options where they kind of can draw the line in the sand and say, these components must be there. And we believe that for most students, almost all the students, those are correct parameters for being eligible to participate in all these other activities. And so,
Okay, I'm good. Check it
Ms. Butler Washington, and then Ms. Smith.
Okay, Mr. Lucas, you hit the nail on the head. What I was trying to say was the requirement for graduation. Those are the courses that should be in this policy that they cannot fail. Because if I'm going to allow them to get an F in math, 1 F, keep going, get to that 12th grade, they can't graduate. We got to look at ourselves. We did that. We allowed that. That's what I'm trying to say. Because parents do not keep up with that. They keep up with, my child is playing, they let him play, so he's okay. We have to look within, outside the scope. I know we want to give the kids all the opportunity, but the world is not fair. It's not. You go to work, they're not giving me opportunities. I have to prove what I'm doing to be able to do my job. We're not preparing kids for school. We're preparing kids for when they leave high school. If we do not do that, and we allowed you to play sports, but by the way, we didn't prepare you for the real world. I'm looking for Charles County students to be able to survive after high school, because everybody's not going to the NFL. Everybody's not going to NBA. Yes, it's a pleasure for right there, but when they graduate, they're gonna look back and say, they didn't prepare me. Or either I'm not gonna graduate because I was allowed to get 1 F. We didn't put no parameters around the 1 F. The 1 F needs to be that it cannot be any high school requirements. That's the only piece is missing. So when you say just let them get an F, you gotta think about, they're gonna get it in English and math. English and math. And those are the requirements that we need for them to graduate. If you do not have those parameters around it, this policy is gonna come back and hunt us. I'm telling you, because that's what the public is telling us. It's gonna come back. We don't have them parameters. We're saying let them get an F because they're gonna be okay because they can play sports. That is not life, and we know that's not life. Now, I understand, yes, we have to change to where it is, but we are the adults here. These are the children's future. I do not want anything on me, or I don't want anything on this board to be that we allow kids to fail, and there is nothing we did. We didn't protect them. It's pretty much, we didn't protect them. We gotta think about it. I understand what we wanna do. I get it. But what I don't understand is why we're not ready to put parameters around what F they can get into. That's my only beef on that. Thank you.
Just quickly, Ms. Bella Washington, I would say that that's something that the counselor should catch, because they shouldn't be going all the way through 9th grade with something that they were required to graduate, and no one has, there hasn't been, because every time, to Ms. Kramer's point, every time that you have to select your courses, they're reviewing what you got in the previous, semester. So to your point, that should be our fail-safe. I can only speak for my one child that's graduated out, but every time she went to register, every quarter, they're looking at, are you on track to graduate? How many remaining classes do you have, et cetera, et cetera. So to my point is that I fully appreciate, clearly we need to make more progress in reading and math. Won't argue that point, but I don't want to distinguish between a class that you need to graduate, because arguably you need all these classes to graduate. You do need some electives, you know. So I don't want to say, well, you know, if it's only in reading and math, then, you know what I mean, we're not gonna hold it to the same standard as, for example, French or something else, if that makes sense. Like, to me, they're all important.
You're right, and that's why I said the logic, the one we voted on, is out the door. I'm saying for us to rethink that we need to make sure whatever the sheet says for the counselor, these are the classes you need to graduate, electives or whatever. Those are the classes we cannot allow them to fail, because at the end, they will fail.
But to your point, that's more than just math and reading, though.
No, I just gave an example of math and reading. I'm saying look at the requirements to graduate.
Okay.
We look at all those classes. So they cannot be allowed to fail those classes that are required to graduate.
Okay, that's different than elective then. Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
that's what-
It's slight change to the language. Okay, I'm tracking with you now. Okay, thank you. Ms. Smith.
I'll be very brief. On the thought of reimagining, I would like for the board to reimagine what education could be and where we currently are. I think many of us are thinking about education from when we went to school. In my mind, I'm like, absolutely, a child cannot miss any days. They must be present in the room with the educator, getting all that they can get. Our children are on devices, they're on laptops. Our educators have class websites. Our students are, you know, conferring with educators via email. You know, I'm going to be out today. What have I missed? You know, can I see, will the syllabus be posted on, the class website? Like, where can I find the information? They are finding a way of learning outside of the classroom, which is what we wanted. I mean, it's what we were required to do once we were in the pandemic, and has not ceased. Every one of our students has a laptop. So I want us to think differently about, well, a child cannot be out of school for 6 unexcused days in the quarter and still be able to maintain a 2.0 GPA. They probably can. They absolutely can. So I hear the argument of, and I don't want to put words into anyone's mouth. When I was in school, I felt like I had to be there every day. When my child was in school, even if you don't have children in school currently, I wanted them to be in school every day. I want my kids to be in school every day. But I also do recognize that even though the pandemic is over, quote unquote, our kids still get sick, and the recommendation is for them to remain home. And while that is an excused absence, they still have missed 3, 4, 5 days. So, but that's not to say that they haven't still been learning, still been engaging with the teachers, still been keeping up with what's going on in the class, because again, they do have these devices. So we need to think differently.
And your point is well taken. As you know, my child graduated out with high honors. They've never had perfect attendance, never. And candidly, that's not our goal. You know what I mean? Because I believe children need mental health days. You know, as long as their performance, you know, is there. So that's just my personal opinion. Yes, Dr. Navarro.
So, I think the board has talked about their positions, and I think everybody sort of has their core positions of where they are. I'm not quite sure that continuing to discuss them are going to change current positions.
Yeah, we don't have a motion on the floor.
Yes, so I think we don't have a motion of anybody introducing anything, and I do think that looking at, there's right now across the board, different views around attendance in this policy, which just on my read would probably not allow it to move forward anyway. So I'm gonna, I would suggest that we pause on this. I'm gonna think about what an option is, but I do want to queue up to the board that, and then we also have the question of the F in one class that still continues to be not a consensus or not a majority for the board in terms of the vote. So I'm gonna have to think through what the option is. But I also know that if I bring another option forward, there is a time frame problem that we have at this point. But I don't think that continuing to talk about everybody's position is gonna change everybody else's position at this point.
And I do think we have some,
unless there's an amendment.
Consensus. But there's one or two. I do agree we need to move on, though. Yeah.
What was the vote? I'm sorry, I didn't see the vote.
Oh, it
Who
was
voted-
myself, Ms. Kramer, and Ms. Smith were for, and everyone
Okay.
else was against.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I agree with you, Dr. Navarro.
Like I say, I'm old school. But I know the school offers a lot of help, a lot of courses. A lot of teachers are willing to step in to help. For these kids that need this extra time, I know absence would be case by case. Because, you know, some people just not in school because of certain reason, they're case by case. I think that's what we need to base it on, case by case. But for us, you know, 5 or 6 days and stuff, you gotta base it on a reason why and determine that way, case by case, not just because they don't wanna come to school. And far as the F failing grade, like I said, there's so many options that the school offer to help these kids get a passing grade. And my son, senior year ago, he's not gonna pass. He failed to do something or get his credits. And I sit up and say, well, what do he needs to do to pass? And they told me, and I made him do it. So there's opportunities always for these kids to be able to get their grade or get their passing grade so they can graduate. There's no excuse, because it's now these days, like you said, the phone, internet, tablets, they can do what they have to do to get that passing grade. So it shouldn't be really an excuse of getting up where they can't graduate. They'll get that opportunity if they really want it. So really, it will fall back down on the kid if they really want to graduate, and the parent being there to push them to do what they have to do. That's all I have to say.
We're gonna have to, end the discussion, everyone. I very much appreciate this is a spirited debate. We literally could be here till midnight. As it stands now, the current eligibility policy will remain, subject to us being able to potentially pass anything at the February work session. So I don't envy you, Dr. Jones, Mr. Paulet. You're welcome to, confer with the superintendent. If you've gleaned anything here that you think we may be in agreement on and you'd like to bring something before us again, we would welcome that. Best of luck. So the final thing we need to vote on was the proposed.
Oh.
Mr. Hancock, is that about?
No, I was laughing at you.
Okay, I thought you were ready to go.
I
know.
No, I definitely ain't.
Yeah, no, listen. I'm there with you, Mr. Hancock. Absolutely.
No, I'm happy.
He's like, I've reached my limit. The final thing was the public-private partnership language that was proposed by the superintendent earlier this evening. Is there a motion to accept the proposed language?
Motion to accept.
Ms. Butler-Washington, second by Ms. Smith. All right, is there any discussion?
Sure.
Mr. Lucas, and
Thank you.
please make it 1 minute if anyone has
Well,
any.
as you know, I brought something up when we were meeting earlier, and I asked, and the superintendent provided some language change. So if only it would come up.
Well, we'd have to vote this up or down, Mr. Lucas, if you're proposing an amendment.
Yes, and that's what I'm going to propose.
Okay, well, let's vote on this first, because the amendment procedurally should have come.
Did your
No,
motion
no,
not
we
include
need to-
the updates? Didn't you just say?
Right, but what we're voting on is what Dr. Navarro presented. Mr. Lucas seems like he has a little different language, and we
No,
have
we
a
need,
motion.
sorry.
Yeah, we have a motion, a second on the floor on the current language. So we'd have to,
We
yeah,
need to, but
we'd have to
my
vote that
motion,
up or down.
my motion is to amend that. If you amend, my motion will be to amend what the superintendent proposed, and then if the board accepts that amendment, then we would vote on the.
Your amendment and then, okay.
And then on,
Well, okay, well, let me hear your amendment first.
sir, I don't know why it's not coming up on my computer.
Because.
No, so Eric, come up.
Yeah, here it is, because, I'm sorry, because it came from Mr. Heim and not Dr. Navarro.
Okay.
So I apologize. So,
Okay, well, hold on, point of order. As we have a couple of differing opinions. My understanding is that there's a motion on the floor, we vote that up or down, before we potentially circle back.
no,
So Eric, I just want to go back. So there was when this was being presented to the board, and can we pull up the superintendent's language, please? So when this came to the board, when we were coming to the board, there was in the report item, Mr. Lucas queued up that maybe there was something missing and requested to have something draft. So as we bring it to action item, when is the time when he brings this forward to the board to see if that is amended, and then how does that process follow? Can you go through that?
There was a motion to approve the language that you would propose with the second. Mr. Lucas sounds like he's going to offer an amendment to that, which is a proper motion to make at this time with the second. Discussing Mr. Lucas's change, that's the first thing we discuss. If the change is adopted, then it goes back to the original motion with that change. And that change can be adopted tonight. It does not refer back to a report item. It can be taken as an action item tonight with any changes the board prefers.
Okay, so you're saying because there's a motion already on the floor. So you're saying his amendment can be voted on prior to the motion that's on the floor?
Yes.
Correct. You make the amendment to the motion, you vote on the amendment to the motion, and then you go back to the original motion with or without that amendment, depending on whether the amendment was adopted.
All right.
So, Mr. Lucas, you have to present your motion.
Correct. So I motion that we amend the superintendent's recommendation with the following. After, about 2/3 down, after where it says funding source, add the words, and this came directly from Mr. Heim, nor can our annual funding allocated through the Interagency Commission on Public School Construction with our capital improvements program be identified as a funding source. And so this, as I mentioned earlier, this would protect us from having to spend all of our CIP doing just a P3 effort, that we would preserve our CIP for the things that we've had in queue to do for a number of years.
So can we see that proposed language? Is there a way, do we have this in another version where we could see?
Do you have it on your email?
You have an email?
in Word or something where we can just see?
Sorry, yep, that's fair.
Just a quick clarifying question while Mr. Heim brings that up. Dr. Navarro, I mean, yes, we discussed, it seems pretty straightforward. Typically, the language would come through you. Is that a change that you would support?
Yes, so the concern that Mr. Lucas raised, I think it's valid enough that we protect, we're very clear to protect the language of the CIP, because we were very clear to talk about our operating budget. But he made a good point, it could also come after our CIP, and so we want to make sure that it is tight. So I asked to insert
The language?
the language.
Okay, just wanted to be sure
Maybe
that
if
you were
have
in
the
support of
original
it.
Slide, yeah, if we could maybe type it directly there. All right, I know. He's like, no, I'm a transcriptionist.
We should have had it ready, just a friendly reminder to my folks. We should have had it ready, you should have a physical copy of it. So apologies to make you wait.
My whole family think I'm kidnapped. Female and male.
I need to make an excuse note.
To get back in your house, right?
I will
Oh, for
write notes for
class.
everybody to get back at home.
Oh, yeah, we've opened the chocolate. We've come to that portion of the evening.
Mine's still in there, I left it.
Here, you're welcome to share mine, Mr.
All right.
And imagine if we hadn't added extra.
I'm good. I don't need any more. Thank you, though. I don't.
You said give it to your wife. Valentine's Day is
Welcome to the board after dark.
Email to the board.
Well, I'll take it again. Thank you.
No need to run to CVS.
So, you all should have this in your inbox, by the way, if you want to.
Okay, you said anything but caramel?
Anything with caramel.
Oh, you can have the caramel.
Sorry,
Okay.
so Mr. Lucas just emailed it to the board so
Okay.
that the board can see it directly since we're unable to pull it up.
Okay,
Mine has it up, he's just
Yeah, it's going to be hard for you to
put it on a
see.
Word doc or
okay, yeah, it's probably easier just to view it in your email.
Yeah.
And the language is highlighted.
something. Correct.
Is everyone able to view it?
Yes.
Okay.
Can everyone see it in their inbox?
In the email, yes? Ms. Thomas, Ms. Warren? Both Ms. Thomases? Okay. So if this is language that superintendent supports, yeah, I'm okay with that.
And I would second that motion if that's the motion.
Okay.
All right,
Yes.
thank you. Yep.
Yes, so again, we're voting on the motion that's currently on the floor, 1 second, which is the proposed language by Mr. Lucas, which inserts so the new sentence would read, CCPS staff supports our local delegation proposing legislation at the state level to identify a funding source for future P3 projects, knowing our operating budget cannot be identified as a funding source. Adding the language, along with our annual funding allocated through the IAC, parentheses, Interagency Commission on Public School Construction with our Capital Improvements Program. So that is the addition. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any brief discussion? Okay. All in favor? Okay, that is unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now,
you.
back to the
Original.
motion, which will now include this language. Everyone clear? Yes. All right. Is there a motion to accept the,
There's a motion already on the table.
okay. Ms. Thomas, second by Ms. Brenda Thomas. Okay.
The motion's
All right.
already,
Back
the
to-
motion's already been made.
Okay. All right. All in favor? All right. It's unanimous. Thank you. Ms. Brenda Thomas. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Smith. All in favor? Thank you. We are adjourned at 9:12.
Put it in,